Pirates, Trainer on the Straw Hat Ship. Chapter 1 Vice Captain of the Straw Hats. The soft sunshine pours on the sea surface, covering the sea water with a thin layer of golden gauze, making the waves sparkle and the waves ripple. The waves beat against the wooden hull, making bursts of collision sounds, urging the ship to move forward. On the boundless sea, a small boat like a fallen leaf slowly sailed away with the blessings of the villagers, setting sail towards a distant and mysterious future. At the same time, in the small boat, which could only accommodate 2 or 3 people but also contained a pile of supplies, a young man wearing a straw hat and a red vest, with an obvious knife mark under his left eye, was clapping his hands and laughing exaggeratedly, his eyes showing with indescribable joy and expectation. "Ahahaha Chihong! I knew you would go to sea with me. I told you a long time ago, I can't become the Pirate King without you." Along with a burst of laughter, Luffy's arms kept waving, slapping the boy opposite him. Bang bang bang! The crisp sound is endless. The one who could not avoid it and could only meet Luffy's palm head-on was a boy with broken hair and a red baseball cap who looked about the same age as Luffy. Pang! Finally, the pain caused the boy's angry fist to slam into Luffy's face, directly hitting his facial features into his head. "You bastard! It hurts to death if you keep slapping me!" The boy yelled loudly and pushed his fist hard into Luffy's head. Heaping up Butch, I know it was wrong." Luffy, who had already sunken his mouth, began to apologize very skillfully. "You'd better really know." Withdrawing his arm, the boy who understood that Luffy could not have a long memory sighed, covering his red deltoid muscles with a look of disbelief. After all, he had heard this sentence countless times in the 2.5 years he had traveled through time. That's right. The boy who was on the same boat as Luffy at this time was a genuine time traveler. He was originally an ordinary college student on Earth. His usual hobbies were reading anime and novels, playing games, and flying. By chance, he learned that a comic exhibition was going to be held in an exhibition hall near the school. On a whim, he bought a simple cos suit online, which was the red and white suit of Chi-Ya in the classic game Pokémon. The comic exhibition went very smoothly, and the scale was big enough for the neodymium shrimps to shout security, which was naturally a feast for his eyes. But what the boy didn't expect was, on his way back to school after visiting the comic exhibition, an out-of-control dump truck buzzed into the boy's face like a man-hungry beast. Then, his soul passed through this body at this time. I wish there would be no more dump trucks in this world. Amen. In this way, the boy who finally became a college student became a 14-year-old orphan with the same name as Chi-Ya in the pirate world, Chihong. Coincidentally, the birth point where he was located was one of the famous check-in places in the pirate world, East China Sea, Kingdom of Goa, and Windmill Village. If I had known that I would travel to the world of pirates, I wouldn't have given up being a pirate so early. After seeing Luffy's inhuman posture pulling his face out of his head, Chihong once again let out a sigh that he didn't know how many times. Because the animation team was heavily overcharged, he hadn't watched much of the One Piece anime after the war on top. This was undoubtedly the thing he regretted most at this time. Fortunately, because there are videos of the Pirate Zone Up masters such as Workbook and Awang, Chihong has a certain understanding of the major plot after the top. For example, Garp, the One-Punch Man who was once the most praised by Red, accidentally fell from the altar on Beehive Island and was qualified to find ID cards and copies among playing cards. Speaking of which, Garp has never returned to Windmill Town once since he time-traveled. A grandfather comes back every few years, and a father is completely indifferent. It's no wonder Luffy is influenced by red-haired Shanks and wants to be the Pirate King. Hey, Luffy! Akane brought her thoughts back from her memories, and when she looked up, she saw Luffy sneaking his hand towards their supply box again. Luffy, who was about to do something bad, was frightened. After meeting Chihong's scrutinizing gaze, he immediately laughed awkwardly. Haha, no, it's okay. I just want to confirm whether the food is spoiled, haha. It's only been a few hours since we sailed, what do you think could go wrong with that food? Forget it, I should have expected this. Chihong glanced at Luffy angrily, then stood up and pulled Luffy over regardless of the shaking of the ship. Next, you will be responsible for looking out and sailing, while I will take care of and distribute the supplies. While sailing on the sea, food and fresh water are precious resources. Don't mess with me, you guy. After saying that, Chihong sat down next to the food, completely blocking Luffy's greedy eyes. He didn't want to face the risk of starving due to lack of food just after he went to sea. But, looking at the small and crowded hull, Chihong couldn't help but sigh. Ah! If I had known it would be like this, I should have saved up money in advance to buy a normal boat, so I wouldn't have to squeeze in this small fishing boat with Luffy. Helpless light flashed in his red eyes. Speaking of which, his choice to go to sea with Luffy was an unexpected event in itself. If his golden finger hadn't suddenly awakened and had such abilities, he wouldn't have wanted to step into the dangerous sea rashly when he was so weak. Chihong is steady by nature and never fights an unprepared battle. But this time he went to sea, but he was caught off guard. Fortunately, he and Luffy got along well in the past 2 years, which was enough to suppress some of Luffy's playful and adventurous temperaments, allowing them to avoid risks as much as possible. Seeing that Luffy was still staring at the food behind him, Chihong knew that he had to make Luffy realize the seriousness of the problem. Now is not the time to play house like before. With a flash of thought, Chihong suddenly put on a serious expression. Luffy, do you still remember what we said before we set off? Although you are the captain of this ship, as the deputy captain, I have the right to veto your decisions at any time. That is to say, any decision made by our pirate group must be approved by me, including when you can eat and how much you eat. Being a pirate is not a game. From the moment you form a pirate group, you bear the fate of the entire pirate group. If we are too willful, we won't get far. It was their first time to go to sea, they didn't know anything, they didn't even know how to read sea charts, so they didn't dare to let Luffy fool around. Although at Chihong's request, they changed the date of their voyage and avoided the vortex that blocked the entrance to Windmill Town in the original timeline. But the sea is ruthless, and who knows if there will be any dangerous things waiting for them next. Oh okay, I'll just stop eating. Faced with Chihong's serious and tough attitude, Luffy realized something in an instant. He obeyed and lay down on the railing of the boat with a slightly aggrieved look. Although he is the captain of this ship, his 2 years of getting along with each other and the magical adventure that night have fully demonstrated. It sounds like Red is right. Seeing this, Chihong's eyes also flashed with joy. Although his approach may make Luffy not as interesting as the original timeline, there are some things that he should be aware of earlier than worrying about his own inability when he encounters danger. However, it is better to hope that Luffy will calm down than to hope that Zoro will get lost and find the final island, Lariuluf. After only about 5 minutes, Luffy, who had nothing to do, approached Chihong again, looked expectantly, and asked. By the way, Chihong, when can we go to that world again? That's the world with precious creatures. It's so interesting there, I didn't have enough fun last time. I really want to catch some treasures or something and make them our pets and join us on adventures. That's called Pokemon. Worrying about Luffy, he raised his red eyebrows slightly while holding a compass to point out the direction, correcting the mistakes in Luffy's mouth. Even though he has said it no less than 10 times, this guy still can't remember the 3 words Pokemon, which is quite impressive. Chihong complained in her heart, but still found a way to check the NS handheld device in her body. After looking at the battery level displayed above, he replied. Just wait a little longer after dark, the stored power should be enough to support us for a complete adventure. Hey? We still have to wait until dark. After hearing Chihong's answer, Luffy immediately became as depressed as a wilted eggplant. Chihong Xian, who was looking at the navigation chart, glanced at him. Okay, Isn't it just a matter of a few hours? Do you think I don't want to enter early? Be quiet and don't disturb me from looking at the chart. If we get lost, we won't be able to reap the benefits. Oh, okay. Under Red's emphasis, Luffy straightened his straw hat and sat obediently at the bow of the boat again. However, although it will take a while, the novelty of being able to go to another world is really what Luffy likes. Even though I'm a bit fierce, it's great to be able to be a pirate with Chihong. One Piece, I'm determined. Looking at the vast ocean, Luffy laughed loudly. Red's ears twitched, and she couldn't help but sigh in her heart. As expected of Luffy, he is always in such high spirits. That's fine, considering that you are my first Pokemon. The name of the Pirate King. This trainer got it for you. Chapter 2 Go, Monkey D. Luffy. Night falls. In the starry night sky, a ray of bright moonlight shines on the dark sea, focusing all the attention on the small fishing boat. Okay, that should be enough. After adjusting the sails with Luffy and once again confirming that there was no problem with the sailing direction, Chihong nodded with satisfaction and immediately looked at Luffy aside. Get ready, Luffy. Whatever you say tonight, we have to get out of the evergreen forest. Woohoo, leave everything related to the battle to me. Luffy, who knew that Chihong was not good at fighting, let out a strange cry, but it felt unusually reliable. He jumped directly to Chihong's side, his eyes shining with anticipation and excitement. Although it was not the first time that he and Chihong went to another world, this magical experience really made his adventurous nerves unstoppable. Seeing this, Chihong no longer hesitated. She smiled softly and closed her eyes to sync her consciousness. In an instant, a classic red and blue game console appeared in his sea of consciousness. And this is his golden finger that traveled through time with Chihong. An imaginary game console that allows him to enter the game world. This game console only exists in Chihong's consciousness, and it gives him the confidence to continue to swim in this big ocean. However, although the capabilities of this game console are very fantastic and powerful, it has an obvious shortcoming. That means the battery life is extremely poor. Just starting it up took Chihong 2.5 years. Ever since he traveled to this world, this game console has been displaying the words lack of battery and cannot be turned on. If it weren't for the charging and digital progress bar in the corner, Chihong would have suspected that he had obtained a fake golden finger. And just 3 nights ago, the game console's power finally reached a level where it could be turned on. It seems that some mechanism has been triggered. After turning on the phone, Chihong's mind instantly had a lot of knowledge and memories about how to use this golden finger. First, that is, he can use this game console to enter the game world unlocked in the game console, and by completing some achievements or levels in the game, he can obtain rewards that match the characteristics of the game. And he can also extract items owned in the game into the real world by consuming electricity, and their effects will not change. Secondly, after being turned on for the first time, the game console can replenish its power by absorbing the biological energy in Chihong's body. Without affecting Chihong's body, the current daily replenishment of power is enough for Chihong to enter the game world for 2 hours. And because he had to urgently prepare things to go to sea yesterday, he did not enter the game. At this time, Chihong has accumulated 4 hours of game duration. The only thing that Chihong regrets may be that the games in this console are all games he has played on this handheld console before, and only if he clears the previous game can he unlock the second game. Oh, if I had known it would be such a golden finger, what kind of Pokemon would I be playing at that time? If there were a Dragon Ball series of games, the pirate world would be my back garden. Wherever I want to go, I can go. Seeing the game list after turning on the game console, Chihong couldn't help but sigh in her heart. This is also the second thing he regrets after not carefully watching the follow-up plot of One Piece. I saw that in the game list at this time, a series of game icons were arranged horizontally. And the names below these games all have the words Pokemon in them. There was nothing he could do, who told him that he was addicted to Pokemon at that time, and after receiving the scholarship, he rewarded himself a few times. Let's go! Pikachu/Eevee, Arceus, Diamond/Pearl, Sword/Shield, Crimson/Purple. It seems that due to the influence of time travel, the game that was originally divided into two games at the same time is now presented as one game on the handheld screen. And what comes after Vermilion/Purple is the mall icon that originally came with the game console. Chi-Hong, who had already learned how to use the game console, knew that when he got through the last game Zhu/Purple that came with the game console, he could unlock the mall mode and obtain other new games. Red is betting on his ambition to become a Super Saiyan in the pirate world. After the two versions of the game are merged into one version, all limited items and Pokemon will also appear in the first version of the game. But for Chi-Hong, it seems that the only things he can expect are specific props in the game. After all, who said that his golden finger didn't provide him with the function of catching Pokemon at all? Who can understand how it feels to choose Pikachu and then throw the Pokeball and what comes out is Luffy? To this day, Chi-Hong still can't forget the scene where level 46 Luffy KOs his rival NPC Eevee with one punch. Yes. Even though he entered the Pokemon game world, he couldn't use any Pokemon in the game. The Pikachu that comes with the system becomes Luffy, and the Pokemon captured with the Pokeball will also turn into a white light, turning into experience points and occasional dropped items. In the world of the game, Red, who has no attack ability, can only rely on Luffy, a troublesome Egwee. He didn't know if this was a bug pointed out by his golden finger, but so far, he had not figured out this strange mechanism of the golden finger. But now that it was over, he had no other choice but to accept it. What's more, Luffy at level 46 is much more powerful than Pikachu at level 5. This also allowed Chi-Hong to quickly pass the first few small battles while being familiar with the game process. After that, Chi-Hong also tested some other mechanisms one after another, and found that once the distance between him and Luffy exceeded 100 meters, when he entered the game again, he would be unable to fight due to the prompt message "No Pokemon to fight." The cycle wakes up in my own bed. Since then, Chi-Hong has understood that he has to go to sea with Luffy. It can only be said that luckily when he traveled through time, it was not long after Ace went to sea and Luffy was lonely. Through God's perspective and understanding of the pirate world, Chi-Hong, who was originally just an ordinary villager, unexpectedly formed a deep friendship and bond with Luffy. In fact, when she first traveled through time, Chi-Hong also thought about working hard and becoming a strong person. To this end, he even took out the invincible training method in the universe, Saitama training. 100 squats, 100 sit UPS, 100 push UPS every day. Plus a 10 km long distance run. Although this training intensity is not as intense as the daily training of ordinary soldiers in the Navy headquarters, for a college student who likes to stay in the dormitory and play games, this will undoubtedly cost his life. Fortunately, he still managed to persevere. However, I don't know what went wrong. Although after exercising, Chi-Hong could feel that her body was getting stronger day by day, but the direction of getting stronger was getting more and more skewed. In 2.5 years, his strength has obviously improved a lot, and even the famous strongman in Windmill Village lost to him in an arm wrestle. But when he punched, he was just like an ordinary child, weak and powerless, as if there was some mysterious rule that weakened his offensive ability. In contrast, Red's vitality, toughness, and defense have been incredibly improved. It's hard not to get hurt in the process of getting along with Luffy. But no matter whether Chi-Hong was struck by lightning, burned, or fell from a high altitude, all injuries would only stay on the surface of the body, and even bleeding would rarely occur. And these injuries will be fully recovered in a short period of time. If it weren't for her daring to try, Chi-Hong would have doubted whether she had acquired the immortality characteristic in Teacher Saitama's training method. In the end, he could only blame it all on the welfare of the time travelers. Even though he didn't have the conceptual punch power of Teacher Saitama, he is now considered a super newbie. At least in the East China Sea, he should be qualified to protect himself. So, Pokemon, activate. After quickly recalling his past since time travel, Chi-Hong concentrated his attention and turned his consciousness into a pointer, clicking on the Let's Go Pikachu/EV icon. In an instant, a dazzling white light occupied the entire world. When Chi-Hong opened his eyes again, he and Luffy had already arrived from the night sea into a lush forest that was not so real. The fresh smell of grass and trees replaced the original salty and wet smell of the sea, and what came into view was a soft and bright cartoon-style world. The lush, half-high grass swayed in the wind, as if welcoming their arrival. From the tall grass or the back of the forest, you will see one or two Pokemon from time to time. Unicorn beetles, green caterpillars, walking grass. These creatures that once only existed in fantasy now appeared vividly in front of Chi-Hong. It's just that these Pokemon didn't seem to notice the sudden appearance of Red and Luffy, and continued to move according to their own prescribed trajectory. Clearly, this is a unique Pokemon world. The location where Chi-Hong and the others are located is also the save point of their last game world. Evergreen Forest. Chapter 3 Red Smile. Woohoo! Adventure in the magical world, I'll take care of you. After setting foot on the land of another world, Luffy immediately grinned widely, raised his arms above his head, and cheered happily. Immediately following the agreement of all listening to Chi-Hong's command in the other world, he quickly turned his eyes to Chi-Hong. Chi-Hong, can we go find the talking kitten from last time? That trio was so interesting, I want to see their performance again. That's Team Rocket, an evil organization, and they're not here to put on a show for you. Hey! Luffy looked puzzled, but they are really interesting. Chi-Hong glanced at Luffy angrily, and then said, I won't bullshit you anymore, just be quiet and let me verify some things first. As he spoke, his consciousness suddenly moved, and a bright interface that only Chi-Hong could see appeared in front of his eyes. Red picture book, yellow bag, green Pokemon, purple record. 4 options in different colors are arranged neatly. The picture book function can be used to record detailed information about the Pokemon that Chi-Hong and the others have encountered so far. For Chi-Hong, it is a useless function and can barely be used as a database. Bag is the backpack function off the game, used to carry some of the props Chi-Hong and the others obtained in this world. It's just that they have just started to explore the game world, so there is nothing new in the package interface at the moment. As for record, it saves the game progress in the game, but for Chi-Hong, this is actually an option to actively exit the game world. After entering the game world, Chi-Hong and the others' senses of the outside world have not completely disappeared. Their current state is very mysterious, a bit similar to the state of being fascinated by playing games. Although most of their consciousness is concentrated in the game, once there is any disturbance in the real world, they can immediately detect it and then return to the real world through the record function. And the last one. As Hong's thoughts flashed, the Pokemon icon flashed suddenly. Immediately afterwards, an interface that was familiar yet unfamiliar to Chi-Hong appeared in front of him. There are still 6 Pokemon slots arranged neatly, but the next 5 slots are all grey, and only the first slot is occupied by a small cartoon character of Luffy. Click to view Luffy's information. As a background sound of I am the man who wants to become the Pirate King sounded, Red immediately entered Luffy's Pokemon interface. Pokemon, Monkey D. Luffy. Level, 46. Gender, Convex. Character, Bold, plus Defense Attack. Attribute, Normal, Fairy. Characteristics, Regeneration, can quickly recover physical energy and injuries when in non-combat state. Skills, Empty, 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 Empty. Experience value, 693/6787. HP, 194. Physical attack, 141. Physical defense, 156. Special Attack, 121. Special Defense, 135. Speed, 138. The above is the entire attribute interface of Luffy. After clicking on this interface, his red eyes immediately focused on Luffy's experience value. 693 points? It's nearly points higher than when I left last time. A glimmer of light flashed in the red and dark eyes as he stared. It seems like experience points can't only be obtained in the game world. Training and fighting in the real world can also allow Pokemon Luffy to gain experience. Another systematic mechanism was discovered, and the corners of his red mouth were obviously raised, revealing a smile that said, "I gradually understand everything." Seeing Luffy beside him who couldn't wait to kill everyone, he smiled softly. "All right, Luffy. It's been a long day, let's do some exercise to warm up." "Hey, I can't wait any longer." Luffy laughed innocently. Then he immediately set his sights on a little purple mouse with two sharp front teeth that emerged from the grass. It's none other than Rattata, the classic gatekeeper Pokemon in the Pokemon games. Luffy was seen dodging, and his body suddenly turned into a blurry silhouette, appearing behind Rattata as if teleporting. At the same time, a strange realm suddenly appeared, wrapping him and Rattata. Chi-Hong, who was watching the show from the side, also had a domain barrier unique to trainers. This game world is both real and illusory. The real thing is that even if Luffy hasn't learned a Pokemon skill here, he can still fight freely. Even these Pokemon that can be seen everywhere on the roadside have fighting abilities that match their level. They can run, jump, and dodge with magical skills. They are completely different from the dull appearance in the game. And the illusion is, every time Luffy and Red prepare to fight a Pokemon, a realm is formed that isolates other Pokemon. And above the head of the target Pokemon, Rattata, there is also a message bar following its activities. LV, 5, HP, 21/21. This is exactly the level and HP of Rattata. In addition, the world is not as vibrant as it seems. Although everyone Chi-Hong and the others met along the way had very vivid expressions, they could only speak fixed words and were unable to communicate normally. But who cares? As long as this world can make them stronger, it is a good world. Rubber rubber, pistol. Pang! A fist as fast as lightning flew out and hit little Lotta's body without any morals. Level 46 vs Level 5. The outcome of this battle with great disparity in strength has already been written. Squeak! The unprepared Rattata would have never imagined that Luffy, a strong man, would use a sneak attack to defeat it. After a mournful cry, Little Rat's eyes suddenly turned into spiral circles. This is also one of the characteristics of the game world, all Pokemon will not die, but will only lose their ability to fight. And after the Pokemon turns into the circle-eyed form, it means that Red can already conquer it with the Pokeball. Although you can't get Pokemon, the Pokemon that are put into the Pokeball will become extra experience points, and occasionally items will drop. Equivalent to a double experience buff. Are you going to tame it, Red? Luffy, who had easily dispatched a Rattata, looked up and asked. He also has some understanding of some of the mechanisms of this game world. However, Chi-Hong shook his head, no need. A level 5 Rattata cannot afford to waste a 200 UN elf ball. Let's move on. After saying that, Chi-Hong looked at the information prompt that flashed past as the field disappeared. Monkey D. Luffy defeated Rattata and obtained experience value plus 12? Only 12 experience points? This amount of experience is not enough for Luffy's deep experience bar. It seems that the top priority next is to advance the plot process and enter the high-level leveling area. Chi-Hong thought secretly in her heart. Luffy's attributes are normal and fairy. In principle, he can restrain insect, ghost, dragon, evil. There are a total of 18 attributes of Pokemon, and there are certain constraints between them. If you want to become a powerful trainer, mastering attribute restraint skillfully is the basic operation. As for why Luffy has both normal and fairy attributes, Chihong also has his own guess about this. The first is Luffy's fighting method. He does not use other energy and only uses his body for the most ordinary and primitive confrontation. This is obviously a common phenomenon among normal Pokémon. So it's normal for Luffy to have a normal type. The other fairy attribute is most likely related to Luffy's fruit ability. Written as rubber, it is not surprising that the devil fruit of the animal-type fantasy beast named Nika has been detected by the game world as a mysterious and changing fairy attribute. But Hong Hong's thoughts paused for a moment. Before Nika's awakening, Luffy's fighting style was still more towards the general type in the final analysis, and the general attributes had no ability to restrain other attributes, and could not attack the ghost type. Even if Luffy has such a powerful endurance feature as regeneration, you still have to think carefully. We still need to train Luffy as soon as possible. Only the powerful Luffy can help me pass the levels faster and get more rewards from the machine. A strange light flashed in his red eyes. He doesn't believe that his golden fingers can only make those around him stronger. He has now staked everything on the mechanism he has not yet touched. By completing game levels or achievements, you can get rewards that match the characteristics of the game. Chihong had a hunch that his path to becoming stronger would definitely be related to these rewards. In order to obtain these rewards, he can only rely on the only Pokémon now, Luffy. But we must not let this guy relax. Standing behind, watching Luffy running toward a Pidgeot with laughter, a meaningful smile slowly appeared on his red face. Enjoy the world to the fullest, Luffy. I hope you will never get tired and keep fighting courageously. For your dreams and goals, I will unceremoniously urge you to keep moving forward. When the time comes, don't bother me as a trainer. Chapter 4 Shave. Seeking for further reading. Is this a lie? This is impossible. In the evergreen forest, as the green caterpillar screamed, the girl in short skirt standing opposite Hong Hong immediately showed an expression of disbelief on her face, and then took out a bunch of rewards one after another and stuffed them into Hong Hong's hands. As a reward for defeating me, I'll give you these 80. In addition, there are these 3 elf balls. What a generous young lady! Looking at the 3 pokeballs worth 600 in his hand, his red expression suddenly seemed to be possessed by Nami, and golden light flashed in his eyes. When he raised his head again, the girl in short skirt whom he defeated had returned to her expressionless look, standing coldly under a tree. Anyway, thank you for the pokeball. Chihong, who had just escaped from a bunch of insect-catching boys but had gained nothing except money, sincerely thanked the girl in the short skirt. At this time, Luffy, who had finished the battle, also came over. While looking at the reward in Chihong's hand, he looked at the girl in the short skirt and complained to Chihong with a strange look on his face. People in this world are so weird. Even though the Pokémon they use are so weak, they still come over and force us to fight. If we are defeated, we will be rewarded directly, making it seem like we are here to rob. What does it matter? Chihong smiled and put the reward into his backpack, also known as the bag, and then pointed at the person not far in front of him. Don't worry about those details. There are always some strange places in other worlds. And our victory is right in front of us. Don't forget, there is a gym waiting for us to challenge in the next town. Red skillfully draws cakes for Luffy. Luffy was also very cooperative. When he heard the word gym, he immediately started gearing up. In just a few words, Chihong diverted his attention elsewhere. Is it a gym? I can't wait. At this time, 3 hours had passed since they entered the game world. Under Luffy's sweep, there were armored chrysalis, one-horned insects, insect-catching boys, and shorts boys. All turned into bits and pieces of experience points and entered Luffy's body. All of them together look like they are in their early 1000s. Not too much. After all, the level of Pokémon in Evergreen Forest is too low. In other words, you will get more experience from fighting NPCs, otherwise you will get less experience than this. But this increase in experience points is already comparable to what Luffy gained from 5 or 6 days of training. Even if you add in the time it takes Chi-Hong to charge the game console, that is enough to more than double the speed at which Luffy becomes stronger. This is just the beginning. Later, the level of wild Pokémon will become higher and higher, and the experience points gained from winning battles will also increase exponentially. At this moment, Chi-Hong seemed to have seen their bright future. Looks like we're lucky. We seem to be getting out of this forest. After defeating an insect-catching boy again, Chi-Hong suddenly noticed a color in his sight that did not match the color of the evergreen forest. As they moved forward, a tall building with a cocky roof and white walls suddenly appeared in front of Red and Luffy. It is different from the simple passages in the game. The scale and architecture of this world seem to have been supplemented by the setting to a certain extent. For example, the evergreen forest Chi-Hong and the others were in at this time had become extremely lush, far from being able to visit it in 3 or 2 minutes in the game. The passage building in front of us, which serves as the exit of the evergreen forest, looks much grander. Located in the lush green forest, it looks like it stands out from the crowd and is very conspicuous. Of course Chi-Hong knew that after passing through the building, behind them was their target today, Dark Grey City. Thinking of this, he subconsciously licked his lips, his eyes showing anticipation and excitement. The remaining power of the game console probably allows them to continue playing for less than 2 hours. If they act quickly, they might be able to challenge the Dark Grey Gym today and get the reward of the first machine. Thinking of this, Chi-Hong immediately reminded. Ignore the Pokémon on the roadside, Luffy, time is running out. Next we have to speed up the progress. It's best to complete the gym challenge before the game time ends. After 2 years of getting along, Luffy quickly understood some of the new words that came out of Chi-Hong's mouth. Quick push? I understand, leave everything to me. He grinned and patted his chest reliably. Immediately, Luffy suddenly stretched out his arm, curling up his red body like a long and agile snake, and pressed the straw hat on his head with his other hand. Then I will move forward at full speed. No need to take care of me. Explode your power, Luffy. Looking at the arms tied to his body, the red expression changed slightly, knowing what would happen next, but he still closed his eyes and shouted resolutely. And Luffy was obviously not prepared to be polite. Before Chi-Hong could finish his words, his footsteps were already hitting the ground at a speed that was unobservable to the naked eye. Then he whispered excitedly. Shave! Whoosh! Accompanied by a sharp sound that broke through the air, a stunning silhouette flew by like lightning, suddenly passing through the lush forest and flying rapidly towards the exit. Because the speed was so fast, the strong winds it brought only caused the surrounding flowers, plants, and trees to rustle. Behind this glimpse, there was a red figure hanging by a rubber arm. Hey, when will I be able to fight? I never want to ride in this crappy car again. Feeling the pain of the wind stinging her face, Chi-Hong moaned helplessly in her heart. As for the means of rushing that Luffy used, it was one of the moves he had taught Luffy over the past 2.5 years. It was said to be a teaching, but in fact Chi-Hong just conveyed to Luffy word for word what she learned in the anime. Who would have thought that he just said in an instant, he stepped on the ground at high speed dozens of times, producing explosive reaction force to move at high speed. A week later, he saw Luffy, who was already able to use his shaver to move up and down the mountain. In addition, he also taught Luffy many things under the existing conditions. For example, the second and third gears of rubber fruit. Because of the appearance of red, Luffy also completed the development of the fruit's abilities early. And after learning about the setting of Haki, Luffy relied on his own understanding and methods to cultivate the elementary Haki of seeing and hearing. Even armed domineering seems to have found a way. Of course, Chi-Hong believes. As Luffy's trainer, this is definitely not the only help I can bring to Luffy. Although Luffy's special Pokémon does not have the ability to upgrade awakening skills, this does not mean that he cannot learn Pokémon's skills. Chi-Hong is looking forward to what wonderful sparks will burst out when the power of the Pokemon world and the power of the pirate world are combined. A few minutes later, under the influence of inertia, the red bang hit the white wall of the exit passage. Damn it! I knew it! Although she had already expected it, Chi-Hong couldn't hold back after sliding down the wall and uttered a curse word. There is no way, who said that all this was his own choice? Rubbing her red nose, Chi-Hong stood up quickly, relying on her special body, and then said dissatisfiedly to Luffy. How many times have I told you? You must control your muscles when braking and don't throw the passengers out. Sorry, I forgot, ha ha ha. Luffy smiled innocently, without any reflection at all, and his teeth became red and itchy. But time was tight, and he didn't have any more time to waste on educating Luffy. I will remember this grudge. You better not get into my hands in the future. Otherwise, I will definitely let you know what cruelty is. Drawing a note in her mind, Chi-Hong waved directly to Luffy and walked into the exit passage. Although this passage building is so grand, when you walk into the passage, there are only 2 NPCs standing far apart in the entire room. Ignoring these irrelevant NPCs, Chi-Hong grabbed Luffy and ran quickly out of the passage. Dark Grey Gym, here I come. New book sets sale, please recommend me, please give me a monthly pass, please follow my reading, please ask for everything. The evaluation of Chapter 5 is average, please follow up. Wow! Is this the gym you mentioned, Chi-Hong? It's so big. Arriving at Dark Grey City, Chi-Hong and Luffy were like tourists with empty wallets. They passed through various buildings with Dark Grey City characteristics and went directly to Dark Grey, the largest place in the entire city besides the Elf Center. Gym. Just as the evergreen forest has turned into a real forest, the Dark Grey Gym at this time is completely different from the small stone room in the game. Before you even get close, you can see the sculptures of 2 large rock snakes standing on both sides of the gym's gate from a distance, making the entire gym full of majesty and grandeur. Just standing at the door, you can feel the deep breath of rock coming to your face. Through the door of the gym, you can still hear some vague noises, which proves the vitality of these gym. Let's go. Chi-Hong took a step forward and reached out to push open 2 rock doors that looked heavy but were actually equipped with electric tracks. Looking at it, the decoration inside the entire gym is very consistent with the theme of the gym. Here, both the floor and the walls are all made of rocks, showing a deep earthy brown color, simple and solemn. The training area in the center of the gym is filled with jagged rocks and many tall rock piles made of huge rocks. Near each rock pile, there are 1 or 2 trainers wearing green uniforms who train rock-type Pokemon. You don't have to think about it to know. These people should be the experience babies in the original game who gave players extra fighting opportunities before challenging the gym. On both sides of the edge of the gymnasium, there are 2 huge spectator stands. At this time, there were some spectators sitting in 2s and 3s in the stands, not too many, not too few, staring intently at the rock gym area below. It's just a group of trainers training Pokemon. Why are there so many spectators? The machine is a bit lax in this regard. Like a connoisseur, Chi-Hong commented on the gym scene produced by the game console. Luffy on the side also exclaimed, "Wow, there are so many people here." Obviously, the machine has optimized the gym much more seriously than other areas, making it look more like a Pokemon gym, rather than a simple small room in the game. Hearing Luffy's words, Chi-Hong also turned her eyes and focused on the gym trainers. The corners of her mouth slightly raised. Yes, there are indeed a lot of people. Speaking of which, the experience points and rewards provided by these gym trainers in the game are much higher than those of trainers in the wild. Maybe this gym battle will yield more than I expected. He thought secretly in his heart, and then suddenly shouted to the curious Luffy beside him. "Luffy! Did you see those guys in front of you dressed like leeks? Go! We went over and harvested them. Are we going to fight again? Leave it all to me." Luffy grinned, moving his shoulders and stepping forward, with an eager expression on his face. Although the opponents he encountered along the way were all weak, being able to fight interesting creatures still made him feel novel and excited. Entering the gym, Chi-Hong and the two walked straight along the rock-paved path towards a girl who was training a small fist stone. As soon as they got closer, before Chi-Hong could say anything, the girl's expression suddenly turned serious when she saw them. She turned against the guests and spoke first. "Who are you? This is the dark grey gym. This is not a place for fun. What? If you want to challenge Master Xiao Gang, you are 10,000 light years too early. Let me test your strength. Go, little fist stone." Without giving Chi-Hong any chance to speak, the girl threw the pokeball and released her Pokemon. The arc-shaped field suddenly opened, wrapping Red and Luffy inside. As expected. People in this world are so strange. Until now, Luffy still couldn't understand the brain circuits of these NPCs, and looked at the girl with confusion. However, when Chi-Hong saw this, the corner of her mouth raised slightly, not surprised. In line with the girl's lines, he responded in a second-rate manner. "It's just a dark grey gym, you really dare to say that?" After saying that, Chi-Hong stepped back and protected Luffy in front of him. "Let's go, Luffy. Let her see how powerful you are." "Oh!" Luffy, who had already experienced it, jumped and came to the center of the fighting field from Chi-Hong's side, confronting the small fist stone on the opposite side. A status bar rises above the head of the small fist stone, LV, 7, HP, 28/28. At the same time, the entire gym suddenly became quiet. All the NPCs seemed to have received some instructions and looked at Luffy and the small fist stone inside the battlefield. A burst of deep BGM appeared just in time, playing above the gymnasium, and the lingering sound lingered. Every drum beat is like inspiring the soul. The audience on both sides also started to cheer inexplicably, as if they were really watching a wonderful Pokemon battle. Hey, I'm just a gym trainer, do you need to be so serious?" Chi-Hong, who finally understood the meaning of the existence of these audiences, couldn't help but secretly discuss it in her heart. But should I say it, this feeling of being watched by everyone is really a bit strange. Even though he knew that the people facing him were just a group of thoughtless NPCs, Chi-Hong's emotions were still aroused under this situation. The atmosphere suddenly became high. "I have to cooperate now." He suddenly acted like a real trainer and ordered to Luffy. "Luffy, use Razor. Go around behind the small fist stone." "What?" Luffy, who had always fought independently, was obviously stunned when he heard this. But he soon realized that this was Chi-Hong's order. Immediately, he gave up thinking and subconsciously followed Chi-Hong's instructions. He stepped on it and used Six-Style Shave. A dark shadow flashed past, and Luffy instantly ducked behind the small fist stone. Fist stone is a clumsy Pokemon, not to mention that it is only level 7, so it is naturally impossible to keep up with Luffy's reaction speed. As for the gym trainer, he was even more confused by Luffy's sudden operation. And the red voice came into the center of the battle again. "Now! Attack its back!" Luffy suddenly stretched his arm, rubber, pistol. "No! Get out of the way, little fist stone!" In the combat field, the trainer on the opposite side has obviously temporarily escaped from the confinement of programming and has combat talents that match his identity. However, in the face of absolute power, any command is powerless. Even if it is a magical skill, avoid it quickly. Pang! The bullet-like fist slammed into Xiao Chuanqi's hard body, but it made Xiao Chuanqi with a strong character couldn't help but let out a painful cry. Hacha! In the status bar located on the top of the small fist stone, the originally full HP also performed a blood bar disappearing technique and was instantly cleared to 0. One blow ended the game. The battlefield slowly disappeared. But at this moment, a look of surprise flashed across his red face. I saw that below the information prompt that Luffy gained experience points, another information prompt appeared immediately. Completed command, evaluation, average. Get additional rewards, experience +8. What is this? A bonus. As Chi Hong's thoughts moved, the information prompt that was disappearing instantly froze in place. After carefully reading the content of the confidence reminder, Chi Hong suddenly understood. Speaking of which, this seems to be the first time I command Luffy in a battle. Could it be that? Depending on the quality of my command, there will be additional experience bonus rewards after defeating the opponent. I didn't expect the machine to have such an effect. It's not bad. I feel a sense of participation right away. As for whether it's what I thought. His red eyes flashed, and then he focused on the trainer on the other side of the rock pile. Just test it out. Monkey D. Luffy defeated the gym trainer's small fist stone and obtained experience value +38. Completed command, evaluation, useless. No additional rewards? Monkey D. Luffy defeated the gym trainer's small fist stone and obtained experience value +38. Completed command, evaluation, average. Get additional rewards, experience +8. The next two gym trainers they met, Chi Hong gave Luffy different instructions. One is to make Luffy do a lot of strange moves and suffer 2 attacks from the small fist stone in vain, and then finish off the opponent. The other one is the same as before, shave end flat A, instant small fist stone. The result was 2 evaluations, useless and average respectively, which also allowed Chi Hong to confirm his guess. Sure enough, I said my role can't just be to recruit people to play games. That's right. As a trainer, how can you not command your own Pokémon? It seems that we cannot relax in the future and must work harder in this area. There is no reward for useless level commands, and 1/5 of the original experience will be awarded for ordinary level commands. As for whether I can get more additional rewards. Chi Hong thought for a moment. Although he also wants to do better, seeing as there is no better evaluation than the average. However, with Luffy's level of crushing, no matter how much he commanded, he still couldn't point out anything good. Therefore, this expectation can only be left to the future to deal with. After all, they have more important things to do now. Thanks to Bashi for voting for the first recommendation for this book. Celebrate it with everyone, spread the word. Chapter 6 Dark Grey Gym, take it. Please follow up and read. Are you today's challenger? On a high platform made of dark grey rock. Xiao Gang, the owner of the museum with spiky hair and dark skin, looked down from top to bottom and asked Chi Hong and Luffy under the high rock platform. After Chi Hong and Luffy passed 5 stages and killed 6 generals, which increased Luffy's experience points by more than 500 points, they finally came to the dark grey gym leader. Facing the inquiry from the museum owner Xiao Gang, Chi Hong stepped forward and admitted. Not bad. Please accept our challenge. Just get. Luffy on the side also began to move his wrists. He was a little tired of the small fist stones he had been hitting all the way. I wonder if the gym leader in front of him will bring him a surprise? The red response seemed to press the confirm challenge switch. Xiaogong's complexion instantly became extremely serious. Combined with his black dragon skin color, he had a bit of intimidation that was not suitable for his age. Humph, you know you will lose, but you still want to challenge me. You are so brave. Xiaogong's tone suddenly became louder. All the gym trainers who had been defeated by Chi Hong and Luffy had now walked to the audience seats on both sides of the gym. A beam of bright light came from nowhere and suddenly illuminated Xiaogong's surroundings. The magnificent music sounded again, intertwined with the cheers of the audience. A gap suddenly appeared in the center of the entire rock gym, opening to both sides, revealing a formal Pokémon battle arena. Xiao Gang looked confident and proud. I am a rock-type gym leader with perseverance as hard as stone. Naturally, my Pokémon are the same. Hard as a rock and tenacious. Come on. Let me see how good you are. After saying that, he stepped directly towards the trainer's position on the battlefield. There are so many tricks, and it really looks like that. Seeing that the original rock area suddenly turned into a rock battle arena, Chi-Hong couldn't help but complain in his heart, and immediately led Luffy, whose eyes were shining, to the other side of the battle area. Needless to say, the machine's fancy operations really fascinated Luffy. The battle is about to break out. Then my first Pokemon, go ahead, Fist Rock. After Chi-Hong was in position, Xiaogang instantly took out a Pokeball from his waist and released a dark grey gym member's standard small fist stone. It's just that Xiaogang's little fist stone looks obviously bigger and stronger than those of other gym trainers. And the level above its head clearly proves this. LV, 12, HP, 38/38. A level 12 little fist stone? It's a pity that you can't keep us entertained. Chi-Hong murmured softly, and then said to Luffy beside him. Go ahead, Luffy. Deal with it. Yo xi. As Luffy arrived at the Pokemon battle area, a huge field suddenly opened up, covering all three people and one Pokemon. And Xiaogang's eyes became more alert at this moment, and then... As if he had just discovered the problem, his two small beady eyes suddenly opened and looked at Luffy on the field in disbelief. Under the influence of the machine, even if he gained intelligence, he would not think that Luffy was not a Pokemon. It's just that as an excellent gym trainer, he immediately discovered the domineering aura of Luffy. How can it be? How could a newcomer have such a powerful Pokemon? Xiaogang's face became increasingly shocked and unbelievable. But on the other side, Chi-Hong had already given instructions to Luffy. Luffy, the same old rules. Use shave. As the saying goes, one trick can be eaten everywhere. Facing the clumsy little fist stones, shaving is simply a magical skill to defeat them. Even if this little fist stone is the gym leader's Pokemon. Whoosh! Like a hurricane blowing through, Luffy's figure moved as fast as lightning in the venue. Luffy's proactive attack also quickly dissipated Xiaogang's shocked thoughts and focused his attention on the battle in front of him. Hey? Was it a flash of lightning? When trainers in the game world are given intelligence, they are also given combat experience that suits their status. Before Luffy could reach behind Xiao Fist Stone, Xiaogang instantly made the most correct judgment and ordered and shouted. Little Fist Stone, use rounding and rolling. Luffy, attack. Hatcha. Rubber rubber. As the instructions from the two trainers fell, Luffy and Fist Stone immediately started to launch their moves. However, at the moment when Luffy's fist, which had been stretched to the extreme and packed with power, flew back and attacked the little fist stone's body. The small fist stone, whose body surface suddenly became rounded, suddenly retracted its arms, its body fell to the ground, and then rolled quickly to one side. Pang! Boom! At this time, Luffy's fist came down immediately, but it hit the ground, creating a deep pit and a spider web-like crack in the rocky ground. Luffy and Red stared at each other in surprise, looking at the small fist stone that rolled to avoid the attack. Then his red eyes flashed, as if he had seen something new. Use rounding to enhance the speed of scrolling to achieve the effect of fast movement. It makes up for the shortcomings of the speed of the small fist stone. Chi-Hong murmured softly in her heart, as expected of a gym leader, he can react in an instant. It seems that becoming an excellent trainer is not as simple as I thought. Exclude the possibility of Xiaogang peeking at Chi-Hong fighting against other gym trainers. Xiaogang's reaction just now clearly predicted Luffy's attack in advance and gave him advance command. Perhaps, this is an above-average level of command. However, it's a pity that no matter how wonderful the command is, it can't make up for the huge gap in combat power. Red's thoughts flashed quickly, and then she immediately shouted to Luffy. On your right, Luffy. Go after it. Deal with it. Understood. Luffy responded loudly. In fact, He didn't even need to be reminded by Chi Hong. His sense and color haki had already felt the unusual aura on the right side of his body. I saw Luffy stepping on his feet again, transforming into a gust of wind, and quickly pursued him. Shave. This time, Xiaogong's order was not issued. Maybe he, the owner of the gym, doesn't know how to deal with Luffy with a level 12 small fist stone. He can only let the small fist stone roll in a rolling form to escape from the battle and consume Luffy's physical energy. However, how could the rolling small fist stone be Luffy's opponent? Soon Luffy arrived in front of the small fist stone at extremely high speed, ready to attack at any time, waiting for its arrival. Seeing this scene, Xiaogang gritted his teeth and stopped struggling needlessly. He shouted angrily with a hint of unwillingness. Little fist stone, use rolling and impact. How can anyone play a gym like this? Isn't this a dimensionality reduction attack? Feeling the unwillingness in Xiaogong's tone, Xiao Qinshi also turned this emotion into power. With the help of a small stone protrusion, his whole body flew up and rushed towards Luffy. This set of movements is smooth, fully demonstrating the fighting ability of the gym Pokemon. Unfortunately, he met Chi Hong and Luffy, who were not human beings. Rubber. Bazooka. Because he missed once before, this time Luffy directly used a two-handed move with a wider range of strikes, just in time to catch the impact of the small fist stone. Pang! Cha! With a loud sound, the small fist stone screamed without any suspense, and then was directly bombarded by Luffy's two-handed rocket launcher, slamming into a rocky hill. Little fist stone! Xiaogang shouted worriedly, then quickly took out the elf ball and took back the small fist stone. Then he turned his solemn gaze to Chi Hong. I didn't expect you to have such a powerful Pokemon. But I won't give up easily. It's your turn next, go ahead, Big Rock Snake. I saw Xiaogang skillfully throwing the remaining elf ball in his waist. A burst of red light appeared. In an instant, a huge basilisk made of dark grey rock with its head on the ceiling appeared in the center of the battlefield. Wow! Damn gay! Seeing such a tall and handsome Pokemon for the first time, Luffy immediately turned into starry eyes, drooled and cheered. Ow! As soon as he appeared, the big rock snake let out a fierce roar and stared at Luffy fiercely. It has seen all the defeat of the small fist stone in the elf ball. Next, let it take revenge for the little fist stone. 1 minute later. Congratulations on successfully challenging the Dark Grey Gym and gaining 236 experience points. Completed command, evaluation, average. Get additional rewards, experience plus 47. Chapter 7 Achievement, Badge Collector, please follow up. No surprise. Chi Hong, who had no idea of underestimating the enemy, directly asked Luffy to go all out. Under Luffy's level 46 power, the level 15 Big Rock Snake didn't even have a chance to dig a hole to dodge. He was directly knocked to the ground by Luffy's huge power, his eyes turned in circles, and he lost his ability to fight. Sure enough, at this stage, it should be impossible to obtain a command evaluation above average. Looking at the prompt message that slowly disappeared along with the battlefield, Chi Hong felt a silent regret in her heart. But soon, he focused his attention on Xiaogang opposite him again. With the defeat of the last Pokemon and the disappearance of the battlefield, Xiaogong's intelligence seemed to be deprived again. He, who was still shocked by Luffy's power, now put on an appreciative smile and strode up to Chi Hong. What a great game! I seem to have underestimated you. As a reward, I'll give you these 2,000. Explode gold coins. As Xiaogang took a look at his hand, Chi Hong suddenly discovered that his deposit amount had increased by 2,000 again, breaking through the 6,000 mark. This is much more generous than those trainers in the wild. What a good man! What a good man! Chi Hong sighed with joy in his heart. And Xiaogong's rewards are not over yet. To prove that you defeated me, I will give you this gray badge certified by the Pokemon League. And this. I saw Xiaogong's hands flickering in the air again, and 2 items suddenly appeared in his hands. One is a badge carved from rock into the shape of a diamond top, and the other is a CD. After handing the 2 props to Hong Hong's hands, Xiaogang explained. This is a learning tool for the head blow move. With this tool, you can let Pokemon that meet the conditions learn the normal type move head blow. Good. Not paying attention to why a rock gym would give away a general type move learning device, Chihong quickly took the 2 items from Xiaogong's hand. In an instant, the machine in his body suddenly popped up a series of messages. Congratulations to the player for getting Badge Collector. Every time a player obtains a badge, his physical strength will gain an increase corresponding to the attributes of the badge. Congratulations to the player for obtaining the Grey Badge. Reward: randomly obtain a Rock-type Pokemon move. Do you want to draw Pokemon moves now? Weather? Several prompt messages popped up on the screen of the machine one after another, indicating that they were all rewards from outside the game and unique to the machine. After skimming through all the information, Hong Hong felt ecstatic and extremely excited. As expected. I just said that there is no way the machine will abandon me and give all the benefits to Luffy. Achievement rewards? Badge rewards. My path to becoming stronger has finally begun. Although she wanted to study the machine's rewards immediately, considering the limited power, Chihong focused her consciousness back to the game world after feeling happy. The machine is in the body and won't run away anyway. Let's deal with the matters in the game world first. Back in the game world, Chihong looked up and saw Luffy running towards him with excitement on his face. Looking at the badge and move learner in Chihong's hand, he looked left and right. But he still couldn't see anything. After a moment, he looked at Chihong with disappointment. What? Chihong, didn't you say that you can get generous rewards for winning the gym? Why are there only these 2 strange things? You can't eat it, so what's the use? Eat? You just know how to eat. Red glanced at Luffy angrily. Don't underestimate these things. These are priceless treasures. Although he hadn't studied it carefully, the moment he obtained this grey badge, a mysterious power emerged from Hong's body, strengthening his whole body. He guessed that that was the benefit that the badge collector achievement brought to him. Priceless treasure. Luffy tilted his head in confusion, but he still couldn't see the value of a small badge and a round plate with eyes. Seeing this, Chihong didn't show any concern and directly picked up the head hammer's move learner and waved it in front of Luffy's eyes. You can't see the flowers by looking at them, so you'd better come and experience them for yourself. As soon as he finished speaking, he threw the grey badge and move learner directly into the backpack behind him. As Chihong's consciousness flickered, the game interface of this world suddenly appeared in front of his eyes. Open the move learner option in bag, and a brand new head hammer move suddenly appears. Click to view, and a piece of information will pop up immediately. Move, Headbutt. Attribute, General. Category, Physics. Power, 70. Introduction, stick your head out and pounce straight towards the opponent to attack, sometimes making the opponent flinch. Below, there is a use button. Power 70. Chihong thought slightly in his heart. In the game, power represents the damage of a move. A headbutt with only 70 power is obviously not a very powerful move. I don't know what effect Pokemon's moves will have in the real world. But anyway, it should make Luffy's head stronger, right? The smart route is obviously hopeless. Perhaps the hardness can be considered. With a thought, Chihong instantly pressed the use button. And the Pokemon he could choose at this time was naturally Luffy. Looking at the words learnable below the Luffy character icon, a flash of anticipation suddenly flashed in his red eyes, and he continued to click. Monkey D. Luffy has learned the headbutt? Hey? Is this the end? Looking at the brief prompt message in front of her, Chihong was slightly stunned. There are no fancy special effects or tedious steps. It always feels like there is no sense of ceremony. After closing the game interface, Red immediately looked at Luffy. Immediately, he discovered that Luffy was staring blankly, his face full of confusion. "Chi-Hong, my head feels so itchy, like something is growing." Luffy scratched his head in confusion, and couldn't figure out why there was something strange suddenly in his head. In response, Chi-Hong just smiled softly, "Don't be nervous, Luffy. Forgot what I told you? This world can make us stronger quickly." As he spoke, he pointed at a rocky rockery in the distance. Regardless of whether it was in someone else's dojo, he directly ordered, "Luffy, use your headbutt there." "Hey? Headbutt? What is that?" After hearing Chi-Hong's instructions, Luffy's expression was still blank. But at this moment, an inexplicable surge of energy surged out of his body and concentrated towards his head. Inexplicably, Luffy turned his attention to the rock pile, then his neck suddenly lengthened, and his head rushed straight towards the rock pile. Pang! A violent vibration echoed in the gym, and a burst of smoke instantly enveloped the rock pile. Whoosh! Luffy's head flew out of the smoke and bounced back to where he should have been. After a few seconds, the turbulent smoke and dust slowly dissipated, and the originally high rock pile turned into rubble on the ground and was in dilapidated condition. What is going on? My head turned into stone." Luffy's eyes widened and he touched his forehead in disbelief. It's not like Luffy has never used his head as a weapon before, and the effect was very effective. But most of the time, he uses the elasticity of the rubber fruit to generate greater kinetic energy in his head to hit the target. But just now, after smashing the hard rock pile with all his strength, his head didn't hurt as much as he imagined. It can even be said that there is no feeling at all. It was as if there was a mysterious force protecting his head. And the impact force was obviously far beyond his normal level. Suddenly, Luffy thought of something, turned around and asked Chi-Hong in surprise. "Could it be that this is the armed domineering spirit you are talking about, Chi-Hong?" Armed with domineering color, the standard equipment for the strong. In the past 2.5 years, he had heard Chi-Hong mention it countless times. However, without professional guidance, Luffy still didn't know how to develop armed haki. And the power that suddenly appeared just now is indeed very similar to the armed haki described by Red to Luffy. But for Luffy's surprise, Chi-Hong had to pour cold water on it. It would be great if it was really that easy to develop armed haki. Then he continued to explain, "What you just used was not some armed haki, but a power that belongs to Pokemon." "Pokemon's power?" Luffy repeated doubtfully. Chi-Hong said, "Just like the rolling stone used by the small fist stone and the falling stone used by the big rock snake, they are all an application of Pokemon energy. And Luffy, you are now just like them, and you have also learned how to use Pokemon energy. This is one of the benefits that challenging the gym brings to you and me. Please recommend, please give me a monthly pass, and please continue to read. Please. This is really important to me during the new book period." Chapter 8 The Opportunity to Become a Pokemon, please read it. Under the night sky, the clean moonlight illuminates the entire sea, reflecting the stars in the quiet and deep sea. The dark waves beat against the hull of the ship one after another, like playing mysterious musical instruments. Just then, a lazy yawn broke the silence of the night. "Ah, I'm so sleepy." Luffy rubbed his face, opened his eyes angrily, and then immediately looked opposite him. On the other side of the boat, Chi-Hong also slowly woke up. Perhaps due to the late night environment, a feeling of fatigue also swept over his brain. Alas, another shortcoming of the machine has emerged. When entering the game world, although the physical body is in a dormant state, the spirit has not rested. It seems that we need to strictly plan the time when we enter the game world in the future, and try to avoid situations that will affect the next day's activities. After briefly explaining to Luffy what the power of Pokemon is, Red seeing that the machine's power was low, directly recorded the progress inside the dark grey gym, and took Luffy back to the real world. After looking at the direction on the compass and making sure that the boat had not deviated from their planned route, he said to Luffy, "Okay, Luffy. Today's adventure time is over. It's getting late, you should rest first. I will rest after daybreak. If everything goes well, we should be able to arrive at the next island at noon tomorrow." "Ha! Okay, I'll leave it to you, Chi-Hong." Although he had not experienced any high-intensity battles, Luffy was indeed a little tired after being active all night. After yawning and saying hello to Chi-Hong, he tilted his head and immediately fell asleep. This guy is really heartless. Seeing this, Chi-Hong couldn't help but smile and shook her head. But soon, he cheered up, looked at the bright moon in the horizon, and began to think alone. Then, being idle is also idle. Let's take stock of today's harvest. Chi-Hong took out a small notebook from the package and began to write and draw on it. This is his personal habit. When planning, he likes to use paper and pen to record his thoughts. Even after time travel, his habit has not changed. In order to prevent himself from forgetting the plot of One Piece, he even wrote a notebook full of notes to record all the details. Because it is written in Chinese characters, there is no need to worry about people accidentally seeing it and causing unnecessary trouble. First of all, in terms of experience, Luffy's experience has successfully increased by 2,500 points in one night. He is still about 47 points away from reaching level. Although there is a concentration of experience babies like the dark grey gym. However, considering that the level of Pokémon encountered in the future will only get higher and higher, Luffy's level will definitely increase by leaps and bounds in the future. Secondly, there is the issue of Pokémon moves. Judging from Luffy's feedback, when the head hammer skill is activated, it will make Luffy's head harder and more aggressive, and it will also reduce a certain amount of collision damage. Obviously, this Pokémon move is not just as simple as letting Luffy master a fighting stance, it will even increase his attack to a certain extent and have other special effects. In terms of combat, Pokémon moves definitely have a lot to offer. Chi-Hong draws dots on the notebook. He expressed great satisfaction with the power displayed by the headbutt move. And the process of Luffy learning moves is also very simple and crude. With just one click on the game world interface, Luffy can instantly master Pokémon moves. This is simply good news for countless people with learning difficulties. More importantly, the move learner is a permanent item and will not disappear after use. In other words, if Chi-Hong can bring other people into the game world in the future, he can even instantly match them with a suitable set of moves, making their combat power soar quickly. But I just don't know how the machine selects Pokémon. Chi-Hong murmured softly. He was very sure that the conditions for becoming a Pokémon were definitely not, or not just, things like intimacy and length of contact. Because in the past 2.5 years, the person he had the most contact with was not Luffy, but Maginot in the tavern. When she first crossed over, Chi-Hong relied on her identity as an orphan and Maginot's kindness to successfully move into Maginot's house and work as a child laborer in the tavern. Of course, although he was said to be a child laborer, Maginot was actually very kind to him. Considering his age, he only arranged some simple and easy tasks for him. Otherwise, Chi-Hong wouldn't have so much free time to exercise. Speaking of which, if the machine hadn't suddenly appeared, he would have planned to lurk in the windmill village, pry the lucky bastard away, and sell this handsome young body to Maginot when he became an adult. This may be called unpredictable weather. As for Luffy, he spends more time practicing in the mountains and forests. That is to say, the next trip to the mountain every 3 days is to communicate with Chi-Hong and see Chi-Hong pretending to be a time traveler. So excluding intimate relationships, the biggest difference between Luffy and me and other people. It seems that I have been guiding Luffy in his training, right? Even though Chi-Hong's combat power is far from Luffy's, he has indeed gained Luffy's recognition and respect in this regard. After all, the results are there. In an instant, a spiritual light suddenly flashed in his red eyes, which was extremely obvious in the dark night. Is it possible that the condition for becoming my Pokémon is that others need to recognize me as a trainer? Fuck, that makes sense. Chihong suddenly couldn't help but hammered the railing of the boat, with a surprised smile on her lips. The problem that had been bothering him for several days seemed to have found a solution at this moment. And the way to prove whether this guess is correct is also very simple. Chihong secretly said, whether it is what I think, let's use the third member of the Straw Hats to verify it. As for who the third crew member is, he already has the answer in his mind. After all, their ship has been moving in a precise direction since it left Windmill Town. That is, there has been a lot of rumors in the East China Sea recently that the location of the 153rd Marine Branch where Roronoa Zoro, known as the Pirate Hunter, is imprisoned, Shields Town. That's right. After Chihong confirmed that he wanted to become Luffy's partner, he had already planned the route. If you want to have a vigorous adventure in the world of pirates, how can you not have this charming man by your side? Only. Sorry, Soda. Your position as deputy captain has been taken away by me. However, I will make up for it in other ways. Chihong chuckled and murmured, while looking at the sea in the distance expectantly. However, this state only lasted for a few seconds. Because Chihong suddenly remembered. Wait. I don't seem to know how to do kendo at all. If he wants Zoro to recognize him as his vice-captain and trainer, he must be like Luffy and help him in his training. But he didn't know how to practice armed color haki at all. In terms of knowledge color haki, even Luffy spent a long time to teach himself. Zoro's talent for seeing, hearing, and color is obviously not as good as Luffy's, who can listen to the sounds of all things, so it will only be more difficult. Overlord color and domineering? That's an ability that even Luffy hasn't even touched the edge yet. When it comes to swordsmanship, Chihong knows nothing about it. It's broken. I won't become a clown, will I? Thinking that 1 second he was making a scene, and the next second he realized that he was the bastard, his old red face couldn't help but blush. Forget it, I'd better quickly make myself stronger. Chihong quickly recognized the reality of her own weakness. Fortunately, he has found his own path. With a thought, the machine in his mind lit up crimson. Because he did not perform any operations, those prompt messages were still hanging at the top of the screen. Thank you Kanazuki Daiichi for your recommendation vote. Please vote, please read, please all kinds. Chapter 9 Primordial Power, please follow up. After studying it carefully, Chihong discovered that the information was divided into 2 parts. Part of it is about the achievement I opened, Badge Collector. The effect of this achievement is that your body can gain an increase that matches the attributes of the badge. Chihong had experienced this as early as in the game world. His current body is obviously harder than before entering the game. Previously, he was hindered by some mysterious ability and had no offensive power. But now, I feel like I can kill a cow with 1 punch. Chihong clenched her fists and admired it with the help of the refreshing moonlight. The words that came out of my mouth were completely without thinking about the feelings of the cows, let alone the accountability of the Cattle Protection Association. If the pirate world also had a Cow Protection Association. Of course, in addition to the hardening of the fist, other parts of the red body also had the effect of hardening. So the badge with the rock attribute makes my body as solid as a rock. Good guy, now I've become a smart Malphite, right? Chihong chuckled and complained. In any case, he can be regarded as getting rid of the title of Zhan Wuzhou. With both defense and attack power increased, he must have 15 points of combat power, right? Do not. At least 20 o'clock. In addition, Chihong also discovered that, the speed at which the machine extracts energy from his body for charging has obviously become faster. After charging for a day, you can play at least 10 minutes longer than before. This little time may not seem like much, but it is enough to make Chi-Hong ecstatic. The more time you play, the faster Luffy will become stronger. The stronger Luffy becomes, the more badges I get. The more badges you have, the longer the game will be. So, the more time. The more time. Wait, something seems wrong. Forget it, never mind it. Hong Hong, who was overwhelmed by happiness, smiled up to the sky, and then immediately focused his attention on the second reward of the machine. The first reward is the reward from achievement. The second reward is the reward for Chi-Hong beating the dark grey gym level. Similar to achievement rewards, level rewards are also related to the rock properties of the dark grey gym. It's just that the achievement reward is applied to the body, while the level reward directly allows Red to obtain a Pokemon move. With a thought, Chi-Hong immediately clicked on the extract button. In an instant, a simple large turntable appeared above the screen of the machine, just like the turntable lottery interface of a third-rate mobile game. The turntable is full of move names of various rock attributes, and each move occupies the same area. Without waiting for Chi-Hong to operate, the turntable started spinning quickly. Please, machine, use a stronger move. This is my crimson request for the billions of times in my life. Red clasped his hands together, showing a pious expression. Since nothing can be done, all he can do is pray. After more than 10 seconds, the speed of the turntable gradually began to decrease and finally stopped. An energy full of ancient aura suddenly appeared out of thin air in Chi-Hong's body. At the same time, the application method of this mysterious energy also appeared in his mind. This is... Chi-Hong opened his eyes and blinked with a confused expression at first, primal power. But then, the corners of his mouth raised crazily. I didn't expect that I would get this special move. Because he doesn't like using rock-type Pokemon very much, he doesn't know much about rock-type moves. But only for the special rock-type move called Primordial Power, Chi-Hong was somewhat familiar with it. With a thought, he immediately focused on the machine inside his body. At this time, the information on the sub-screen has been refreshed and becomes: Congratulations, you got the move Primal Power? In the upper right corner of the move name, there is also a asterisk mark. You can view the move description. Chi-Hong chose to view the details without hesitation, and immediately saw a move description similar to the Game World interface. Move, Primordial Power. Attribute, Rock. Category, Special. Power, 60. Introduction: the power from the ancient times of the Pokemon world can be used to attack and improve itself in all aspects. In addition, using primitive power to nourish oneself for a long time will permanently strengthen the body to a certain extent. Sure enough, the effect is not much different from what I thought. Feeling the calm special energy in his body, a look of satisfaction suddenly flashed in his deep red eyes. Although Primordial Power is a rock-type move, it is more mysterious than other rock-type moves. Very few ordinary rock-type Pokemon can learn this move through self-improvement. On the other hand, many mythical beasts that have nothing to do with the rock system can independently awaken this power and use it skillfully. Rather than saying that Primordial Power is a Pokemon move, it is more like the power of Waveguide, a power that only special Pokemon can awaken. Even some Pokemon will trigger their own evolution conditions after learning the move of Primordial Power. It's almost like a training method. And the last item in its introduction also confirms this point. A move that can permanently increase the body's strength? This should be the most useful move for me among the rock-type moves, right? It seems like Lady Luck is on my side today. Chi-Hong chuckled, then took a deep breath and shouted to the sea in the distance. Primal Power! Rumble! In an instant, an ancient and mysterious power began to emerge from the red body, and quickly condensed and transformed into rock fragments one after another. Under the control of Crimson's mind, all the rock fragments flew out immediately and smashed into the sea in the distance. Pang! 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 Although the power is only 60, the speed of the rock fragments is not slow at all. The rock like a cannonball instantly smashed into the sea. Under the influence of gravity and speed, it stirred up a raging wave several meters high on the sea surface. This power! Seeing this scene, Chihong's eyes suddenly lit up and she was extremely surprised. Although he is still not comparable to a real strong man, with this raw power and his strengthened body, Chihong now feels that even if he faces a pirate with a bounty of 10 million, he will definitely be able to defeat him easily. Could it be that the reward from being a badge collector has increased my ability to use rock-type moves, so even the raw power with only 60 power is much more effective than I imagined. Anyway, I finally have some fighting ability. Chihong sighed deeply in her heart. And as he turned his eyes, he looked at Luffy who was sleeping soundly beside him. Even in such a violent environment with his experimental moves, Luffy's breathing was still unusually stable, which was even better than taking sleeping pills. What an enviable sleep quality! After Chihong commented, he sat back in the cabin and began to use the energy of the original power to nourish his body. Silent all night. In the blink of an eye, the next day dawned. The dawn light drives away the darkness that occupies the sea, bringing enough light and warmth to the world for a new day. The noisy cry of seagulls sounded overhead, forcing both Red and Luffy on the boat to open their eyes. What, is it already dawn? Luffy had his eyelids drooped and looked listless, obviously he hadn't woken up from his sleep yet. On the contrary, Chihong, who had obviously been meditating all night, was now full of energy, even more energetic than when she just returned from the game world yesterday. As his eyes opened, a golden light suddenly flashed in his eyes. Immediately, the corners of his red mouth slowly rose, and he sighed in his heart. It is indeed a primitive power that most mythical beasts will awaken. This effect is truly extraordinary. Perhaps it's because Chihong is still too weak now. After being baptized by the primitive power overnight, he can clearly feel that his body is getting stronger at this moment. And the improvement of primitive power is not just a single aspect, but an overall improvement of the human body. Whether it is strength, physique, agility, or spirit, they are all under the influence of primitive power. Unexpectedly, the problem of becoming stronger that he had not solved for 2.5 years was solved on the first day he went to sea. I remember that in the game, there should be a method to learn primitive power. Perhaps, you can consider arranging a move like this for Luffy. With the power of primitive power, he can slowly become stronger even during his rest time after training. Sleep? Just sleep. After switching to the Mary, Luffy needs to start practicing more immediately. As long as you can't practice to death, practice to death. Perhaps doing sit-ups a few more times can also promote the awakening of the Nika fruit. Those with Nika fruit abilities are the #1 enemy of the world government. Who knows whether the 5 old stars will pursue them in advance because of the butterfly effect caused by his time travel. You must be prepared for danger in times of peace, comrade. For a moment, Chihong's thoughts drifted far away. It wasn't until Luffy, who had fully woken up, came to him and greeted him that he came back to his senses. Hey Chihong, it's really hard for you to keep vigil at night. Leave the rest to me, go and rest. After adjusting, Luffy grinned as innocently as ever. Little does he know that in Chihong's heart, all his tasks for the coming period have been fully arranged. Chapter 10 Roronoa Zoro. Seeking for further reading. East China Sea, Yotsuba Island Waters, Shields Town. An atmosphere of peace and tranquility floats over the town, with people coming and going and traffic on the streets. As a town backed by a naval branch base, Shieldstone's quality of life is more stable than many cities in the East China Sea. Because they never have to worry about pirate invasion. However, are things really as perfect as they seem? As the saying goes, if there are no external worries, there must be internal worries. If it were 3 years ago, Shields Town would indeed be a town full of happiness. But ever since Colonel Monka, who captured the great pirate Black Cat Crow, was transferred to station here, the sky above Shield's town has been inexplicably shrouded in a layer of black mist. No one could have imagined that the great hero Colonel Monka would turn out to be a violent dictator. His many tyrannies have already turned this peaceful town into a mess. Even the famous pirate hunter Roronoa Zoro in the East China Sea fell here. This matter has become an important topic of conversation for people in several nearby sea areas after dinner. Okay, this is it. Luffy, go secure the ship at the port. Under the bright sunshine, Chi Hong, who arrived at the port of Shield's town, stepped off the ship first, and then gave instructions to Luffy, who looked reluctant. Luffy was seen pouting, holding the cable in his hand and wrapping it around the wooden pile in the port. Really, I'm obviously the captain, why do you still need me to do this kind of work? Chi Hong ignored Luffy's complaints, looked hard at the back of Shield's town, and said, "With great power comes great responsibility, have you ever heard of it? It is precisely because you are the captain that you have to work harder. When you have time to complain, you might as well get to work quickly. Do you still want to find a third partner?" Hi. I know. As soon as Luffy, who was manipulated by Chi Hong, heard about his new partner, he immediately stopped complaining, tied the reins quickly, and then jumped to Chi Hong's side. Looking at the huge naval base in front of him, he, a pirate, showed no fear at all. Instead, his eyes were flashing with excitement and anticipation. "Hey, Chi Hong, is that guy really as powerful as you say? The world's greatest swordsman in the future, paired with me, the future pirate king, is simply very cool. Haha, when have I ever lied to you?" Chi Hong smiled softly. "Let's go, don't let our partner wait too long." "Ah! But I'm so hungry now. The food in that shop is so delicious. How about we go there after eating?" Luffy held his growling stomach, sniffed, and suggested to Red. What he got in exchange was a big white eye from Red. "You idiot! You even think about eating at such an important time? Hurry up! Our future partners are still hungry." Snapped. Chi Hong stretched out her palm and gave Luffy's neck a hard blow, making a crisp sound. Hiss, it hurts so much, so red. He covered his red and swollen neck, but was suddenly stunned. "Red, your power." It's no secret to Luffy that Red has no fighting ability. He knew Chi Hong's special physique very early on. It stands to reason that with Crimson's power, it would be impossible for him, a user with rubber fruit abilities, to feel pain. But now, the burning pain on the back of his neck surprised him. "Humph!" Chi Hong smiled proudly. "You're not the only one who can make progress, Luffy. Okay, enough of the small talk, it's time to get down to business." After the words fell, Chi Hong took a step forward and walked towards the naval base. Luffy was left behind, staring blankly at Red's back. But after a moment, he suddenly grinned. "As expected of my chosen vice-captain." Under the scorching sun, a boy in a straw hat chased a boy in a baseball cap. Shield's town is not that big. It didn't take long for Chi Hong and Luffy to cross the streets of Shield's town and arrive near the base of Branch 153. Because there were many Navy soldiers guarding the gate, the two of them came directly to the side of the base in a familiar way. Perhaps all the funds were squandered, but the walls of this naval base were not high at all, only about 2 meters high. With a slight jump, Chi Hong and Luffy easily climbed to the top of the wall, revealing their heads to observe the inside of the base. I saw a wooden cross as tall as a person placed in the open space behind the wall very strangely. This is where Colonel Monka used to punish the rebels. At this time, tied to this cross was a man wearing a green hood, a green belly band, and 3 earrings hanging from his ears. It is none other than the most classy man in the pirate world, Roronoa Zoro. Even in such a miserable state, Soran still noticed something unusual in an instant and turned his gaze to the fence where Chi Hong and the others were. I happened to see the 2 heads placed on the fence. "Hey? He seems to have noticed us, Chi Hong. After all, he is the man I chose. If he doesn't have this vigilance, he is not qualified to be our third person." Luffy and Red said in unison. Then the two of them synchronized their movements, stretched out their arms, and jumped directly from outside the wall into the interior of the naval base. While looking at his favorite pirate character, Chihong asked Luffy, "How, my lord captain? Are you satisfied with the partner I chose?" "Hey, I believe in your vision." Luffy giggled, looked at the rope on Zoro's body and said, "Next, just untie the rope and let him go with us." "This? I'm afraid something is wrong." Red shook her head and led Luffy towards Zoro's location, saying as she walked, "The commander of this naval base is an extremely bastard. If we just let him go, the residents of this town will probably suffer. So the best solution is to beat up the naval captain here too." "Okay. I listen to you." Luffy shook his arms, as if he was saying something very easy. The unscrupulous looks and the ever closer distance between the two finally made Zoro unable to bear it any longer, and he suddenly said, "Hey! You two guys, this is not a place where you can just come in. If you don't want to die, get out of here quickly." Zoro's tone was deliberately mixed with some ferocity and malice, not wanting others to get involved in his affairs. But who is Luffy? Faced with Soran's persuasion to retreat, he refused without a second's hesitation. "Get out of here? I don't want to." Luffy curled his lips, then laughed unreasonably and said, "Chihong said that you will become the world's greatest swordsman in the future. Such a great guy, I must make you my partner." "The greatest swordsman in the world? Partner?" Zoro's expression trembled slightly, and he immediately looked at the two people who had already walked to him, showing confusion. Being able to speak out his dreams easily made him feel that the two guys in front of him were not ordinary people. "Who are you two?" "My name is Luffy, and I am a pirate." Luffy replied lightly, and immediately reached out to untie Zoro's rope. Seeing this scene, Soran immediately scolded him harshly. "Hey! Don't touch that rope!" But how could Luffy listen to him? He just went his own way and removed the rope from Zoro's right wrist. "Hehe, I don't want to listen to you. Anyway, when I untie you, you will definitely become my partner." "Damn it, you guy! I will not join the ranks of pirates." Seeing that Luffy was about to dismantle the left side after taking apart the right side, Zoro quickly used his freed hand to stop Luffy. He made an agreement with Colonel Menka's son. As long as he persisted in this situation for a month, Colonel Menka's son would let him and the innocent little girl go. He has persisted for 9 days, how could he let outsiders destroy it so easily? But at this moment, Chihong beside him suddenly said, "Do you really think that the son of a naval colonel will abide by his agreement?" Crimson's words seemed to have power, and they stopped Zoro's arm instantly. But he continued, "Don't be stupid, Zoro. He's just toying with you. No one can last for a month without eating or drinking. Even if you do it, in your weak state, you will only become a toy in his hands. You should have guessed this, right?" Zoro fell silent. Of course he expected what Chihong said. But he didn't want to be at odds with the Navy, so he still chose to abide by the agreement. But Chihong's words were like a ruthless hand, directly tearing his impression of the Navy's justice into pieces. It wasn't until Luffy took off all the ropes on his body that Zoro straightened up, stared at Red and asked, "Who are you again? What about me?" Chihong put away her serious expression, smiled gently and replied, "My name is Red, I am the vice captain of the Straw Hat Pirates, and I am also new trainer." Chapter 11 Zoro joins the gang, please Red, page 12. Straw Hat Pirates? Trainer. Zoro frowned and asked in confusion, "Why have I never heard of your names?" Although he is not a professional bounty hunter, he still thinks that he has a certain understanding of the nearby pirate groups. With the audacity of Red and Luffy to randomly break into the naval base, there was no way he hadn't heard of them. However, in the face of Sauron's doubts, Chihong smiled calmly and replied, "That's normal. After all, who said this was our second day at sea?" "What? The next day?" Zoro was slightly startled, and then the corner of his mouth twitched. "You guys dared to break into the naval base and release the prisoners just after leaving the sea. Do you think you will live longer? Haha, it's just a naval base, it's not as serious as you said." Chihong laughed nonchalantly, and then added, "Actually, to be precise, it has not been 24 hours since we went to sea. It's not an exaggeration to say it's our first day at sea. But I believe, in the future, the name of the Straw Hat Pirates will definitely be resounding throughout the world. Are you right, Luffy?" Red tilted her head and looked at Luffy. When Luffy heard this, he immediately threw away the rope in his hand, raised his arms high, and shouted confidently, "Of course! I am the man who wants to become the Pirate King." "You?" Zoro blinked, looked at Luffy who seemed to be in a bad mental state, and then cast a doubtful look at the inexplicably confident Akira. "Have you always been like this?" "Maybe." Chihong smiled and reassured. "There is no way, our captain's character is like this. Since you can't change, you can only get used to it slowly." "How can I get used to this?" And many more. "Our captain." Zoro's expression froze. "Hey! When did I promise you to become a pirate?" Snapped. There was a crisp sound. I saw Chihong suddenly put his hands on Zoro's shoulders, then approached him and said, "Give up resistance, Zoro. A guy who is attracted by Luffy can't run away, just like me. I even doubted that I had to go to sea with him because of the aura of his protagonist." Protagonist halo. Sauron said that he didn't understand what Chihong was talking about. But Chihong waved her hand and Feng Qingyun said calmly, "Don't worry about those details. Anyway, you will be on the Navy's blacklist soon. Even if you don't become a pirate, you won't be much better. Come with us. The small East China Sea really limits your development. Come to sea with us, go to the Grand Line, and see the real world." Red's tone suddenly became serious, and she looked seriously into Zoro's eyes. "Your goal should be to become the world's greatest swordsman, right? Have you heard my story?" Sauron asked. "No. It's your face with stories written all over it." Zoro. "Ha ha ha, just kidding." Chihong laughed loudly. "Anyway, if you get on the pirate ship, you can't even think about running away. The number one combatant of the Straw Hat Pirates must be you. Correspondingly, let me help you realize your dreams and ambitions." "Help me? Just you?" Zoro frowned. Although he only thought that he was very powerful after wandering around the East China Sea, he was not so naive that he thought that his dream would be easy to realize. What's more, he didn't feel a trace of the swordsman's aura on Chihong's body. It's not a good habit to talk big. He looked at Chihong and Luffy carefully. Chihong responded with a smile, "Have you forgotten my identity? Although I'm still a newbie, I'm still a trainer." "Trainer? What is that?" Zoro asked curiously. His red eyes flashed, feeling that this would be an excellent opportunity for Sauron to recognize him as a trainer. But just when he was about to answer, Luffy suddenly interrupted the conversation between the two. "Chihong, someone is coming." "Okay." Chihong's tone paused, and then he immediately followed Luffy's gaze and looked behind him. "I saw a guy with a blonde slicked back hair and a distinctive butt and chin, escorted by two gun-toting marines, walking towards their direction. The person who came was clearly the son of Menka who had made an agreement with Sauron to tie him here, Belumub. At this time, he looked exactly like the foolish son of the nouveau riche." He pinched his collar coquettishly and took a high step. "Hey, there's a lot of noise downstairs, what should I think happened?" It turns out that the pirate hunter who swore so much would actually break his promise and ask his companions to put you down in advance. It seems you are ready to go to jail and be punished. After saying that, Bellamub suddenly turned his eyes to Red and Luffy, and said in that ugly and sharp Drake voice. Hey! And you two guys! Don't you know that in branch 153, prison robbery is a capital crime? Death penalty! Chihong snorted, a look of anger flashed in his eyes. Because of Bellamub's interruption, he had no choice but to find another opportunity to explain the meaning of trainer to Zoro later. Red slowly turned her gaze to Belle Mabel. First, I don't say hello. Second, Zoro's saber must have been snatched away by you, right? He suddenly said to Luffy. Luffy, deal with those two marines, and then ask this guy to help us get Zoro's saber back. No problem. Luffy grinned. Shave. As soon as he finished speaking, a slight puff of smoke quickly rose from his feet. But Luffy's figure completely disappeared from the place at this moment. What? Zoro, who didn't see why Luffy was missing, was shocked, and then heard overlapping screams coming from his side. He immediately changed his gaze and saw the two Navy soldiers who had been following Bellamub just now all collapsed to the ground. And next to them, it was Luffy who had disappeared. How is it possible? Is this some kind of magic? Soran shouted in surprise. This is not magic. Seeing Zoro's surprised expression, Chihong, who felt that something was wrong, quickly showed a meaningful smile and took the opportunity to strike a chord with Zoro while it was still hot. Chapter 12. A woman descended from the sky, please read, page 12. So, what then? Without paying attention to Luffy, who was full of funny aura, Zoro directly turned his questioning eyes to Red. What's our next plan? Next step? His red eyes flashed and he subconsciously looked at Bellamub. That's no need to say it. Of course I'm going to rob the Navy captain here, and then fire the first shot of our Straw Hat pirates. When a pirate goes to sea, how can he not cause trouble? You two guys. Zoro raised his lips and praised with a smile, you are really bold. You have just set your sights on the naval base as soon as you go to sea. I really don't know what else you dare not do. Ha ha ha, thank you for the compliment. But I have to correct something. Red put one arm around Luffy and put the other on Zoro's shoulder. What you should say is, the three of us. Yes. There are three of us. Luffy raised his arms and laughed. Looking at the sincere eyes of Chihong and Luffy, Zoro's expression was slightly moved, but he still sighed softly. I hope I can last longer. I don't want to turn into a madman so soon. Luffy, our new crew member seems a little ignorant. He actually called you a madman. Ah. Luffy blinked, but why do I feel like he's talking about you and me? Snapped. You don't need to be so smart at this time. Chihong gave Luffy a tap on the back of his head. Anyway, listen to me and find time to teach the new guy a lesson. You have to let him know why you are our captain. By the way, let Zoro know. The fact that you have become so powerful is all thanks to me as a trainer. Okay, okay. Luffy, who was hit for no apparent reason, nodded innocently. Oh, by the way. Chihong turned his gaze to Bellamub again, where is Menka's office? What? Bellamub, who was originally going to be a little transparent, was startled, then quickly pointed to the ceiling and replied. Just, right above my room. Really? That would be easier to handle. Red nodded. Luffy, break through the ceiling, let's go search for Monka's treasure. It just so happens that we still lack 100 million points of startup capital. Robbing Menka's rich, giving to our poor. Treasure. Hearing these two words, Luffy's eyes suddenly lit up. In his opinion, the word treasure and pirates are a perfect match. Give it to me. Luffy, who was as reliable as ever, directly clenched his fist, and then, under the astonishing gazes of Zoro and Bellamber, he shook it upward hard. His arm suddenly stretched out and hit the ceiling with terrifying force. The arms have grown longer. Zoro was once again shocked by Luffy's methods. And the next second, boom! In a violent crash, a large hole was instantly opened in the ceiling of Bellamyber's room. But what Chihong didn't expect was, apart from gravel and dust, what fell from the top of the head was an orange-haired girl. What? Pang! Smoke and dust falling from the ceiling suddenly filled Bellamyber's room. In the hazy dust and mist, the girl's screams and curses came from the pain. Ah, it hurts, it hurts. Damn it! This navy wants to corrupt even its own people. How can there be such poor quality floors? Nami cursed and got up from the ground. At this moment, a burst of air suddenly blew in the room. It turned out to be the red opened window near the window. Affected by the airflow, the dust in the room immediately flew out of the window, and the dust mist quickly dissipated. Immediately, Nami saw 4 men standing in the room that was supposed to be empty. They were staring at her with different expressions. A fool with a straw hat and eyes full of wisdom and innocence. A man holding the hilt of a knife and looking at her warily. A coward who was so frightened that he peed his pants and huddled in the corner crying secretly. And a boy who was slightly surprised, as if he knew himself. Ah, that! Looking at the sudden appearance of several people, Nami was instantly frightened, swallowed, and then stretched out her trembling hand as if to say hello. Hello, you guys are good. I seem to have gone to the wrong room, sorry to bother you. As soon as she finished speaking, she immediately turned around and ran out the door. Although I don't know why there are so many people in this room now that the entire navy is going to the rooftop to watch the completion ceremony of Colonel Monka's sculpture. But no matter what, there is absolutely nothing wrong with running first. After so many years in this industry, Nami is still very confident in her ability to react on the spot. However, just when she thought she could take advantage of the chaos to escape, she suddenly heard a young man's voice coming from behind her. It's the boy by the window. Don't let her go, Zoro. Learn. Zoro, who was approaching the door, was well prepared. He stepped on it and reached the door at an unknown speed much faster than Nami, and then stepped on it hard. Pang! Although he has not mastered the move of shaving, Zoro's explosive power has already reached a level that ordinary people cannot understand. And his move also completely cut off Nami's escape route. What are you going to do? I really just walked into the wrong room. Seeing Zoro's fierce expression, Nami suddenly choked up, turned around with a panicked expression, and acted like a little girl towards Chihong. She saw it. The person giving orders here is Chihong. So she used all her skills on Chihong. You, don't bully me, a weak woman. At this moment, Nami's eyes were rippling, her face was pitiful, and even her voice became soft. Coupled with her smooth and delicate face, ordinary guys might really relax their vigilance towards Nami because of this. However, how could Chihong, who knew Nami's character well, be deceived by her appearance? This little girl is really a natural actress. It's a pity that you are still not ready for success now. Chihong watched Nami acting with interest, but her mind could not help but recall her turbulent situation 2 years later. Chapter 13 The Red First Time, please follow up. What's the situation? Nami, who didn't understand the situation at all, was confused. I thought it was one of my regular customers who came to retaliate, but I didn't expect it to be a flattering invitation. How did he know I knew how to sail? Who leaked the news about my mother? Could it be Karina? Countless thoughts were floating in Nami's mind, making her puzzled. However, considering that she was the one being caught, she finally decided to compromise and join them first. Then take the opportunity to steal their treasures and escape. Just like countless times before. Nami's eyes flashed, and she immediately made a decision in her heart. But just when she was about to agree, she got close to Chihong and others. Above their heads, there was a sudden commotion of footsteps. This was followed by an angry roar. Quick! Search for me. Someone dares to cause trouble in my uncle's territory. No matter who it is, I will not spare him. It's broken. Nami was stunned, and suddenly realized that the noise they caused disturbed the navy above. After glancing around at everyone present, she quickly said, "The navy is coming. You don't want to be blocked here by the navy, right? Let's escape through the window." The experienced Nami didn't know where to take out a piece of rope and ran straight to the window. However, after hearing her words, Luffy and Zoro both turned their heads and looked at her doubtfully. "Run away? Why run?" Luffy excitedly clenched his fist a few times, making a crisp sound, and then smiled at Nami. "We came here to rob the navy." Zoro also looked excited. When he was searching Bellamup's room just now, he had already put a few pastries on the table and his physical strength had recovered a lot. He hadn't touched a knife for a long time, and he really wanted to chop something right away. In order to let the navy come over quickly, he even opened the door and shouted into the corridor. "Navy! We are here! Damn it! What are you doing?" Zoro's astonishing operation obviously frightened Nami so much that she quickly ran to Red's side, grabbed Red's hands and pulled them. "Hey! They too are idiots, you can't be an idiot too, right? Hurry up and let them run away. Otherwise we will all suffer in a while." The goal of escaping alone is too big, but Nami is counting on escaping with Red to distract the navy. However, just when she was about to pull Chihong towards the window, a steady force pulled her back along her arm. "Don't worry, Nami, we are very strong." A confident smile appeared on Hong's face, and she smiled at Nami. He took the initiative to hold her back to prevent her from escaping again. Nami was shocked. "What are you doing? Don't drag me with you even if you want to die." But no matter how hard she struggled, she couldn't break free from the red, rock-hard palm. With Zoro's voice, the navy quickly determined their location. After a while, two groups of people gathered from both sides of the corridor. The dark muzzles were pointed at the interior of the room, blocking Chihong and others inside. At this moment, the crowd in the navy parted to make way for a passage. I saw Marine Colonel Menka, who had broken off one arm and replaced it with a sharp giant axe, slowly stepped forward and walked through the crowd. His tall body forced him to lower his head to enter the house. "Gonna die! Gonna die!" Seeing this formation, Nami's bright eyes instantly dimmed. Now, even if she wanted to run away, she couldn't. Menka looked at the situation in the room, and then at the hole in the ceiling, a burst of anger bursting out of his indifferent eyes. "Boy, who gave you the courage to make trouble on my territory?" "Dad!" Seeing Menka's arrival, Bellamub, who had been shrinking before, immediately seemed to have found a supporter. He was no longer afraid of Chihong and others, and ran towards Menka rolling and crawling. As he ran, he cried, "Kill them quickly! Dad! Kill them quickly!" However, what greeted Bellamub was a fierce flying kick. Pang! Menka swung his leg and kicked Bellamub, instantly kicking him away. Ugh! Bellamub let out a scream and raised his head, but what he saw was Menka's cold and unfamiliar eyes. "Useless trash! You actually brought criminals into the base without permission. The person who controls this place is your father, that is, me. You are nothing." After teaching his dispensable son a lesson, Menka focused his attention back on Chihong and others. "Tell me, how do you guys want to die?" "Death." Luffy grinned, "I won't die until I become the Pirate King." As he spoke, he stretched out his fist and planned to attack. "But right now." "Wait a minute, Luffy, Zoro." Chihong suddenly let go of Nami, took a step forward, and said to the two of them, "Leave this guy to me today. I just want to try out a new move." "Hey!" Luffy called out strangely. This was the first time he heard that Chihong actively solicited fights. After thinking about it, he immediately nodded, "Okay, let's leave it to you, Chihong. In Luffy's impression, although Chihong was so weak that he couldn't even defeat the 5-meter-tall black bear behind the mountain, he usually wouldn't be injured. He was still very relieved about this. After hearing this, Soran, who was about to make a move, also put away his intention of drawing the sword. Okay, then let me see how capable my vice-captain is. That may disappoint you, after all, my ability is not in fighting. Red answered Zoro with a smile and walked up to Menka. Boy! Do you want to be the first to die? Seeing Chihong take the initiative, Menka immediately waved his axe hand and pointed the sharp blade at Chihong. But Chihong ignored Menka's thoughts at all and waved her hand directly at him. Primal power! In an instant, an energy that seemed to come from ancient times emerged from Red's body, and quickly materialized into rocks with rough surfaces. As soon as these rocks appeared, they immediately flew out and smashed directly towards Menka. What is this? Magic! At this moment, everyone could not help but have such a doubt in their hearts. And Menka, who was targeted, was even worse. However, the rocks in the sky didn't give him any time to think. Boom! The rock like a cannonball suddenly hit Menka's body, and then caused a violent explosion. Other rocks followed one after another, and so on. Under the tyrannical impact, Menka's body flew backwards, smashed the hard wall of the naval base, and fell from a high altitude. Instant kill. Gudong! A clear choking sound sounded from the Navy soldiers. Everyone's eyes widened and they looked at all this in disbelief. With just one blow, their Navy captain was defeated? Is that a lie? For a moment, all the Navy fell into silence. But after a while, pat! A spear was thrown to the ground. Immediately afterwards, the rest of the Navy followed, all throwing their weapons to the ground, and then cheered inexplicably. Very good. Liberated. Menka has been defeated. Ahoo, I finally don't have to be controlled by Menka anymore. For freedom! One after another, cheers and celebrations came from the mouths of the Marines, which kept Soran and others stunned. Even the very nervous Luffy couldn't understand the Navy's operations. What's going on with them? Haha, maybe it's because I have been oppressed by Menka for too long. Chihong replied nonchalantly. It seems that there is no fight left. Zoro walked over with an unhappy look on his face. It's really disappointing. I thought we could have a big fight. Oh? Do you really want to have a big fight? Chihong suddenly looked at him with a wicked smile, which made Zoro suddenly startled, but he still managed to say. Of course I want to. Very good. Chihong slowly clapped her hands expectantly and said with a smile. Then if that's the case, you can borrow the Navy's venue for a while, and come and have a good fight with Luffy. Just when I was worried that I didn't have a chance to show off my trainer's power, Zoro came to my door. I hope that after being tortured by Luffy, you can still be as strong as you are now, young Zoro. Please recommend me, please give me a monthly pass, please read more, please give me rewards, and please give me a reward, please give me everything. Chapter 14 The Straw Hat Pirates are officially established. Please read more. Page 12. It was noon. The breeze is not dry and the sun is just right. On the playground of Navy Branch 153 base. After searching for Menka's savings and treasures, Chihong led Luffy and the three of them to the open space here again. The cross that bound Soran had been silently dismantled by sensible Navy soldiers, and even the holes had been filled in. Seeing this scene, both Zoro and Chihong showed a satisfied smile on their faces. Only Nami, who was forcibly pulled over, looked unhappy at this time. Really, why do we give so much money to the Navy? Don't they have subsidies from the world government? That's a whole 500 Bailey. You can't give it to me if you don't want it. Nami muttered softly, but she was actually expressing her confusion about Chihong who did all this. Chihong, who heard the meaning of her words, turned around and smiled slightly. It's just 500 million Baileys, Don't worry about the little money, little Nami. Look at our team, no matter where you put it, it's not easy to make hundreds of millions. That naval lieutenant colonel is a native of Shields Town. I believe he will make good use of the money. Using 500W Bailey to give the residents of Shields Town some relief in advance, don't you think it's worth it? I don't think so. Nami pouted and replied without hesitation, fully demonstrating her money-obsessed nature. But no one knows what she really thinks in her heart. But when she looked at the red figure, there was obviously more surprise in her eyes. It's really strange that there are pirates who give away their money. Okay, now that our team has begun to take shape, it's time to formally introduce ourselves. Arriving at clearing, Chihong did not immediately let Luffy and Zoro start sparring. Instead, it led several people to get to know each other. He and Luffy were both easy to talk to, one had a god's perspective, and the other was carefree and indifferent. But Zoro and Nami had just joined them after all. Nami is hiding her thoughts and is ready to run away with the money at any time. In order for this team to run as quickly as possible, Chihong, the vice captain, still needs to take some actions. After hearing Chihong's proposal, Luffy immediately raised his hands in agreement. Introduce yourself? Okay. Okay. Because he had gained 2 new partners at once, Luffy was as excited as he wanted at the moment. Chihong smiled slightly, wanting this effect. Then, as the boss of our team, let Luffy start first. Hee. No problem. Luffy grinned widely. Immediately, he put the straw hat on his head with one hand, and a standard confident smile appeared on his face. My name is Monkey D. Luffy, and my dream is to become the freest pirate king in this sea. And I am still a rubber man who ate the rubber fruit. My body can stretch and lengthen freely like rubber. Like this. In order to verify his statement, after he finished speaking, he performed his special trick directly in front of Nami and Zoro, pulling his mouth and stretching it to the same length as his arm. Seeing this outrageous scene in front of them, Zoro and Nami were stunned for a moment. But Soran quickly reacted and interrupted quickly. Wait a minute. You said your ability is just to turn your body into rubber, so what happened to your previous speed? It's like teleporting. Soran, who has yet to step out of the weakest sea in the East China Sea and meet the truly strong, is still unable to accept things beyond his cognition. Luffy, on the other hand, snapped his mouth back and said nonchalantly. Ah, what are you talking about? It's a special fighting technique. It's one of the 6 styles invented by Chihong, shave. Able to explode with amazing strength in an instant. Correction. Chihong immediately interrupted with a smile, that was not invented by me, but a conventional combat technique in the Navy. Its official name is the 6th form of the Navy. I only understand it a little bit. After all, I am a trainer after all. Trainer. Hearing this word again, Soran finally seized the opportunity and immediately asked. So, what exactly is a trainer? This is a long story. Chihong continued to smile, then it will be my turn. As you all know, I am the vice captain of this pirate group. I don't have any dreams. I just go with the flow and take care of myself wherever I go. At the same time, I am also a trainer. As for the role of a trainer, it's just like the literal meaning, which is to train others and help them become stronger quickly, and even gain magical powers. For example, this. While speaking, Chihong suddenly raised one hand. The primitive power within his body surged again, turning into rocks that appeared behind him. Because it was just a demonstration, Chihong quickly removed the energy supply, letting the rocks fall to the ground and quickly disappear. As you can see, trainers can give you all kinds of magical abilities. Of course, this also requires a little time and your own efforts. How is this possible? Is this also the ability of the devil fruit? Nami's eyes flashed with surprise, and she couldn't help but interrupt Chihong. It's not. However, you can also understand it this way for the time being. Chihong shook her head, but looked at Nami with an inexplicable smile. Under my power, even if you are not good at fighting, Nami, I am sure to train you into a top powerhouse that can fight against any powerful enemy. You mean I can also gain abilities like you? Nami looked shocked and pointed at herself. Of course. Chihong replied without hesitation. After all, I am a trainer. He once again emphasized his identity, as if brainwashed, and put the label trainer on himself. Although it is not yet certain, Chihong feels that this is the right way to let others become Pokemon and enter the game world. After saying this, Chihong clapped her hands directly without giving Nami a chance to ask for details. All right. The specific situation is a bit complicated and it's not easy for you to understand. Instead of wasting time here, it is better to leave all questions to time to answer. Then it's your turn next, Zoro. Hey! Zoro, who was still shocked by Luffy and Red's abilities, was slightly stunned, but he quickly adjusted his attitude and began to introduce himself. Chapter 15 Luffy vs Zoro, please Red. Come. Look here. 1, 2, 3, eggplant. Click. As the flash turns on and off, a perfectly composed photo emerges. The background is the flower bed to the right of the main entrance of the naval base building. In front of the flower bed were 4 young boys. The 3 boys were smiling, their eyes full of expectations for the future, and they held a girl in the middle with her eyes as blank as a dead fish. It perfectly explains what it means, the joys and sorrows between people are not the same. The photo was pretty good. Brother Navy, you are very talented in photography. After getting the photo, Chihong looked at it carefully, and then expressed her heartfelt appreciation to the Navy who was responsible for taking the photo. I'll see. Luffy on the side couldn't wait any longer. He put his whole body directly on Chihong's shoulders, propped himself up, and then looked at the photo in Chihong's hand from top to bottom. Wow! It's really okay. It's just that Nami's smile is not very obvious, which is a pity. Nami, don't you like to laugh? Luffy, who was lying on Red's head, turned his neck and asked curiously to Nami, who was beside him. Laughing? Haha. Nami twitched the corner of her mouth. Doesn't she like to laugh? Ruined. This group of people had just defeated the naval captain and robbed the naval base. They will definitely be wanted on the wanted list in the future. As a result, he is now actively provoking the Navy and even leaving the negatives of the photos in the Navy. Her life is over. I wonder if she still has a chance to collect 1 million belly to redeem Koko Nishi village from the dragon pirates before she is caught by the Navy. Nami looked up weakly and saw 3 men commenting on the photos, with satisfied smiles on their faces. At this moment, she knew. There was already a sadly thick barrier between them. After playing around for a few minutes, Chihong preciously put away the photo. Through this photo shoot, he unexpectedly became interested in photography. He had already planned to get himself a filming device when he had the opportunity to record his daily life and adventures in the pirate world. Okay, the photos have been taken, now we should get down to business. Red pulled Zoro and Luffy and returned to the empty playground again. Then she smiled at Zoro and said, I'll give you a vaccination first, Zoro. This time, I will let Luffy use all his power as much as possible, so you must be careful. Hey, Zoro looked slightly moved, holding one hand on the white handle of Wado Ikemonji. Feeling the power from the sword, he said with fierce fighting spirit. Although I admit that you are indeed very powerful, but Mr. Vice Captain, do you underestimate me too much? Haha. Chihong smiled softly, are you looking down on me? You'll know in a minute. After leaving a mysterious smile, he walked directly to Luffy, patted him on the shoulder and said, Go test the crew I found for you. I believe you will be satisfied. By the way, like I said, you have to use your full strength this time. Forget about the second gear, there is no need to hurt your body for the competition, just go to the third gear to increase Zoro's strength. Hey, I can't wait any longer. Luffy twirled his arms with an impatient smile on his face. Soon, the two of them reached the center of the clearing. Chi-Hong took Nami far away to the wall of the naval base, leaving Nami confused. It's just a sparring match. Do we need to go this far? She looked at Luffy and Zoro, who had become the size of a finger, and wondered to Akane. But Chi-Hong looked at Nami as if looking at an ignorant person, and then sighed. Far. I just hope that the aftermath of the battle won't hurt either of us. If there is any special situation later, just hide behind me. Although I don't have much fighting ability, I can still protect you. Oh. Nami nodded without knowing why. Although she couldn't figure out why Chi-Hong, who easily killed Menka instantly, said that she had no fighting ability. While the two were talking, Luffy and Zoro in the middle of the playground were already taking action. I saw Zoro tying his turban, assuming a three-sword style stance, and facing Luffy in a prepared manner. And Luffy was unambiguous. After confirming that the other party was ready, he just followed the old routine. After shaving and fruit ability attack. Whoosh! An afterimage suddenly flickered, and Luffy's figure suddenly disappeared in front of Zoro. The speed is still too fast for people to think. But although I can't see clearly yet, I'm not an idiot who can be tricked so easily. Zoro suddenly let out a low groan, turned around suddenly under the instinct of a beast, and saw Luffy who was charging up his fist. Immediately. Pang! Clang! The flying fist suddenly struck the array of three long knives, causing a crisp and sweet sound. Suddenly, sparks flew. Under Luffy's power, Zoro's feet plowed a 3-meter mark on the ground. But in the end, he bit Hideo Yuan's mouth and slowly grinned, smiling. It looks like it's not as difficult as I thought. Seeing that Zoro was able to block his own blow and was not fooled by the speed of the shave, Luffy also burst into laughter instantly. As expected of the man chosen by Red. But next time, I have to be serious. Come on horseback. Soran's eyes were determined, and the long knife in his hand buzzed slightly, exuding a strong fighting spirit. The next moment, after Luffy landed, his figure turned into a residual light and disappeared again. Zoro also immediately turned around. And this time, he chose to take the initiative. Three swordsman style, Ghost Slayer. Unfortunately, after 2.5 years of training under Chi-Hong's supervision, Luffy's combat prowess has already surpassed Tokai's standards. He burst out with even faster speed, and before Soran's slash fell, he punched Soran's body. All of a sudden, Zoro's body was like a meteor, hitting the wall of the naval base. Boom! With a loud noise, the already weak wall instantly collapsed, burying Soran inside. Seeing this scene, Chi-Hong, who was standing by the wall, immediately smiled at the shocked Nami beside him. Look! I just said it's not safe. Fortunately, Zoro hit in the opposite direction. No. Nami was stunned for a moment, then quickly grabbed Chi-Hong worriedly. It's just a discussion, there's no need to take it so seriously, right? This fighting intensity is already many times higher than when Chi-Hong fought Menka. No wonder he said he was not good at fighting. Relax, Nami. Chi-Hong Gujing smiled calmly, don't underestimate Zoro. No one is weak enough to join the Straw Hat Pirates. Including you. Nami didn't know why Chi-Hong suddenly changed the topic to herself. But after hearing Chi-Hong's words, she felt inexplicably relieved. As predicted, a messy figure soon crawled out from the wreckage of the collapsed wall. It was Zoro who was hit by Luffy. Can you still stand up? Luffy was also surprised when he saw Zoro appear again. After all, the blow he just made was really nothing hidden and he used all his strength. But this also proves that Chi-Hong is right. Zoro's potential is truly amazing. It's getting more and more interesting. Luffy chuckled, his figure flashed again, and he chased Zoro directly. Seeing this, Chi-Hong quickly shouted. Hey! You two, don't fight out and affect the residents outside. I'm not that weak yet. Hearing Chi-Hong's shout, Soran lowered his eyebrows, and a terrifying and fierce light suddenly burst out in his eyes. The speed at which Luffy improved again also made him realize. If he didn't use all his strength, he might not even be able to see Luffy in his strongest state. I'm sorry, I couldn't make Captain Lu have fun. He didn't want to say such words. But this man is really too strong. So is all this due to the trainer? Thousands of thoughts flashed through Soran's mind, but they were quickly forgotten by him. Because in his sight, those fists were already coming to him. Original. Is this the world of the strong? The secret of 3 sword styles, 3000 worlds. Thanks to Hosai for your recommendation vote. Please don't pity me, let the votes come more intensely. Chapter 16, Boxing Skills Falling from the Sky, please follow up. The sharp blade danced quickly like a windmill in Soran's hand, creating waves of wind pressure. At this moment, Soran poured all his heart and soul into the 3 long swords. Years of life-threatening training were his greatest confidence. Let's show off. Tread. Zoro exerted force with both feet, suddenly bursting out with a speed not much inferior to that of Shao, and suddenly charged towards Luffy. Luffy also used all his strength, pulling his arms and shouting excitedly. Rubber rubber, bazooka! Whoosh! The 2 stretched arms suddenly rebounded, and due to the properties of rubber, an impact more powerful than Luffy's original strength erupted. The 2 palms coming at extremely high speed turned into 2 blazing cannonballs in Soran's eyes. You don't need to think a buddy to know that if you receive such a blow, today's competition will end here. However, in the face of such a fierce attack, Zoro's speed increased instead of decreasing, and he charged towards Luffy without fear. The opportunity only lasts for a moment. The better the swordsman is, the more he understands the importance of this. If he chooses to retreat at this moment, he will lose more than just this battle. Don't underestimate me. Luffy. Tread. Zoro's footsteps sank, and the figure that was moving at high speed suddenly shifted slightly. The harsh sound of breaking through the air rang in his ears, and the sweeping air flow across his face like a knife. But at this moment, the corners of Zoro's mouth suddenly raised, revealing a handsome smile. Dodged. Boom! Luffy's attack rubbed Zoro's body and once again fell onto the ruins of the wall, causing the already dilapidated ruins to once again receive a heavy blow like a cannonball baptism, raising smoke and dust all over the sky. But Zoro, who had already arrived in front of Luffy, had a fierce look in his eyes, as if he had forgotten everything, and there was only the glimmer of the sword flashing through the air in front of him. Got it! The corners of his mouth raised, and he couldn't help but get excited inside. Because in the moment when he was in the wrong body, he had clearly felt that his swordsmanship, which had been stagnant for a long time, had been strengthened again. Really? Fighting against the strong is the fastest way to progress. Zoro's body suddenly twisted. In an instant, several icy cold lights suddenly passed through the void, and they slashed at Luffy's body with a sharp blade. Luffy, you are strong. But this time, it's me who wins. However. Pang! A muffled sound like thunder suddenly sounded in the open space. The violent impact spread around like a hurricane, blowing dust and smoke billowing from the ground. Zoro's eyes suddenly widened, and he looked at the straw sandals that blocked his slash, with a look of horror on his face. How is that possible? He exclaimed in shock. Luffy, who was standing on one leg, grinned and said, "Sorry, Zoro. I have already seen through your future." What? Zoro's expression froze, and a bad feeling arose in his heart. Then he saw Luffy suddenly retract his arm, as if he had been ready to hit the target, the movement was smooth. And the straw sandals on his blade were kicked off violently, sending Luffy's body high into the sky. Be careful, Zoro. Next, it will be my strongest blow. Zoro raised his head and looked towards Luffy in pursuit. Immediately under his shocked eyes, he saw Luffy bite his finger hard, then suddenly took a big breath and blew it into his arm. In an instant, a terrifying arm comparable to a giant appeared in the sky above branch 153. The huge shadow even shrouded the entire open space. Are you kidding? Seeing this scene, Nami, who was watching the battle from a distance, immediately covered her mouth with her hands and looked at everything on the field in disbelief. And Chihong also took a step forward, took the initiative to block in front of her and said, "Remember, no matter what happens, don't leave my back." Oh. Nami, who seemed to have lost her sense of self, nodded blankly, but her eyes did not move away from the giant arm in the air for a moment. Luffy in the air showed his white teeth and smiled heartily. Third gear. Rubber giant pistol. Rumble. At this moment, the entire naval branch seemed to have ushered in the end of the world, and the sky turned into darkness. Before the punch came, the fierce wind pressure had already made Zoro breathless. The airflow that hit it swept out in all directions, blowing countless small stones on the ground and flying out like bullets. Seeing this scene, Nami quickly hid behind Chihong obediently and hugged him hard to prevent being blown away by the turbulent current. In the turbulence, Chihong was as solid as a rock, firmly fixed in place. Countless small stones hit him, but they couldn't bring him a single scratch. "Zoran, welcome to the real world." His red eyes flashed and he murmured softly. Next second, the giant fist fell from the sky, completely shrouding Zoran's world in a dark shadow. How can it be? At this moment, Zoro, who had always been confident, finally showed a panicked look. His forehead was covered with cold sweat, and he couldn't believe what was happening in front of him. How could the gap in the world be so huge? This is impossible. Faced with an attack beyond imagination, Zoro roared hysterically, but did not retreat at all. Holding a long knife, he resolutely attacked Luffy's giant fist. Three-sword-style demon slaying. Clang! The sharp knife suddenly pierced the giant fist's skin, leaving a bloody mark on Luffy's hand. However, compared with that huge palm, the wound from this knife was only slightly more serious than a needle prick. Not to mention blocking the whereabouts of the giant fist. Boom! With a loud noise that resounded throughout the world, the entire Shields town trembled violently. Everyone looked in panic towards the direction of the naval base where the loud noise came from. In the building of the 153rd Naval Branch, the naval soldiers who had been leaning out of the window to watch the battle were now trembling with their legs, unable to even stand up. Of course, even if they could stand up, they probably wouldn't have the courage to see the actual situation on the battlefield. The dust in the sky covered the entire open space, blocking everything. Under the violent shock, Nami hugged Hong's body tightly, thus avoiding the embarrassing situation of being knocked down. Cracks passed by the two red people like lightning. After a long time, the tremor slowly subsided until it disappeared. Is the knot over? Nami was so shocked that she slowly opened her eyes, her little heart beating wildly. Chihong smiled slightly, patted her arm gently, and said comfortingly, "It's over." The dust in the sky did not disperse easily, but a short figure appeared in the dust curtain. "Ahem, Chihong, come and help me." I saw Luffy, who had been severely shrunk due to the sequelae of Gear 3, comically dragging Zoro's body towards the direction of Red. No need to bother. Seeing this, Chihong swayed her arm slightly, spent 20 minutes of game time to exchange for a bottle of in-game wound medicine, and threw it to Luffy. "Spray this on Zoro, it should be enough to revive him." The effect of the wound medicine is to instantly give the Pokémon 20 HP points. Although I don't know how much HP Zoro has, judging from the fact that Luffy, a blood cow, has less than 200 points, 20 HP is definitely not a small proportion for Zoro at this stage. One bottle is enough. Speaking of which, I have to mention the magic of the machine. The attribute increase in the game world is obviously not a simple 1+1 mechanism. For example, Luffy with 100 HP points definitely has much more physical energy than 10 Pokemon with 10 HP points combined. Every increase in attribute points is a staged improvement. No matter how terrifying Luffy's final appearance may be, under the influence of a few bottles of wound medicine, he can still be resurrected from a desperate situation to a full state in an instant. This is absolutely right, a rule-level healing item. Chapter 17 I have something to ask you, please read it later. As the colorless and odorless medicine sprayed out from the device, it gently fell on Soran's body. The skin that had been scratched by the stone began to heal instantly. After the bottle of wound medicine was sprayed, Zoro's closed eyes slowly opened. It was like a white light suddenly appeared in the dark world, and then expanded rapidly. Light has taken over the world again. What's wrong with me? Zoro, who was a little exhausted, blinked in confusion. When he turned his head, he saw the doppelganger Luffy standing next to his head, looking at him with a silly smile on his face. You're awake, Zoro? Seeing that the medicine given by Chi-Hong actually had miraculous effects, Luffy immediately greeted him happily. However, Zoro just stared at Luffy for a long time, then closed his eyes peacefully and continued to lie down. What? It turned out to be a dream. Dream? Such an act of escaping reality is not in line with Zoro's character. At this moment, the clear red voice of a young man came, causing Zoro to open his eyes suddenly. How's it going? Luffy should have lost his strength in the last move. Can he still stand up? Chi-Hong extended a helping hand to Zoro, but this small gesture made Zoro feel even more confused. And many more. He quickly turned his head and looked at Luffy, who was standing next to him, and said in shock. Am I not dreaming? But... Zoro pointed at Luffy. But at this moment, Luffy's body suddenly expanded as if it had passed the elastic stress period. Bang! Clear and crisp. The doll version of Luffy instantly returned to his normal appearance. This is a side effect of Luffy's move. There is no good solution in a short time. Chi-Hong explained to Zoro with a smile, reaching out and pulling Zoro up from the ground. Although Zoro fell into a coma, it was just a discussion after all. Under Luffy's control, he only suffered a slight impact and lost his strength and lost consciousness. But Zoro, who stood up again, was obviously still in a confused stage. On the one hand, it was due to physical reasons, but more importantly, it was his feeling of powerlessness when facing Luffy. After pausing for a moment, Soran immediately raised his head and looked at Chi-Hong seriously. Chi-Hong, can you tell me? What's the outside world like? The outside world? Chi-Hong sighed, as if she was remembering something. Then he pulled the recovered Luffy, pulled Luffy's face, and replied. The specific situation is more complicated. You just need to know, in the Grand Line, there are as many people as strong as this guy in the Grand Line. He didn't mean to scare Zoro. Although Luffy's current strength is comparable to that of Judiciary Island, even if it is insufficient, it will not be much different. But 2 years later, there will be a new world where everyone has armed haki. Luffy, a guy who has not yet started armed haki, is indeed a bit unsatisfied. What did you say? Sure enough, upon hearing this, Zoro's fingers suddenly trembled. His first reaction, impossible. Absolutely impossible. But Chi-Hong, does he need to lie to himself? The answer is obvious. Zoro finally accepted this reality with complicated emotions. But then, Chi-Hong hit again and said. Also. Your target is the current world's greatest swordsman, Hawkeye my hawk. If he wants to defeat Luffy, he probably only needs one sword, that's enough. The gap, is that big? Zoro's eyes darkened. Obviously he just listened to Chi Hong's dictation, but he seemed to see a mountain with no top standing in front of him. What? Do you want to give up? Chi Hong smiled softly and asked suddenly. Give up? That's impossible. Zoro smiled bitterly and shook his head, then put his hand on the handle of the knife again and took a deep breath. I just feel like the road to go has suddenly become a lot longer. After saying this, his determined eyes returned to Soran's eyes again. He looked at the floating clouds in the distant sky and said in a serious tone. If you want me to give up just because of this, then it's better to let me die on the road to pursuing my dream. That's right. Luffy immediately started to agree and laughed. Dreams are meant to be chased with your life. And Chi Hong? He turned his head, clenched his fists, and said dissatisfied. It's too much to say that there are so many people who are better than me. I will let you see with your own eyes, I beat those guys to the ground. When the time comes, I will definitely make your jaw drop. Are you right, Zoro? That's right. Soran grasped the handle of the knife, as if endless power poured into his body from the long knife. He replied confidently. Just watch, Red. Don't talk about the Grand Line. Even if it's Hawkeye, I will definitely defeat it. Really? The corners of Chi Hong's lips raised, but she sighed softly. That might disappoint you. He stretched out his hand and pressed the brim of his hat. His eyes were clear, as if there was a flash of light. After all, I have never doubted that you can do this. What's more, with me as a trainer here, I won't be surprised no matter how powerful you become. As he said that, he turned his eyes to Soran again. Remember today's defeat well, Zoro. The real strong ones are not only strong in strength, but also in their hearts. I hope this failure can turn into a force to urge you to move forward, so that you can grow into a truly strong person as soon as possible. I will work hard. Zoro followed Luffy's example and clenched his fist hard. I believe you. Chi Hong smiled softly, but deep in his eyes flashed an imperceptible smile as if his plot had succeeded. Yet. That's it. Without pressure, where would the motivation come from? Today's scene, Chi Hong had already expected it before planning this competition. He just wants Zoro to feel the pressure from the outside world. Anyway, for people with big hearts like Luffy and Zoro, no matter how much pressure they put on them, they will only become their strength in the end. Donghai is still too weak, and there is nothing worth fighting for. This is not a good sign. After all, Zoro and Luffy's talents are so good, it would be a pity to waste them. Even at this time, Chi Hong felt a little regretful, because he had never thought of going to sea with Luffy before, so he did not seriously urge Luffy to practice during those 2.5 years. But now, the situation is completely different. Nami. Chi Hong suddenly turned around and said to Nami, who was stunned not far away and didn't know what she was thinking. What? Nami was shocked and quickly replied. What happened? What are you thinking? Chi Hong came to her and gave her a gentle slap on the head. Didn't you see that Luffy and Zoro both look like they've been pumped? Why don't you come over and join in the fun? Stop. Nami pouted, I'm not a hot-blooded idiot like them. And I don't understand anything about bonds or friendship. Oh? Really? Chi Hong smiled evilly. Then he suddenly opened the backpack behind him. This backpack is a carry-on package that he takes with him when he goes to sea. It is not the space backpack in the game. So when you open the backpack, you can clearly see the large amount of cash and small jewelry they previously searched in Menka's office. Nami. What now? Chi Hong looked at Nami, whose eyes were shining. You have something to give me, Master Chi Hong. The little girl will go through fire and water without hesitation. Nami instantly knelt down on one knee, full of fighting spirit. Thanks to Naihekiao Oath, Gay I Mama, and Book Friends 20220312214750992 for their recommendation votes. Keep going, don't stop. Chapter 18. You call these dumbbells? Seeking for further reading. Very good. Very energetic. Chihong grinned. Immediately, he pretended to order to Nami. Straw Hat Pirates Navigator Nami obeys the order. Now I order you in the name of the Vice Captain of the Straw Hat Pirates. Find a hotel for these two guys to stay. Then go shopping with me. As ordered. Under the power of money, Nami replied sonorously, and then froze for a moment. She blinked blankly. Shopping. After half an hour. After successfully helping Luffy and Zoro find a restaurant and ordering a large table of food, Chihong took Nami to the streets of Shields Town. Although under the tyranny of Monka for several years, Shields Town was far from its former prosperity and fell into depression. But a skinny camel is bigger than a horse. After all, this is an island with a naval base stationed there, and the types of shops are relatively complete, enough to meet Chihong's needs. So, you asked me to go shopping with you just to help you negotiate prices. Nami was surprised at first, and then looked at Chihong with speechless and contemptuous eyes. Chihong smiled. Please, after all, I really don't have much experience in this area. So we have no choice but to mobilize this old gangster. Really? Nami sighed and said slightly helplessly, how many grown men can't even buy things? Forget it, tell me, what do you want to buy? Ah! Chihong touched her chin and thought, actually, there aren't too many things to buy. Daily supplies, exercise equipment, oh, by the way. Most importantly, we need a ship. Ship? Nami raised her eyebrows. You don't want to tell me, you don't even have a ship to go to sea now, do you? That's right. Chihong slapped her palms, as expected of the ice snow and smart Nami. You're so smart. Snapped. Nami, with one hand on her hips, slapped her forehead and complained feebly, you don't even have a ship, but you are clamoring to be the pirate king, the world's greatest swordsman, etc. How idealistic are you guys? Hehe, is there nothing we can do about this? Chihong smiled apologetically, after all, we have just gone to sea. Anyway, let's take care of the most important ship first. Nami frowned, don't blame me for not reminding you. If you don't have extra funds, you can't buy a decent ship with just a few million belly. It doesn't matter. Chihong had already expected it, I just want a temporary ship with a deck that can allow Luffy and the others to move around. I've got my eye on a boat on one of the other islands that will be out in a few days. What? Nami suddenly stopped and looked at Chihong incomprehensibly. You mean, you're going to spend millions of belly just to have a temporary space while sailing? You? Nami was suddenly speechless and suppressed the question. Is your head okay? However, Chihong smiled indifferently. Hey? What does it matter? It's just a few million baileys. Just, a few million. Nami bit her lips in surprise. Are you rich people so mean to talk? Recalling the history of blood and tears when she earned her first million, she really wanted to kill Hong Hong. If I couldn't beat you, I would have beaten you to death. Looking at the red figure in front of her, Nami cursed in her heart. But at this moment, Chihong, who was walking in front, suddenly stopped. Just when Nami suspected that the other party had mastered some mind-reading skills and heard her own words, Chihong slowly turned around and asked with concern. Nami, you look like, you care about money. Hey! Nami didn't know why, but she immediately replied, of course. Who doesn't like money in this world? No. Chihong shook her head decisively, there are indeed many people who like money, but there is definitely something wrong with your desire for money. So, there's some trouble that needs a lot of money to solve, right? Nami stopped, suddenly raised her head, and looked at Chihong. The moist sea breeze blew through the tips of her golden-orange hair, floating slightly in the air. For some reason, through her red, dark, and deep eyes, Nami seemed to see a hint of pity hidden deep in her eyes. It was as if he had seen through his miserable life. People were coming and going on the street, hurriedly passing by the two of them, and no one paid any attention to the young man and woman staying there. So, after a moment of silence, Chi Hong spoke again, "I guessed it right, right?" He stepped forward and walked in front of Nami. "Although I don't know what you have been through these years, I hope you can know a little bit. Both I and Luffy sincerely want to invite you to be our partner. So, if you really have any difficulties, you can feel free to trouble us." Red patted her shoulder gently to express comfort. "You have seen Luffy's strength. We don't even pay attention to the Navy. Do you still think that there are problems in this small East China Sea that we cannot solve? Anyway, you should think about it carefully. But don't affect your work too much, after all. I really don't know how to bargain." As soon as the words fell, Chi Hong directly took Nami's arm and walked forward quickly. Being familiar with the plot, of course he knew what the root cause of Nami's illness was. But rather than pretending to be deaf and waiting until the time is right to solve the problem, he hoped that Nami would take the initiative, total them everything. He believed that after seeing the strength displayed by Luffy, Nami would definitely think about it. The rest depends on how long it takes for her to put aside her grudges and take the initiative to seek help from them. Chi Hong believes that this time will not be too long. As the saying goes, although a sparrow is small, it has all 5 internal organs. Although Shields Town is not very large, it has 3 small shipyards because it has a naval base. Of course, they are all factories run by ship repairmen themselves. The main source of income is building some small fishing boats and selling them to local people. The other is being called by the naval base to undertake some hull repair work. After Nami's persuasive talk, Chi Hong finally succeeded in spending 300 Bailey to buy a second-hand small sailboat. Although the hull was somewhat tattered, it had a decent deck and enough cabin for each person to have a small bedroom. After purchasing the boat, Chi Hong and Nami did not stop. They walked around Shields Town vigorously and purchased a large amount of daily necessities, and evening. Full of expectations, Luffy and Zoro, led by Red and Nami, rushed all the way to the port of Shields Town. And there, an inconspicuous sailing ship docked at the port. But Luffy and Zoro suddenly stopped, and the look of anticipation in their eyes for the ship was instantly replaced by something strange. Arriving at the coast, Soran spoke first, pointing to the strange sight on the sailboat. On the not-so-large deck, there were 4 huge metal lumps, 2 of which were connected by a thick steel pipe. Just looking at the severe waterline of the small sailboat is enough to show how terrible the weight of these things is. "What is this?" Zoro asked. "Ah." Chi Hong paused, then smiled slowly. "This is the barbell you and Luffy use for training. I asked the boss who sells steel to use all the materials in the warehouse and rush to build it. We can only do this at the moment. We can go to Rogtown later to see if there are any advanced materials, and then we can replace them." Soran suddenly fell silent, and after a long time, he slowly said, "It sounds like you're not satisfied yet. So, is this for us?" "Nonsense. Do you think Nami and I can lift it?" Red gave Zoro a confident look. What he got in return was Soran's stiff and blank gaze, as if he was saying, "Does it look like I can lift it up?" Chapter 19 Re-entering the game world, seeking for further reading. Facts have proved that if people don't push themselves, they will never know where their limits are. What? As Zoro let out a cry as if his constipation had finally cleared up after 3 days, the huge dumbbell, supported by his veiny arms, slowly left the deck and hung in the air. But this state of affairs did not last long. Following Peng's muffled sound, the entire hull suddenly shook slightly. Zoro put down the dumbbells with difficulty, and then gasped awkwardly. But judging from the twitching of his eyes and the smile on his lips, it was obvious that he was also shocked that he could do this. I did it." He laughed breathlessly. As for the other side, Slow down. Luffy. I just bought this ship, and I plan to sell it to get some health. Seeing Luffy struggling to lift the dumbbell and then quickly putting it down, a distressed Chi-Hong quickly stepped forward to stop him. I have to say that in terms of pure strength, Luffy is now much stronger than Zoro. But... Stop, stop. Luffy. Seeing Luffy about to lift the dumbbell again, Red quickly stepped forward and stopped him. Hey? What's wrong, Chi-Hong? Luffy blinked in confusion. That's not how this thing works. Chi-Hong waved her hand at him. Didn't you hear what I said? This is a dumbbell, not a barbell, so you have to lift it with one hand. Red took one of Luffy's arms, then patted it gently. Let go. Try it with one hand. A hand? How is this possible? Nami on the side saw this and immediately muttered quietly. Then, she saw Luffy, who was using only one hand. His arms suddenly bulged, and veins popped out on his face. He shouted the same as Zoro. Ah! Boom! The huge dumbbell slowly left the deck and levitated. Although it was not as smooth as two hands, it was still successful in lifting it. Is this a joke? At this moment, both Nami and Zoro were shocked by Luffy's sudden move. But this also made the two of them more aware of Luffy's power. Especially for Nami. Seeing this scene, she couldn't help but think of what Chi-Hong had said to him this afternoon. Can I really trouble them? Nami murmured silently in her heart. Because the preparations went very smoothly, in the evening, Chi-Hong and the others had already sailed away from Shield's town and headed for the next island. Anyway, with Nami, a top navigator, they don't have to worry about any problems they may encounter while traveling at night. After arranging Luffy and Zoro's training targets, Chi-Hong and Nami returned to the cabin. After a simple wash, he immediately lay down on the bed. Unlike Luffy and Zoro who need external stimulation. With raw power, he only needs to meditate comfortably to make himself stronger. As a burst of mysterious energy quickly traveled through the body, Chi-Hong immediately entered a state of cultivation, letting the mysterious power nourish his body. Nami on the other side was sitting at a desk, holding her chin with one hand and her bright eyes twinkling. Looking at the shallow moonlight outside the window and listening to the sound of waves lapping against the hull, I don't know what I'm thinking. Time flies. In a blink of an eye, it's early morning. Nami had already fallen asleep. Zoro and Luffy, who were exhausted from training, had already fallen asleep on the deck. The large, damp stains of sweat on the ground proved their hard work. Step, step, step. At this moment, a burst of footsteps suddenly came, breaking the tranquility under the night sky. Chi-Hong looked at the two people sleeping, a smile flashing in her eyes. What a comforting companion. In this case, I can't let go. Chi-Hong stretched out his hand, lifted the two of them up one by one, and sent them back to their respective rooms, and then returned to his bedroom. In terms of cultivation, there really isn't much I can do to help. But as for cheating, just leave it to me as much as possible. Machine, start. As the red thought moved, a dazzling white light suddenly appeared in front of his eyes. However, this time, he did not directly enter the familiar world of Pokémon. Instead, a window poked out in the white light. It is the Pokémon box interface in the game world. At the top of the window, there is a line of black font. Please select the Pokémon to battle. In the list below, there are two cartoon villain icons. One is Luffy wearing a straw hat. And the other one is surprisingly Roronoa Zoro with a green grass head. Sure enough. I guessed it right. Seeing this scene, Chi-Hong immediately laughed excitedly. The conditions for becoming a Pokémon were exactly what he thought. His hard work all day was not in vain. Without any hesitation, after saying I'm sorry to Luffy in her heart, Chi-Hong directly abandoned her old love and chose a new one. The CG that entered the game started to move again. There was a flash of light. Chi Hong immediately arrived at the position he had recorded before. The interior of the dark grey gym. Next to him, it was Zoro who was still sleeping. It seems that after entering the game, your consciousness will still maintain the same state as the outside world. This is information worth paying attention to. If you don't get enough rest, it may affect many subsequent activities. Chi Hong murmured secretly in her heart, but she did not wake up Soran immediately. Instead, she clicked on the game interface and checked Soran's relevant information. Pokemon, Roranoa Zoro. Level, 38. Gender, convex. Character, serious. Attributes, dragon, steel. Characteristics. Sense of oppression. When staring at the opponent can feel a strong sense of urgency. Skills, empty, 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 empty. Experience value, 0/4447. HP, 143. Physical attack, 117. Physical defense, 115. Special attack, 140. Special defense, 100. Speed, 91. What are the attributes of Dragon and Steel? Looking at Soran's attribute list, Chi Hong immediately started thinking. The Steel attribute is understandable. It should be related to Soran being a swordsman and using swords all year round. But what's going on with this Dragon attribute? In Pokemon, the Dragon attribute is not only a kind of energy, but it also represents a biological race. So, gee, are you saying that Zoro is not a human being? Chi Hong grinned. Since he couldn't figure it out, he didn't go too far. Anyway, the Dragon attribute is a very powerful attribute. It is a perfect match for a charming man like Suode. Perhaps, this might be the correct answer. As for Soran's characteristic, the sense of oppression, it is a neither good nor bad characteristic. Although it can be somewhat helpful in combat, in Chi Hong's opinion, Luffy's regenerative power is more maneuverable. As for Soran's attributes, it is obvious that he has extremely high special attack potential. He's only level 38, but his special attack is 46 points more than Luffy's at level 19. From this point, it is enough to determine Soran's future development direction. Special attack style. That sounds like a good idea. Special attack moves seem to be suitable for incorporating into sword skills. After thinking for a while, Chi Hong knelt down, pinched Zoro's nose, covered his mouth, and started to wake him up. I have to say, this trick is really miraculous. In less than 10 seconds, Zoro frowned as if he had a nightmare. After a few more seconds, he jerked away from Chi Hong's sneer and sat up from the ground. Who? Chi Hong, what are you doing? He raised his head and looked at Chi Hong, who was smiling and about to question. But then, he discovered something strange. And many more. Haven't I already boarded the ship? Where is this place? Why am I here? Countless questions occupied his mind. But Chi Hong stretched out her hand at this time, helping Zoro to stand up, and said with a playful smile. Zoran, welcome to my world. Chapter 20 Treasure Gathering Technique, please read, page 12. Your world. Zoro looked at Chi Hong in confusion. Are you kidding, Chi Hong? No matter how you think about it, this statement is too outrageous. However, in the face of Soran's doubts, Chi Hong just smiled softly. What do you mean? This. Zoro was speechless for a moment. This is really incredible. Haha, nothing incredible. Chi Hong laughed loudly. Do you remember the trainer's ability I mentioned before? Actually, compared to letting you gain strength through exercise in the real world, this is my greatest role as a trainer. In this wonderful world, as long as you defeat enough enemies, your strength can be improved immediately. You can even master new abilities and powers. Time is limited, I'll leave other information on the road and tell you later. Chihong glanced at the 3 long knives on Zoro's waist with a smile. Although I don't know what the principle and mechanism is, now that Zoran can bring the knife into the game world, things will be much easier to handle. Ah? Oh. The confused Zoro scratched his head. Although he still didn't understand what Chihong said, he felt like he had met someone very powerful. It seems that I really made the right addition to this pirate group. Zoro murmured secretly in his heart, and then followed Red's footsteps and walked out of the gym. Just as they walked out of the gym door, before Zoro's mind had time to think, a spiky-headed boy suddenly stopped them. Hey! I said that guy over there. Zoro turned his head subconsciously and saw a guy wearing a purple gown and a confident smile walking over. As soon as this guy came up, he said to Chihong in an arrogant tone, I said you, could it be that guy named Chihong? Are you here to provoke me? Zoro subconsciously regarded this place as the real world. But just when he was about to unsheath the blade and give the opponent a blow, Chihong stopped him and said softly. Don't worry about him. Zoran was stunned for a moment, but he still put away the blade obediently. At this time, no one was paying attention, but the prickly head opposite started talking to himself. It's true. As expected of me. What followed was a conversation that Zoro couldn't understand at all, and then he was seen taking out something and giving it to Red. What's the situation? It turned out to be a gift giver? Zoro's face was full of curiosity. At this moment, Chihong turned to him and explained. In this world, all creatures have no intelligence except fighting, so you don't need to pay too much attention to their words. Oh! Zoro nodded half-knowingly. Although he was surprised, he quickly accepted this setting. Chihong, on the other hand, turned her attention to the brand new prop in her hand. Props, Super Ball. Effect: after successfully capturing Pokémon, you can gain more experience points than ordinary Pokémon balls, and have a higher chance of dropping props. I didn't expect that I would meet a gift giver as soon as I went out. This is really a good sign. He happily put the 5 super balls given by the game NPC Kinglu into his backpack. It's a pity that they are still in the novice zone. There is really no need to waste these Pokeballs and Super Balls for such a little experience. They can only save them for later use. Let's go. Chihong patted Zoran and said with a smile. The magic of this world is just about to open to you. Taking Zoro with them, the two of them walked directly to Highway 3 on the right side of Dark Grey City. Although Chihong remembers that there should be a hidden small task in each city, and you can get some small rewards. But now that time is limited, he doesn't have that much energy to do this. What's more, in his impression, there was really nothing worth exploring in the first few cities. In this way, the two spent more than 20 minutes quickly walking through the city. Soon, a path along the mountain with a flat road but clearly defined levels appeared in front of them. While on the way, Chihong had already briefly introduced the rules of the game world to Zoran. Compared to Luffy's brain, which couldn't make sense despite repeated explanations, Zoro understood it instantly. Then he fell into a deep shock. Create a world where people can become stronger through fighting? Is this really possible? Zoro was puzzled. In the end, it was just attributed to the devil fruit with magical powers. Because he realized that his knowledge was shallow, Zoro didn't ask any more questions and just followed Chihong silently. He wanted to see if this world was as magical as Chihong said. It didn't take long for the two to encounter the first battle in the game world. It was a ranger blocking the road entrance. When he saw Chihong and the others approaching, he immediately stepped forward and stopped them. Let me tell you what a real Pokémon battle is. The ranger yelled unreasonably, and then directly threw a level 11 Bulbasaur. The circular battlefield suddenly opened up and enveloped everyone present. The battle is about to break out. Bulbasaur, use Vine Whip. The ranger, who had gained wisdom in the field of combat, gave the order instantly. On this side, Chihong is also not to be outdone. Zoro, use Ghost Slash directly to kill the opponent. It is good. Looking at the garlic toad opposite, Zoro did not hesitate at all and instantly drew out 3 long knives. The ghostly aura suddenly surged out of his body, and then quickly settled on the long knife. 3 sword-style demon slaying. Swish! Before Bulbasaur's vine whip could be swung, Zoro had already taken action. A terrifying aura rose up from his body, causing Bulbasaur opposite him to freeze in place instantly, daring not to move. Surprisingly, Sauron's unique sense of oppression came into play. As a dark purple cold light passed by, Bulbasaur, who was only level 11, suddenly let out a scream. Wonderful! Roronoa Zoro defeated the Ranger Bulbasaur and gained experience value plus 68. Completed command, evaluation, average. Get additional rewards, experience plus 14. The experience value has indeed increased. Seeing the experience tips Sauron had gained, Chi-Hong suddenly smiled in surprise. Just a level 11 Pokémon contributed a small 100 experience points. At this rate, it won't be long before Zoro and Luffy's strength grows by leaps and bounds. Chapter 21 Traveling Through the Moon Mountain. Treasure Gathering Technique. Good guy, I didn't expect this move. Isn't this Nami's favorite? Seeing the strange introduction of moves in front of him, Chi-Hong's expression suddenly became weird. This move may not be strong, but if it is weak, its effect is extremely miraculous. But it's only 40 power, and it's a special move, so don't waste Zoro's time. Chi-Hong turned off the game interface. She couldn't say she was disappointed, but the surprise was indeed slightly reduced. After all, whether in games or in reality, they have not reached the level where money limits their pace. Therefore, this move can only be useless to the current Chi-Hong. Perhaps the only meaning of its existence is to attract Nami and make her recognize her identity as a trainer as soon as possible. It's just that all of this has to wait until they eradicate the dragon pirates. Without relief from the knot in her heart, Nami would not give her heart to them so easily. Without wasting too much time on the treasure gathering technique, Chi-Hong led Zoro directly up the hillside and entered the Moonview Mountain Cave. As soon as they entered the cave, 2 figures with big eyes appeared in front of them. There is a man and a woman, one has long pink hair and the other has short light blue hair. And on the chest of their white uniforms, there is a big R letter. Is it Team Rocket? Looking at the 2 people who had a close relationship, Chi-Hong immediately licked her lips. Because he knows that these 2 experience babies will contribute a lot of experience to Sauron in the near future. What a surprise! In the cave, Musashi and Kojiro of Team Rocket were arguing about something. However, it seemed that the process had not yet reached the battle stage. After discovering Chi-Hong and Sauron, these 2 guys immediately ran into the cave in surprise. Did you run away? Chi-Hong looked at their leaving figures and said directly to Sauron without any hesitation. Let's go. Let's chase him and take a look. The game world is not a simple game, and the target will not be lost just because the NPC runs out of the screen. But again, if you lose track of them, it will be very troublesome to find their queue process. Anyway, Pokémon are everywhere in Mount Tsukimi. They happened to be following Team Rocket, and they had to find the exit of the cave first. It is good. Zoro, who has gradually become accustomed to taking orders from Red, immediately responded, and then followed Red in pursuit of Team Rocket. Even in order not to lose track of the target, the various trainers Chi-Hong met along the way directly let Zoro fight on his own. For this reason, a lot of command experience rewards were wasted. But even so, after half an hour, Sauron's experience value successfully exceeded the 2000 mark. It's even twice as fast as taking Route 3. After all, the number of trainers in the cave far exceeds that in the ordinary wilderness. In this way, at the last moment when the battery could only support 15 minutes, they finally chased Team Rocket and found the correct route through the Tsukimi-yama cave. It's a good thing I didn't lose him. Otherwise, with Zoro's crazy character, he would be in trouble in this cave. Chi Hong muttered something softly, and then walked forward instantly. A Team Rocket guy dressed in black immediately came over and, like all the previous trainers, stopped the two of them. This is not a place for children. Deal with him, Zoro. Chi Hong didn't talk nonsense. Seeing that the battery was running low, he wanted to at least get over the plot of Yuejianshan. Understand? Zoro grinned, and directly struck the opponent's level 10 hypnotic taper with a single strike of one sword Ryuichi Lion Song. Then came the second Team Rocket bastard, the third, the fourth. 4 members of Team Rocket successfully added more than 300 experience points to Zoro, but it also took nearly 5 minutes of Red's time. Finally, at the last moment, he succeeded in finding a researcher who was observing 2 precious fossils. Chi Hong took the initiative to step forward and trigger the conversation. It was another simple battle, which once again increased Soran's experience points by nearly 200 points. Now, Soran's experience value has successfully reached 3025/4447. Only the last 1422 experience points are left to advance to the next level. Unfortunately, it seems that I can't go up to this level today. Alas, what a pity! After defeating the researcher, Chi Hong tearfully pocketed both fossils. In this regard, what the machine does is close to reality. There is no phenomenon in the game where the winner is clearly the winner, but still can only choose one of the two. But just after he put the fossils into his backpack, a rush of footsteps suddenly came from behind them. Who? Zoro drew out his long knife vigilantly. They saw the rocket trio that they had been chasing all the way walking up from behind them. Since you asked the question sincerely, I will tell you with great mercy. Kojiro and Musashi acted like they were performing a drama, posing in various poses towards Akane and Zoro. To prevent the world from being destroyed. To protect world peace. Carry out the evil of love and truth. A cute and charming villain. Musashi. Kojiro. We are Team Rocket traveling across the galaxy. White holes, white tomorrows are waiting for us. That's it, meow. With a meow, the trio of Team Rocket officially appeared. This. Zoro, who was almost getting used to the abnormal behavior of people in this world, was stunned after seeing this scene. It was Chi Hong, who once again witnessed the famous scene with her own eyes, and the corners of her mouth rose. You're in luck, Zoro. You can't see performances like this all the time. Haha. Zoro twitched the corner of his mouth and said speechlessly, I wish I had never seen such an eye-catching opening. Even I am embarrassed for them. So. Clang. Sun Yan's sword flashed suddenly. The blade was instantly unsheathed. They're the enemy, right? Zoro tilted his head towards Red and asked. That's right. Chi Hong looked at the battery and made sure it was enough for Zoro to clean up the rocket trio. He nodded immediately. In short, kill them without hesitation. Exactly what I want. Kang. Zoro pulled out the snow-white Wado human and put it into his mouth. And his other 2 arms also pulled out 2 ordinary long knives. Zoro, the 3-sword style, is ready. At this time, Team Rocket had finished reading their lines. I saw Musashi and Kojiro throwing pokeballs at Zoro at the same time. All of a sudden, 2 Pokemon that looked like villains appeared in front of Zoro. Level 15 gas bombs and level 15 arbor snakes. Are these 2 guys? It seems to be stronger than other Pokemon. Zoro chuckled softly. It's just that it's still too weak. The next second, his figure disappeared directly from the spot and flew towards the opposite side. At the same time, 3 straight rays of cold light quickly passed through the dim cave, instantly penetrating the body of the gas bomb and arbor snake. 3 swordsman-style crow magic hunter. Phew! Several slash marks suddenly appeared on the bodies of the 2 Pokemon. If it weren't for the bloody scenes in the game world, Red felt that this blow alone would be enough to split the bodies of the two Pokémon. The full health bar instantly returns to 0. Not surprisingly, Team Rocket, the final boss of Mount Tsukimi, was easily killed by Zoro. What a disgusting feeling! After a classic line, the Rockets trio fled. Soran's experience value also increased by more than 200 points again. However, the battery of the machine is obviously low, which also indicates that today's adventure is coming to an end. After Chihong briefly explained to Zoro, a white light suddenly flashed in front of the two of them and they returned to their respective bedrooms. Under the moonlit night, everything is so quiet and peaceful. Zoro, who was lying on the bed, suddenly opened his eyes and quickly looked at the surrounding environment. After confirming that he was in the bedroom of the boat, he sat up excitedly. So, none of that was just a dream. He stared intently at his hands. He clearly remembered that he fell asleep due to exhaustion from training. For this reason, when he first entered the game world, Chihong took him to the Elf Center in Dark Grey City and lay down on a strange and magical instrument for a few seconds. Then his physical strength miraculously recovered. Feeling that his body was almost the same as when he left the game world, Zoro became more and more sure. Everything that just happened was by no means as simple as a dream. Trainer. Looking at the night sky outside the window, Zoro couldn't help but sigh softly. I didn't expect that I would meet such a magical guy as Chihong, and even become a partner with him. Dina, I seem to. We are one step closer to our goal. Chapter 22 Luffy's Bounty, please follow up. Early morning. A white glimmer lit up on the distant horizon, and then quickly magnified. In just a few minutes, the dark night sky was driven away by this glimmer of light. The world gradually became brighter. I had a good sleep. Under the characteristics of regenerative power, Luffy, who had slept soundly all night and was completely exhausted, pushed open the ship door with a bright smile on his face. Then he shouted to the cabin again. Hey! Nami, isn't breakfast ready yet? I am starving. Swish! A spatula suddenly flew out of the cabin, grazed Luffy's eyebrow and plunged into the deck, making a buzzing and shaking sound. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Just know how to push. If you make any more noise, you won't have breakfast today. Nami's roar came from the cabin. Scare. Luffy was shocked when he heard that there was no breakfast. He quickly grabbed his mouth with both hands and muttered carefully. What a terrible woman. Ha ha ha, calm down, Nami. At this time, a red laughter suddenly came from the cabin, comforting Nami and saying. Hold on for a few more days, and I already have a candidate for the chef. You will be free by then. Really? Nami in the cabin was boiling eggs in a small pot. She was also not very good at cooking and could only provide some simple dishes. I'm a navigator. Why would I do such a thing? She complained dissatisfiedly, but the movements in her hands never stopped. But when she was chopping potatoes, it always felt eerie, as if she was surrounded by murderous aura. Even Zoro, who had just gotten up, saw this and quietly slipped out of the cabin without making a sound. The Straw Hat Pirate's morning is so warm and friendly. At the same time, just when Chihong and others were enjoying the life of sailing on the sea. Located in Marineland, the naval headquarters of the Grand Line, a group of Marines temporarily added a meeting precisely because of what they did. Provocation. This is a naked provocation. Damn pirate. He actually did such a thing. A burly rear admiral with a fierce look slapped a photo on the table and yelled angrily through gritted teeth. It was the group photo taken by the 4 Straw Hat crew in front of the naval base. The other naval officers in this conference room also showed angry expressions at this time. A pirate group that had just gone to sea dared to attack a naval base and defeat naval officers. What's even more hateful is, these guys actually took a group photo at the entrance of the naval base. Such behavior is definitely the greatest insult and provocation to the Navy. We must not let this group of people escape into the sea. The organizer of the meeting, the Rear Admiral, stared at the photos on the display board angrily, with anger rising in his eyes. However, at this moment, another Rear Admiral participating in the meeting held a piece of information in his hand and frowned. But with the strength of the Donghai Navy branch, it shouldn't be a match for this group of people, right? Have you guys seen the information at the back? This group of people is not just a newbie pirate. With a sad look on his face, he raised his head and glanced at the Navy. The information behind. After hearing this Major General's prompt, the other navies discovered that there was actually content behind this document. Everyone immediately turned the page and gasped in unison. Hi! Is this true? Isn't it possible? They are just a group of rookie pirates. If the situation reported here is true, then this matter is definitely not as simple as a simple provocation by pirates. A group of Marines immediately started a heated discussion. Even the angry meeting organizer put aside his angry agitation at this time and looked at the follow-up report on the document with a solemn expression. On the second page of the information, a photo of the current situation of the open space of the 153 naval base was pasted. The photo is a bird's eye view taken from the top of the building. Surrounding the photo are the remains of the collapsed walls of the naval base, and the entire open space is full of huge cracks like those caused after an earthquake. What's even more shocking is, in the center of the picture, there is a huge fist mark deeply imprinted in the earth. Below is a summary of the situation reported by the 153rd Branch of the Navy. Overhead view of the scene after the discussion between Straw Hat Pirates Captain Monkey D. Luffy and new member Roronoa Zoro. Then placed below is another picture of what the empty space looked like when it was intact for comparison. The conference room suddenly fell into an atmosphere of silence. It wasn't until a long time later that the Major General pressed his temples with a headache. Damn it! Why do troublesome guys always appear in the East China Sea? Then he suddenly raised his head and said firmly. The reward for this group of people must be announced immediately. Let the world be aware of the dangers of these bastards. In addition, inform Smoker in Rogtown that the Straw Hats must be intercepted in the East China Sea. Absolutely. We can't let them enter the Grand Line. We can't let them become the next Fire Fist Ace. Yes. A group of Navy responded with a sonorous and powerful voice. With the word justice behind them as their belief, they are not afraid of any strong enemy. Hey? Zoro, you and Red went to the Pokemon world last night. How can it be repaired? Why don't you take me with you? The scene returns to the East China Sea. With Nami's frantic efforts, Chi Hong and others successfully enjoyed a decent breakfast. During the meal, when he heard that Red took Zoro into the Pokemon world for adventure last night, Luffy immediately pouted like a jealous child. Chi Hong spread her hands helplessly. There's nothing we can do about it. If possible, I would also like to take you on an adventure. But my ability is only enough to support you alone. After saying this, Chi Hong shook her head regretfully. You know, in the game Pokemon, Peel/I, the experience gained by the Pokemon will be provided to all the Pokemon in the player at the same time. If multiple people can enter the game world at the same time and then share their experiences, even if others can't fight and just stay in the backpack, that would be a great thing. All I can say is, what a pity. I just don't know if I can get props like learning devices in other versions of the game and exchange them into reality, so that others can share their combat experience. However, when faced with Chi Hong's statement, Luffy didn't buy it at all and started rolling on the ground. No, no. I'm going to take an adventure too. I'm going to take an adventure too. Chi Hong put down the bowl and chopsticks, stepped on Luffy's body, stopped him from acting, and said, Okay, I really lost to you. Then I'll take you to the Pokemon world today. His original plan today was indeed not to bring Luffy into the game world. After all, after leaving the Moon Mountain Cave, you will reach Cerulean City. The Cerulean Gym in Cerulean City is the home of water Pokemon, which is not the type that Luffy is good at dealing with. But, considering that the Cerulean Gym should contribute a lot of experience, maybe it would be a good idea to let Luffy eat the experience and upgrade in advance. Anyway, with level crushing, it's impossible for those water Pokemon to cause any trouble. In fact, Chihong has always had a guess in her mind. That is, Luffy has not yet developed armament haki, perhaps because his physique or certain conditions have not yet reached the standards. Although judging from the plot 2 years later, through the guidance of famous teachers and some techniques, even less strong guys can awaken their armed domineering energy. But there will be so many armed and domineering pirates in the new world that it is impossible for each of them to have a famous teacher to guide them. So Chihong put forward a bold hypothesis. That is, when the physical strength or vigor reaches a certain level, the human body may naturally awaken armed domineering energy. After all, from a fantasy perspective, armed color haki is actually an application of the power of chi and blood. When chi and blood are strong enough and obvious, everything may become self-explanatory. There is also Smoker, a natural smoke fruit ability user, waiting for them in Rog Town. Although Red has already thought of a way to deal with Smoker. But if Luffy can learn armament haki as soon as possible, it will save him a lot of energy. Really? Awesome, Red! Yada! Woohoo! After hearing that Chihong agreed to take him to the Pokemon world again, Luffy immediately turned several somersaults in excitement. You guy! Chihong shook his head helplessly, but then he shouted to Luffy. As promised in advance, I will only allow you to be willful once. Whoever I bring into the Pokemon world in the future must follow my plan. Hehe, no problem, Chihong. Luffy somersaulted in front of Chihong and assured him with a smile. Then he said to Soran slightly apologetically. I'm sorry, Zoro, I will never compete with you again. It's just that after sparring with you, I always feel like I'm about to master that move. So I want to go to the Pokemon world to experiment. Thanks to Nahi Bridgeoath and Deep Blue Moon Knight for their recommendation votes. Chapter 23 The Restlessness of Armed Color, please follow up. That move. Chihong was slightly startled, a little surprised, but also a little unbelievable. He asked uncertainly, are you talking about armed haki? Ah. Luffy nodded, raised his fist and stared. I seem to be able to feel a strange power in my body. I just don't know how to use it like you said, Chihong. Actually, I had this feeling after Chihong made me learn the headbutt, but it's a little stronger now. What did you say? Chihong suddenly stood up excitedly. Pokemon moves can also help Luffy practice armed haki? And many more. An idea flashed in his red mind. If armed color haki is really as I thought, it is a manifestation of the power of chi and blood. The Pokemon's general energy is not a way of developing the body's potential. There might be some connection between the two. Interesting. His red eyes flashed, and he pursed his lips and smiled. If this guess is true, then he really underestimated the power of the machine before. Master the mobilization of the body by learning general moves, coupled with the increase in physical fitness brought about by level up. Perhaps with this, he can even allow partners like Nami, who are not suitable for close combat, to use armament haki. And since armed color haki can be learned in this way, is it possible to use perceptual Pokemon moves, such as see-through, hard eye, etc., to practice the haki of seeing, hearing, and color? Or use moves that can strengthen your mental power to awaken the domineering energy in your friends? I'll be a good boy. Suddenly, I found out how to use the machine correctly. It seems that in addition to speed passing progress, we should also pay attention to other uses in the game world in the future. He murmured in his heart, then raised his head and praised. Good job, Luffy. Just in time. Now that you have found the opportunity to arm yourself with haki, you will be responsible for guiding Zoro's training. No problem, just leave it to me. Luffy clapped his chest loudly and laughed. Even though he doesn't know how to teach others. At this time, Chihong added. Armed Haki is an important ability to walk on the Great Route. Not only can it enhance attack and defense power, it can also deal with difficult users with natural fruit abilities. If we don't even know how to use armament Haki, we may be restrained to death by those with natural fruit abilities as soon as we enter the Grand Line. I don't know how many corpses of these ignorant pirates were buried along the Grand Line. I don't want to be one of them. You too, don't underestimate the Grand Line. At this point, Chihong suddenly paused, glanced at Nami gently from the corner of her eye, and continued thoughtfully. For example, the most powerful dragon pirates in the East China Sea today. Hey! Nami, who originally had no interest in the topic of practice, suddenly stopped and looked over with trembling eyes. Chihong continued. They were originally just some remnants of the Fishman pirates, rubbish that had no place in the New World in the second half of the Grand Line. But now in the East China Sea, he is able to dominate the mountain and become the king, making the navy powerless and becoming the emperor of the earth who oppresses mankind. It is precisely because this phenomenon occurs frequently that the East China Sea is called the weakest sea. Is the trash from the New World the strongest from the East China Sea? It seems that I have really been sitting in a well and watching the sky these past few years. Zoro quickly understood the meaning of Chihong's words and laughed at himself softly. But the moment he put his hand on the handle of the knife, endless fighting spirit rose and burned in his body. He immediately said loudly to Chihong. Don't worry, Red Vice Captain. No matter what price I have to pay, before entering the Grand Line, I will definitely practice armed color domineering. I don't want to hold back our pirate group. Luffy is powerful, Red has mysterious abilities, and Nami has top-notch navigation skills praised by Red. In comparison, I, who only have some reputation in the East China Sea, are really incompatible with this pirate group. I'm really too weak. Zoro quietly clenched his fists. I haven't experienced this feeling of loss for many years. With a flash of thought, Zoro said seriously to Luffy. Luffy, the rest is up to you. Hee, we are partners. Luffy patted Zoro on the back. Even though he had not yet developed armament Haki, he said confidently. Leave everything to me. Crimson. But at this moment, Nami, who had been silent all this time, spoke up, raising her red eyebrows. Can you finally bear it? He sighed softly in his heart, then pretended to be careless and looked back. What's wrong, Nami? You were talking about the dragon pirates. That dragon pirates group composed of fishmen. Nami's expression was complicated, and her mind unconsciously recalled what Chihong had said to her in Shields Town. Well, what? You also know that pirate group? Chihong said knowingly. Although it was a bit cruel, there were some things that he had to let Nami say in person. The first is to allow her to trust Luffy, trust Zoro, and completely treat everyone as partners who can deliver their lives. Otherwise it would be too unfair to Luffy and Zoro who unilaterally trusted her. The second is to let her break through the knot in her heart and give up the false hope of exchanging 1 million belly for the freedom of the villagers. Only in this way can she stand up again and bid farewell to her past self. Nami's tone choked up at this moment. Luffy and Zoro, who were still excited, frowned and noticed the abnormality in the atmosphere. However, Chihong took a step forward at this time. It seems that you have already thought about it, right? Crystal tears fell from Nami's face, and she suddenly fell to the ground, staining the deck. Nami slowly pulled up the sleeve of her left arm, revealing a purple tattoo. She sobbed and said, I'm sorry, everyone. Actually, I am a member of the Dragon Pirates. What? Luffy and Zoro's eyes suddenly widened. Zoro was about to ask something, but Chihong suddenly waved his hand and stopped him. Then he continued to say to Nami warmly. So, is that why you're scouring the ocean for money? Nami continued to nod. Chihong took out a tissue, handed it to Nami's hand, and helped her pull down her sleeves to block the pattern that disgusted her. It's still a long time before we reach the next island. Then, Nami, say what you want to say. The reasons that make you cry, the reasons that make you suffer, and things you wish your mates could do for you. When she said the last sentence, Chihong suddenly emphasized her tone. Nami raised her head and suddenly met his eyes full of love and encouragement. At this moment, for some reason, Nami felt that Chihong already knew everything and was just waiting for her to say it herself. After being silent for a few seconds, she took a deep breath to prepare herself mentally, then raised her head, firmly stopped her tears, and told Luffy and Zoro about her and Koko Nishimura's experiences. Tell it all. 10 minutes later, Nami, who had vomited her suppressed feelings, tightly grasped the position of her heart and bent deeply towards the red trio. Please, help me. Help Kokoyashi village. After a moment of silence, Chihong suddenly turned his head, looked at Luffy and said, What do you say, Captain? Your navigator is asking you for help. Should we help with this? What are you talking about, Red? Luffy rarely messed around and showed a serious expression. I saw him slowly put the straw hat on his head, then took a deep breath, and suddenly shouted loudly to the sky. Of course. The huge decibels, like the wrath of gods, shattered the clouds in the sky. At the same time, it also broke Nami's heart. Chapter 24 Bucky the Clown, please read more. Thank you everyone. Nami, who had been holding back tears, silently covered her mouth at this moment and cried silently. The crystal tears fell into the hearts of the Straw Hats, but they turned into blazing anger. They wished they could teleport to Koko West Village and burn the dragon pirates to death. Red, let's leave for Koko West Village immediately. Luffy immediately suggested to Red with clenched fists. No problem. Chihong smiled and nodded, and said meaningfully. After all, the sailing direction we planned from the beginning was to Koko West Village. But before heading to Koko West Village, we need to pick up 2 partners first. Partner. Luffy was stunned for a moment, because after hearing this special word, even the anger in his heart softened. However, thinking that the current atmosphere did not seem to be very suitable for discussing the issue of new partners, even a very nervous guy like Luffy did not continue to ask questions, but looked at Nami with concern. Don't worry, Nami. I will definitely help you beat the dragon pirates away. Luffy assured, patting his chest. Although Zoro didn't speak, judging from the determined look in his eyes, he couldn't wait to chop something. However, at this moment, Chihong suddenly interrupted and said. Just beating him away isn't enough, Luffy. Evil people need to be punished by evil people, and blood debts must be paid with blood. If we don't kill all these fishmen, it will be difficult to appease the souls of those who were persecuted by the dragon pirates. What's more, they dare to bully our lovely navigator. Such sins cannot be made up for with their lives alone. Chihong helped the crying Nami, caressing her shoulders and said. Leave everything to us. Yet. Nami nodded vigorously. And this is when she once again experienced the feeling of dependence after her adoptive mother Belmere left. Leaning on the red shoulder, Nami covered her crying face and said silently in her heart. Thank you, Red. The sea breeze blows and the sun shines in the sky. Nami's confession did not affect the speed of the sailboat. Even though it was carrying 2 tons of fitness equipment on its back, the small sailboat still drew a straight white wave on the sea and headed for the next island. Finally, just before dinner, they managed to reach the port of the next island. Woohoo, I can finally have a delicious meal again. As soon as the boat stopped, Luffy immediately jumped off the bow and shouted loudly. But at this moment, Nami's faint and plaintive voice came from behind him. I'm really sorry for not letting you eat delicious food. Luffy was so frightened that he broke into a cold sweat and quickly turned around and said with a smile. "Ahaha, no, no. The lunch meal is quite delicious." As he spoke, he also made his signature move when lying, pouting, and scratching his head. Although Nami cried a lot in the morning, since she was the only one on the boat who knew how to play with the food, she naturally still had to complete the important task of lunch for the Straw Hats. But Nami's cooking skills are limited after all, and the conditions in all aspects are not up to standard. As a result, their lunch cannot be said to be mediocre, it can only be said to be tasteless. Even Luffy, a guy who eats devil fruit without batting an eye, could barely finish all the meals. This shows how terrifying this meal is. So when he learned that he was about to arrive at the next island, Luffy had been thinking about finding a restaurant to have a big meal. Unfortunately, his wish was destined to fail. Because the island they were on now had only one town. And it has been completely occupied by the Clown Bucky pirates, Orange Town. It's so strange, why is there no one here? Walking on the depressed and quiet streets of Orange Town, Luffy clutched his growling stomach while expressing dissatisfied doubts. The shops on both sides had a dilapidated smell everywhere, and it looked like they had been abandoned for a long time. Looking at the surrounding environment, Zoro also frowned. Something's wrong. I've heard of the name Orange Town. It shouldn't be so downtrodden. Orange Town is famous for its orange production. In this world dominated by the sea, oranges, which can provide a large amount of vitamins and prevent necrosis, are a must-have. In addition, the quality of oranges in Orange Town has always been very high, attracting many merchant ships to come and go. As a result, the residents of this town have lived a prosperous and comfortable life. But the current scene of silence in Orange Town is completely different from what Zoro had heard about. Nami, on the other hand, looked at the confused Luffy and the two and couldn't help but shake her head and sigh. Ugh! You two really don't know any information at all. Didn't you hear that when you were eating in Shield's town? This town is now occupied by pirates. Chihong hit the target at the right time. Luffy, it seems that your wish for a full meal is going to come true. Ah! Luffy immediately shouted in disappointment, his eyes instantly lost their brightness. However, Chihong's next words quickly reawakened the light in his eyes. Don't be so disappointed, Luffy, open up the situation. Red chuckled and patted his shoulder. Think about it, even though this town has been taken over by pirates, there are no restaurants open anymore. But since that pirate group can achieve this level, its scale must be quite large. There must be many chefs in their group. As pirates, we can force them to cook for us. The most important thing is that you don't have to spend any money. The food provided by prostitutes must taste delicious. Chihong, I'm impressed by you. When she heard the words no money, free whoring, Nami couldn't help but admire her in amazement. And Luffy also cheered up instantly, that's right. Chihong, you are still smart. As he spoke, he immediately raised his arms high and said with a smile. Okay. Then our next goal is to find this pirate group and let them cook for us. By the way, Chihong, do you know where this pirate group is? Luffy, who had already regarded Chihong as a know-it-all, asked again. But at this moment, boom! An explosion like a roar of thunder suddenly sounded in another corner of Orange Town, instantly attracting the attention of Chihong and others. Is there a situation? Soran suddenly drew out his long sword and prepared to fight. On the contrary, Chihong looked at the smoke slowly dissipating in the distance, grinned, and answered Luffy's question. I didn't know originally. But now, I know. At the same time, located on a high-rise building in Orange Town, a group of pirates dressed like a circus were cheering and shouting. Bag bang, BG bang. No need to guess, they should be cheering for the terrifyingly powerful cannonball they just test-fired. At this time, in the center of the crowd, a man with a conspicuous red nose and an orange captain's hat also laughed wildly. Wow, ha 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 ha! I finally made this Bucky bomb. In this way, with the power of the devil fruit and buggy bombs, I also have the power to conquer the Grand Line. Wow, ha 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 ha! Bucky the clown laughed arrogantly and then waved his arms. Young ones! To celebrate my greatness, we are having a party. Oh! A group of pirates cheered loudly. As a former member of the Roger Pirates, Bucky has perfectly inherited the fine tradition of the Roger Pirates, that is, no matter what happens, it is worth throwing a party. It is precisely because of this joyful atmosphere that the pirate group becomes more and more like a circus, and more in line with Bucky's identity as the clown. However, while the pirates continued to cheer and prepare for the banquet, a voice that seemed to be sucking saliva came from the sky strangely. Banquet? I heard the sound of a party. Thanks to Xiao Wu Wang for voting for the first monthly vote for this book. Many thanks. Thanks to King Xiao Wu and CU13 for their recommendation votes. Chapter 25 Bucky, I'm here to discuss cooperation. Seeking for further reading. What sound? A pirate who was carrying drinks immediately stopped and looked toward the sky subconsciously. Immediately he saw. In the sky that had been dyed red by the setting sun, a strange figure actually fell from the sky and crashed towards their location. The pirate's face instantly became frightened, and he was sweating profusely. But when he discovered all this, it was already too late. Bump! In the base of the clown pirates, a thick cloud of dust suddenly rose. All the pirates, including Bucky the clown, were instantly attracted by the strange noise and turned their heads. As a breeze blew by, the dust mist quickly dissipated, revealing 4 different figures. 3 men and 1 woman. One is standing normally with a silly smile on his face. One fell to the ground like a dog eating shit. Although the posture of the other one is not very chic, but combined with the girl holding the princess in his arms, he does look quite handsome. I finally succeeded. Thanks to the machine for the reward. For the first time, he landed in a normal posture under Luffy's willfulness, and was able to successfully protect Nami. This made Chihong couldn't help but smile with relief and joy. Chihong! You bastard who values sex over friends! On the other side, Zoro, who had obvious fall marks on his face, stood up in embarrassment and immediately roared at Red. Seeing this, Chihong quickly put down Nami and reached out to intercept the saliva spewing from Zoro's mouth. He smiled sarcastically. You can't blame me. I warned you in advance, but you didn't notice it yourself. Asshole! Who knew your reminder was this? Speaking of this, Zoro was furious, and then he went back to teach Luffy a lesson. But Luffy, who discovered the food at this time, had already disappeared. He ran to a pirate carrying food and started eating. Asshole! Just listen to what I have to say. Zoro had veins popping out on his forehead, and it was the first time he experienced Luffy's chaotic personality. How could someone suddenly say I smell the aroma of meat and then, without saying a word, just wrap them all up and fly into the air for free fall? Okay, calm down, Zoro. No, not really. Chihong was like a pony behind Teacher Luo, persuading him again and again. Hey! I said you guys. At this moment, Nami, who had recovered from the panic of jumping from high altitude, suddenly interrupted Chihong and Zoro in a whisper, and then said helplessly. Can you guys see the current situation clearly? We are now in the enemy's lair. As she said that, Nami sighed sadly. Even though they knew they were going to fight the Clown Bucky pirates in exchange for a full meal. But she never thought about getting herself into a war situation. Chihong immediately smiled and comforted, don't panic, watch my operation. You guys. At this time, the Clown Bucky, who had been ignored all the time, also reacted. He instantly pulled out several knives from his waist and threatened Chihong and others in a sinister and terrifying way. You actually dared to break into my base and ruined my banquet. Hey! That kid over there! Don't let me eat it! Damn it! Stop fucking eating it! I will let you die without a burial place. Seeing that Luffy was still ignoring him and continuing to eat and drink, Bucky instantly became furious. Seeing this, Zoro, who was the second most powerful fighter besides Luffy, quickly drew out 3 long swords. The sharp blade gave off a cool brilliance in the darkness of dusk. However, just when he was about to attack Bucky, Chihong suddenly made a move to stop him. Wait a minute, Zoro. Staring directly at Bucky with red eyes, you are no match for him. However, after stopping Zoro, Chihong took a few steps forward and came to Bucky with a relaxed expression despite the fierce looks of the pirates. I saw him smiling lightly. Senior Bucky, I really didn't expect to meet you here. Hey! Bucky the clown frowned, feeling that something was wrong. And then, Chihong said something that made his pupils suddenly dilate. As a former member of Pirate King Roger and the sworn brother of the 4 emperors red-haired Shanks, why do you want to occupy such a meaningless town? Bang! The sound of a basin falling to the ground suddenly sounded. The entire Clown Bucky pirates fell into silence for an instant, and everyone looked at Red and Bucky in the center in disbelief. Zoro and Nami also widened their eyes in surprise. What? The old part of the Pirate King? The brother of the 4 emperors? Is this impossible? Pirate King? Shanks. Even Luffy, who was enjoying his meal, turned his eyes in confusion when he heard the key words. Why do you know this? Bucky's mouth trembled, looking into the red and dark eyes, he felt like he was being seen through his whole body. Few people should have known about these things for a long time. Unless he was a person of his time. And many more. Bucky's eyes focused and he suddenly noticed the straw hat behind Luffy. A wave of memories suddenly flooded into his mind. That was a pain that could never be erased from his memory. Captain Roger gave the straw hat to Shanks and placed greater hopes on Shanks. For him who wants to compete with Shanks in everything, this is undoubtedly a defeat that denies his life. No Shanks. Bucky's tone suddenly became sullen. But Chihong still smiled easily and said, he's my captain. He seems to have reached some kind of agreement with Shanks. Take the straw hat as an opportunity. I see, it does seem like something Shanks would do. Upon hearing this, Bucky suddenly murmured in his heart, and the anger in his eyes became even hotter. Okay, you piece of shit. You have always been at odds with me before. I didn't expect that after so many years, you would still make me miserable. He attributed the reason why his identity was exposed entirely to Shanks. To be honest, Bucky was already a little panicked now. It was not because he discovered how powerful Chihong and others were, but because he was worried that his subordinates would betray him and expose his identity. He didn't want to live an embarrassing life running around every day because of this. Now, the only way left for him is to act stupid and refuse to admit it. However, just when he was about to implement this plan, a boiling sound of excitement came from the mouths of the surrounding pirates. What? Captain Buggy is actually a member of the Pirate King's crew. What's this? Didn't you listen to that brat? Lord Bucky actually has a sworn brother at the level of the 4 emperors. Oh my god! We actually followed such a great person, how lucky we are! Long live Captain Bucky! A group of pirates instantly cheered and made a lot of noise, as if they were having a banquet. This scene scared Bucky so much that he immediately split his upper body, flew into the air and shouted at his subordinates. Shut up! Shut up! I'm not that great! That boy is talking nonsense! Don't spread the word to me! But at this time, the pirates seemed to be affected by some kind of magic. They were immersed in the narcissism of praising Bucky and couldn't extricate themselves. No matter how Bucky refutes, it will have no effect at all. Damn it! Bucky fell down, raised the knife in his hand, and looked at Red angrily. Little devil, you ruined my plan, I want to. At this time, whoosh! A sound that broke through the air suddenly sounded. I saw a rock condensed from primitive power whizzing away past Bucky's face and hitting the ground behind him, creating a large crater with a diameter of more than half a meter. At the same time, Bucky's eyes suddenly became clear. Chi-Hong took a step forward, showed an inexplicable smile to Bucky, and then lowered her voice. Don't act rashly, Bucky-senpai. My ability just restrains your fruit ability. If you were hit by a rock like that, even your split body would feel pain, right? What on earth do you want to do? This guy knows my fruit abilities. Bucky, who finally realized that Chi-Hong's group was unusual, suddenly broke out in cold sweat on his forehead. But Chi-Hong gently put her right hand on Bucky's left shoulder, forming a half-staggered close posture, as if they were closely related, and said with a smile. Don't be nervous, Bucky-senpai. We are here to discuss cooperation with you. Thank you for the recommendation vote support of Nahi Bridge Pledge. Chapter 26 The Secret Art of Mouth Escape, please follow up. Bucky the Clown, a man who is both funny and lucky. As a member of Pirate King Roger's ship, he does not have the talent and courage like Shanks, an intern at the same time. In addition, the Devil Fruit limited his most proud underwater ability, as well as a series of changes such as Roger's death and Shanks' cowardice. As a result, Bucky the Clown, who was already a middle-aged uncle, degenerated into a pirate in the East China Sea. But just because he's not strong doesn't mean Bucky is useless. Although I didn't follow the follow-up story of pirates deeply, when Chi-Hong saw Lao Sha stepping on her feet in the Up main video, she still loudly announced that she would participate in the fight for One Piece. The Red Heart was inevitably touched. In a way, Bucky has an aura that is not inferior to Luffy. Just by winning all the way, a Yonko will come out. This kind of luck is indeed not comparable to ordinary people. A great man once said, "Unite all forces that can be united." Red is convinced of this. Therefore, for a valuable pirate like Bucky, he hopes to control it in his own hands. After all, the clown is not only synonymous with funny, but he can also be the representative of all cards. That trump card that decides the victory. Kid, tell me, what kind of cooperation do you want to discuss? In the base of the clown pirates, after dispersing a group of brainless pirates, Bucky sat on top with his right-hand men Machi and Kabeji, and asked Chi-Hong below. In fact, Machi and Kabeji, who were in their right minds, had already realized the danger of Red and did not want to participate in this meeting at all. But under Bucky's majesty, they were forced to stay here. Opposite Bucky is a funny red reception table. The table is laid out with fruits and food, as well as a jug of sake. Chi-Hong sat at the table, enjoying VIP treatment. Zoro and Nami, like Machi and Kabeji, were placed on either side of Red like the left and right hands. As for the real captain of the Straw Hats, this kid is outside now, mingling with the pirates of the Clown Pirates, and happily participating in the celebration banquet of Captain Bucky is a subordinate of the Pirate King. It is estimated that by this time, he had already inserted the chopsticks into his nose and performed his best trick for everyone. Don't be such a brat, it's too rude, Bucky-senpai. Chi-Hong, who was sitting upright, smiled slightly, raised the wine glass in front of him and took a sip, then introduced himself. You can call me Chi-Hong, this is my name. Next to me are Zoro and Nami. As for the funny one outside. Red's tone suddenly changed, and she sighed, as much as I hate to admit it, that guy is our captain, and his name is Monkey D. Luffy. D. Bucky frowned slightly and grasped the key point instantly. After all, he is still a crew member on Roger's ship. Even though he has been wandering around the East China Sea, his knowledge is far beyond that of many strong men in the New World. And Chi-Hong, who had long expected Bucky to react like this, immediately grinned and said meaningfully. "That's right, Bucky-senpai. Luffy, like Pirate King Roger, is a member of the D clan with the title of Natural Enemy of Gods. I think Senior Bucky, who is on Roger's crew, should be very aware of the value of this information. It's clear. It's clear." Bucky's eyes wandered for a moment, as if he was remembering something. But soon, he smacked his lips indifferently. "But, so what if we are members of the D family? Throughout the ages, countless D clans have appeared on the sea. If you think you can stir up the sea with just one name and bloodline, that's how naive you are." Indeed. Chi Hong did not refute Bucky's words, but immediately afterwards, he directly added more information and grinned at Bucky. "But Bucky-senpai, if I say that Shanks has never become the Pirate King, it is precisely because he was waiting for Luffy to appear. How should you respond?" "What did you say?" Bucky was stunned for a few seconds, and then the head with the big red nose suddenly separated from the body and flew in front of Red. "Kid, you better know what you're talking about. Don't think that if you have the power of the devil fruit, you can really control me." Two white-gloved palms flew over and grabbed the red collar fiercely. Obviously, some topics are enough for Bucky to break through his inner fear and speak up. But Chi Hong pushed Bucky's head away in disgust to prevent his saliva from spraying on her body, and then said slowly. "Of course I know what I'm talking about, Bucky-senpai. After all, I came here this time with full sincerity. I want to invite Senior Bucky to bring your pirate group to join the Straw Hats." "Hey! Kid! Don't go too far." Even though he was pinched by red palms, Bucky still said with a crooked mouth in a bad tone. "You want me to join your fledgling little pirate group? This is impossible." Without the slightest surprise, Bucky angrily rejected Red. This means that Chi Hong said something that interested him, otherwise he would have stabbed Chi Hong with this insulting invitation. However, in the face of Bucky's unrelenting rejection, Chi Hong just smiled lightly. "Nothing is impossible, Bucky-senpai. Do you still remember the break between you and Shanks on the day Roger was executed? Don't you want to know why Shanks suddenly changed his temper and made you so disappointed?" "You?" Bucky suddenly turned his head and looked into the red eyes that seemed to control everything. "Why do you know this?" he asked in disbelief, his voice trembling slightly. Chi Hong continued to smile slightly. "Of course I know. After all." He slowly stretched out his fingers and tapped the corners of his eyes twice. "I have eyes that can see the past and the future." Bucky looked into his red eyes intently and asked. "Is that your fruit ability? Or something else?" In the world of pirates, there are indeed many indescribable powers. Some come from devil fruits, and some come from the creatures themselves. So even if someone could see the past and future, Bucky wouldn't be too surprised. Now he just wants to know the truth in Chi Hong's mouth. What is it? Chi Hong, who knew this, did not directly answer Bucky's question, but just raised the corner of his mouth. "You can understand it that way. Anyway, Senior Bucky, I know a lot about Roger, Shanks, and you. Do you want to hear it?" Bucky's eyes flickered a few times. After a moment of silence, his head suddenly flew back and returned to its original position. I have to say that the look in the young kid's eyes was so confident that Bucky already believed that he really knew something. As for Shanks, he does have many unsolved mysteries that he has not yet figured out to this day. "I want to see what flowers you can name." Bucky's eyes flashed and he snorted at Red. Immediately, he saw the corners of Chi Hong's mouth rising up into a smile of unknown meaning, then he raised his head and said. "Senior Bucky, I know you have always grudged Shanks for causing you to eat the devil fruit and lose the important treasure map. But actually, the reason why you really hate him is because you saw that he, who was loved by the captain, gave up the competition for the Pirate King, so you came up with the idea of hating iron for not being able to make steel, right?" "Humph!" Bucky snorted, neither admitting nor denying. But judging from his obviously tense look, Chi Hong's words undoubtedly hit his heart. At the same time, this also made him believe that Chi Hong has special abilities. After all, it was impossible for Shanks to confide these things to outsiders. Immediately afterwards, Chi Hong's words made Bucky's heart tremble suddenly, as if he was being severely toyed by a big invisible hand. But, Senior Bucky probably doesn't know. The reason why Shanks did this is because he listened to Captain Rogers' advice, right? What did you say? Bucky stood up excitedly again, clutching the handles on both sides with both hands. But Chi Hong continued. Roger, the Pirate King who started the era of great pirates with his life, actually knows very well. What this world needs is not the next Pirate King at all. That's why he entrusted everything to Shanks before he died. It is precisely because of carrying such a heavy responsibility that Shanks has been playing the Pirate House game that Senior Bucky calls for so many years, protecting more weak people. However, you don't know something, Senior Bucky. In fact, Shanks has been waiting for an opportunity. His red eyes looked directly at Bucky like the blazing sun, his mouth opened and closed, and he said slowly. An opportunity to completely overthrow the world government and the rule of the celestial dragons. Chapter 27 The Wine of the Adopted Son, please read it later, page 12. Chi Hong has actually always had a scornful attitude towards the increasingly fatalistic and bloodline tone of pirate anime. For him, who grew up under the red flag and listened to princes, generals, ministers, etc. on TV since he was a child, this is undoubtedly the biggest insult to the efforts and scars of the protagonist group along the way. But if fatalism and blood theory can help Chi Hong achieve his goals, then he doesn't mind holding high the banners of both and preaching and explaining them to the world. Because at this time, these two arguments have become a handy tool in Hong's eyes. After Chi Hong's words fell, Bucky was stunned for an instant, as if his brain had lost the ability to think. The entire tent suddenly became quiet, and there was no sound. Machi and Kabeji had already been frightened and overwhelmed by this overly grand conversation. They wished they could prick their eardrums because they had never heard this before. Nami and Zoro were also looking at Chi Hong in surprise at this moment, suspicion and shock flashing alternately in their eyes. At this moment, only Luffy's cheerful laughter from outside came in through the thick tent, filling the space. Bucky slumped down on his seat weakly, and suddenly began to murmur softly. Overthrow the world government. That's right, that's right. His eyes were shining brighter and tears were flowing down his cheeks. I just asked Shanks how could he suddenly become like that. If it was Captain Rogers' request, then everything would make sense. As a certain tree man said. If Shanks just wanted to protect the weak and gave up the competition for the position of Pirate King, then Bucky would definitely yell at him. But if Shanks' real purpose is actually the world government, and what he is doing now is just a disguise, then Bucky will instantly become the most devout supporter around Shanks. Only. Bucky looked up. The knot that had been accumulated for decades was solved in an instant, and his heart at this time was extremely complicated. Even the tone of his speech began to become polite. Brother Chi Hong, can you please explain all this in detail? Please. The always arrogant clown Bucky lowered his arrogant head at this moment in order to explore the truth. However, even though he was clearly lowering his head, a unique aura erupted from his body. Not very tyrannical, but extremely tough. It seems that my mouth escape was successful. I can actually make Bucky the Clown evolve directly into the Clown King. I am indeed an excellent trainer. Seeing this scene, Chi Hong immediately smiled with satisfaction in her heart, and immediately planned to pursue the victory and use Luffy's special identity to completely conquer Roger's crew. Senior Bucky, I can't tell you much about the specific situation. All I can say is, in the not too distant future, our group will definitely turn the world upside down. By that time, maybe the whole world will be our enemy. Fortunately, we are already prepared to fight against the whole world. The red eyebrows were raised slightly, the voice was sonorous and powerful, and the eyes were shining with confidence. He was obviously just a fledgling pirate, but at this moment, no one present doubted whether his words were false. Chihong continued. Senior Bucky must have heard some information. Shanks lost an arm in the East China Sea a few years ago. In fact, that was the bet he made for the new era. In this way, when the new era comes, Shanks will become the biggest contributor to the creation of this era. Senior Bucky, you don't want to see Shanks continue to thrive, right? Bucky, who had just untied his knot, obviously didn't have that much to think about. But when he thought of the majestic image of Shanks in Chihong's words, a strong feeling of disgust suddenly surged in his heart. Of course I don't want to, he said firmly in a hoarse voice. Chihong smiled slightly. What a coincidence. This kind of life that seems to have been planned by others is not the adventure I want. So, Senior Bucky, I extend an invitation to you once again. You are invited to join the Straw Hat Pirates and become a member of the Straw Hat ship. Let's work together to defeat Shanks' plan. Give the world a real shake. Red took a few steps forward and extended an inviting hand to Bucky. He believed that Bucky would not refuse at all when it came to dealing with Shanks. As predicted, Bucky, who raised his head, only hesitated for a few seconds, then immediately reached out his hand and held it tightly with Chihong. If I find out that you lied to me, I will never let you off lightly. Ha ha ha. Then you must become stronger quickly. Bucky-senpai. Red pulled Bucky up, her fiery eyes shining exceptionally. The vice-captain of the Straw Hat Pirates, Red. Captain of the Clown Pirates, Bucky. This was the first real introduction between the two of them. The celebratory banquet was suddenly interrupted by Chihong and Bucky. Then a shocking news came out. What? Captain Bucky wants to join the Straw Hats? Why is this? Wait a minute, the Straw Hats, do you mean those brats? No. I don't accept it. How can the great Captain Bucky become someone else's subordinate? As Bucky issued an order, the entire Bucky pirate group instantly became excited. All pirates expressed strong dissatisfaction and protest. They just learned the exciting news that Bucky is the former member of the Pirate King, but they still dream of following Bucky to the top of the world. How come in the blink of an eye, they are about to become the subordinates of a small pirate group? Hey, Vice Captain Machi, what on earth is going on? That is to say, Chief of Staff Kabeki, please go and persuade Captain Bucky. The pirates had no choice but to target other cotters in the pirate group. However, Makai and Makai, who had just heard the breaking news and had not yet recovered, looked at each other. After confirming their eyes, they are all confused people. Let alone these pirates who know nothing. Chapter 28. Don't look down on the Atmosphere Team. There are generally two types of pirates in this world. One is to pursue a dream or have to go to sea for some purpose. They enjoy the joy of sailing, celebrate the spirit of adventure, and even often draw swords to help when encountering difficulties. Rather than saying that they are pirates, it is better to say that they are a group of powerful and action-oriented adventurers. They usually don't do bad things, but they often do things regardless of the consequences because of their free nature. The Straw Hat Pirates are clearly one such team. They can not only prevent the coming of war in Alabasta and avoid unnecessary sacrifices, but also free countless pirate criminals from the deep-sea prison in order to save Ace. It's not good or bad, it's all about free will. The other type of pirate purely pursues wealth and status, and enjoys the pleasure of conquering the weak with force. The Clown Pirates are undoubtedly such a team. They occupied Orange Town, drove away the indigenous people, and carried out plunder and experiments on this land. It is very similar to Chihong's experience of getting rich in a big country in his previous life. It is not an exaggeration to say that they are all evil. Under normal circumstances, it would be impossible for such a team to sit together with the Straw Hat Pirates to discuss matters. But today, Under the help of Chi Hong, a time traveler, the two groups actually sat together to discuss matters. On the Straw Hat side, naturally all four of them appear. Bucky, on the other hand, brought his right-hand men Machi and Kaba. 7 people sat down at a round table according to their status. Luffy and Chi Hong were sitting on the main seats. One of them didn't care about anything and was eating. The other was sitting upright on the seat, with the corners of his mouth raised slightly. On the left and right of the two people were Zoro and Nami. Although they were unclear about the situation, their expressions were calm because Chi Hong was taking charge of everything. Okay, now that the sworn wine has been drunk, we will be a family from now on. As the leader of everything, Chi Hong suddenly spoke and said to Bucky and the other 3. First of all, I want to emphasize one point. Since our goal is a behemoth like the world government, we cannot treat ourselves as simple pirates. It doesn't matter what happened before. But from now on, I don't want to hear any news about the Bucky pirates oppressing the people. You know, anyone can be our friend, and anyone can be our enemy. We need more friends, not more enemies. Can you understand what I'm saying? Red turned her scrutinizing gaze towards Bucky. Since he bears the name of Straw Hat, he must understand the Straw Hat Gang's program of action. Understand? Bucky nodded in approval and replied. He is obviously not an idiot, and he can easily understand the meaning of Chi Hong's words. Although what he pursues is a bastard who does all kinds of evil like Viking pirates, he doesn't mind changing his behavior compared to the more arrogant goal of overthrowing the world government. It's hard to be a good person, but it's easier to pretend to be a good person. As for why he was so obedient, he never even suspected that Chi Hong was deceiving him. If it was before drinking the sworn wine, Bucky might have had some concerns. But he had to bow his head due to Crimson's threat of force and the magic in his words. But after drinking the sworn wine, he now has no doubts about the Straw Hats. The reason is because of the 2 new moves in his mind, Head Hammer and Treasure Gathering Technique. And all of this started a dozen minutes ago. Not long after Bucky drank the adopted son's wine, Red put it to the test. He first called Bucky and Machi into a room, and then informed them of his identity as a trainer until they fully believed or recognized it. Immediately, Chi Hong clicked on the interface of the machine and chose to enter the game world. At this time, he suddenly discovered that there were 2 more options in the list of portable Pokémon. One was Nami, who hadn't appeared yesterday, and the other was Bucky the Clown who had just joined their ranks. Machi, who was the control group, did not appear here as Chi Hong expected. Chi Hong was actually not too surprised by Nami's appearance. After all, she has known her identity as a trainer for a long time, and this morning she completely revealed her heart to the Straw Hats, officially joining the Straw Hats. The conditions for the trust relationship and recognition of the identity of the trainer have been met, so it is normal for such a result to occur. It is normal for Machi not to appear in the list. After all, he is not Bucky, and he will not trust him just because Red mentioned Roger and Shanks. Only Bucky's appearance was within Chi Hong's plan, but it also gave him a small surprise. It seems that even if I don't have a bond like a partner, as long as I reach a certain level of trust or intimacy, I can still bring others into the Gam world. In this way, the operability will be greatly improved. Chi Hong smiled and came to such a conclusion. Of course, even if Bucky can enter the game, he will not waste precious game time on Bucky. After seeing that his attributes were the same as Luffy's, normal and fairy, Chi Hong only took him into the game once and taught him all the moves of the 2 normal types. It takes less than a minute before and after. But this magical method completely convinced Bucky. Seeing Bucky's expression at this time, Chi Hong showed a satisfied smile. He continued, "Tonight, we will set sail and leave here. After we leave, I will give you and your pirate group several tasks. Lord Chi Hong, please tell me." Bucky smiled flatteringly and rubbed his hands together in a very low posture. Chi Hong smiled slightly. The first thing is about Bucky's bomb. I hope you can contribute the recipe for Bucky bombs and provide certain technical support. No problem. Bucky, who strongly wanted to express himself, did not hesitate at all and agreed instantly. The Bucky bomb was developed by me. The formula is in my head. I can write it down now. With that said, he was about to take out a pen and paper and start recording. However, Chi Hong suddenly interrupted him. Not urgent. Just give me the recipe for the cannonballs before we leave. By the way, you should have some remaining Bucky shells here, right? Leave them all to me later. Okay, Lord Red. Bucky nodded again. The manufacturing cost of Bucky bombs is not very expensive, what matters is the manufacturing process. It was just a few cannonballs, but he could still afford it. Bucky's cheerful attitude also made Chi Hong smile with relief. It's true that he taught Bucky 2 moves at once. This is a treatment that neither Zoro nor Luffy has yet, although that is because they don't need it. In the entire East China Sea, if there is anything worthy of Chi Hong's concern, that might be the Bucky bomb developed by Bucky. Even though all the members of the Clown Pirates have nothing to do with being powerful from top to bottom, they are just an atmosphere group responsible for comedy. Although he could easily kill a group of jailers with strength up to the level of a naval admiral and impel down city with a shrinking cannonball, the strength Bucky showed was actually not much weaker than the average strong man. It's just that his funny appearance and funny personality are more outstanding, which will inevitably make people forget about his fighting ability. Even now, an unimproved Bucky bomb already has destructive power comparable to Luffy's full-strength strike in Gear 3. I don't know how much more powerful than those fireworks and shells used by the Navy. Even if this talent is placed in the Grand Line, it is still amazing enough. If conditions are right in the future, Red even plans to find a suitable place to build an ammunition factory in the Grand Line, mass-produce such Bucky bombs, and then equip the Straw Hat Fleet with them. By that time, it won't be the world government chasing the Straw Hats to launch the demon-slaying order. Instead, their Straw Hat Fleet is facing the world government and the Celestial Dragons. Activate the God-slaying order. The God-slaying order, it sounds really majestic. Chi Hong secretly smacked his tongue. Of course, these are all things in the future, and he only briefly fantasized about them. After talking about Bucky, Chi Hong continued to explain. The second thing. I need you to hide and stand by in the waters near Rogue Town. Once the news comes out that the Straw Hats are heading to the Grand Line, I want you to help me find someone in Rogue Town. Please vote, please Red. Chapter 29 Confession Bureau, please follow up. Night falls. Under the guidance of the pale yellow moonlight, Chi Hong and others sailed the ship and slowly left the port of Orange Town. Luffy, who had eaten and drank enough, patted his round belly with a satisfied look on his face. Although the chefs of the Clown Pirates don't have superb cooking skills, they are still at the level of an average restaurant. After experiencing Nami's devilish craftsmanship, not to mention Luffy, even Chi Hong and Zoro's taste requirements plummeted. This meal was quite satisfactory to several people. It's getting late. Luffy was somewhat tired since he started eating in the evening. But just when he said hello and was about to go back to sleep, Chi Hong, who was the last to board the boat, suddenly said, "Everyone, please wait a moment." Zoro and Nami paused for a moment, as if they had known that Red would call them. Only Luffy, who had already reached the hatch of the ship, turned his head in confusion. "Hey? What's wrong, Red? Didn't you agree to take me to the game world tonight? Don't let me go back in my word at this time." He thought Chi Hong wanted to change his mind, so he immediately pouted and complained. However, Chi Hong smiled softly. "Don't worry, since I promised to take you with me tonight, I won't break my promise." "But..." Chi Hong put away her smile and said slightly apologetically. "It's just that I think I need to apologize to you for what happened today." "Sorry, Luffy. Without the captain's permission, I secretly made the Clown Pirates a subsidiary pirate group under our command." "Ah, You're talking about this? Luffy scratched the back of his head nonchalantly, looking puzzled. Although it seems very troublesome, since it was Chihongyu who made the decision, it must be the right one. What's there to apologize for? After 2.5 years of getting along, Chihong's status in Luffy's mind has already been comparable to that of Ace, Sabo, and others. What's more, Chihong is now his vice-captain and trainer. His trust in Chihong is absolute. However, although Luffy didn't care about this matter, Chihong still shook his head slightly. This is different. He raised his head and looked directly at Luffy. Although you have no brains and can't make any decent plans, you are the captain of this ship and the boss of our team after all. This time, without your permission, I rashly agreed to others carrying our name. This matter has gone too far. Ah! Luffy groaned. Seeing that Chihong was so serious this time, he gradually put away his playful expression. For a moment, the two looked at each other. Waves of cool sea breeze blew over their bodies, causing their clothes to flutter in the wind. The atmosphere became inexplicably tense. I see. Luffy lowered his voice and spoke in a serious tone with emotion. It seems that Chihongyu did make a serious mistake this time. Making decisions without the captain's consent is indeed a taboo among pirates. Luffy. Nami took a step forward, wanting to explain something. But just as she was about to speak, she was stopped by Zoro. Luffy put the straw hat on his head, showed an unprecedented serious expression, and said, "In that case, then I'll punish you by not having breakfast tomorrow." The cool sea breeze did not stop, and their clothes did not fall down. However, the originally solemn scene suddenly became funny because of Luffy's words. But Chihong answered seriously, "I understand, Captain, and I will complete the punishment." The deck under the moonlight suddenly became quiet. After a while, Luffy suddenly spoke to Chihong sincerely. "Thank you, Red." Chihong smiled calmly, "You're welcome." Nami, who originally thought the two were going to have a conflict, was completely stunned when she heard this inexplicable conversation. She quickly turned around and cast a questioning look at Zoro, who seemed to know something. Zoro still had no Riddler attributes. After thinking for a few seconds, he whispered to Nami, "I think Chihong probably didn't forget to inform Luffy, but deliberately didn't inform him. For this apology just now." "Ah? Why is this?" Nami's eyes widened, indicating that it was difficult to understand the man's brain circuit. Fortunately, Zoro saw it clearly and answered her. "Maybe Chihong wants to make Luffy realize that he is the captain of this ship." Nami still couldn't understand. What does this mean? "Isn't Luffy our captain?" Zoro laughed, and then asked, "So Nami, have you ever truly regarded Luffy as the captain who leads us forward? Do you think this ship is following Luffy's orders or Red's orders?" "What?" Nami was stunned for a moment. Zoro's question flashed in her mind, and she didn't know how to answer it for a moment. What if Zoro asked her if she considered Luffy as a partner? She will answer without hesitation. "But, Captain, on this ship, Chihong seems to be making the decisions, no matter the big or small matters. Compared to the captain who leads everything, Luffy is more like an obedient thug." In an instant, Nami seemed to suddenly understand the meaning of Chihong's doing all this. "I see," she murmured softly. In fact, Soran's speculation was completely correct. But this is not surprising. After all, Chihong's idea was inspired by him. Just as Nami thought, Luffy, who had just gone to sea, was full of novelty to the outside world and full of tolerance for his partners. Rather than saying that he is the captain of the Straw Hats, it is better to say that he just wants to lead a group of like-minded partners on adventures around the world. This approach will undoubtedly make you happy, but it is not in line with your long-term plans. In the original timeline, Usopp quit the Straw Hat crew due to his own weakness and the incident with Mary. After the Judiciary Island incident, it was Zoro, the hidden vice-captain, who became strict and made Luffy fully understand what the captain's responsibility was. But now that Red has become the vice-captain of the Straw Hats, the tragedies that happened in the original timeline will naturally not happen again. So in order to let Luffy grow, he deliberately created such a drama. Although the effect is far less intense than the original timeline, it is fortunate that it lasts. Chihong believes that under his subtle influence, Luffy will adapt to his identity as captain more quickly and understand the heavy responsibility he bears. After solving Luffy's problem, Chihong also shifted her gaze and looked at Zoro and Nami. So, Zoro and Nami, I think you two also have a lot of questions. Do you want to ask me some questions? This. Nami was still hesitating, but Zoro had already taken a step forward and asked. There are indeed some problems. Chihong. What you said to Bucky last night, are they true? You're the one who said, you can see the past and the future. Thanks to Nahi Bridge Oath, Shui Pavilion, Father my love is like a mountain collapse, got a certificate, Book Friends 202005091533549886, Book Friends 1606121827170003, and Book Chongji for their recommendation votes. Thank you everyone. Chapter 30 Nika Fruit. Past and Future. Chihong chuckled, but then admitted generously. To be precise, what I saw were fragments of the past and the future that had been changed. Then. Zoro was stunned for a moment, and after reacting for a moment, he murmured in a daze. That seems pretty awesome. Nami also looked shocked when she heard this answer. See the future? Can anyone really do such a thing? Do not know why. It was obvious that she had only joined the Straw Hats for a little over a day, but her worldview collapsed several times in succession. So much so that Nami now wondered whether her mind had been crushed by the pressure of the evil dragon and she was hallucinating. On the entire deck, only Luffy was still confused at this time. Hey? What are you talking about? He tilted his neck and felt that there was a thick barrier called the brain between him and his partner. Zoro choked up, immediately turned his attention to Luffy, and asked Chihong in disbelief. So, are the things you and Bucky said happening in the future? Luffy's future, will he really overthrow the world government? Who can say for sure what will happen in the future? Chihong smiled indifferently, after all, when I am observing the future is already changing. But one thing that won't change is, as long as Luffy continues to grow, he will definitely become a target of the world government in the future. Who told him to eat such a special devil fruit? What do you mean? Does the fruit Luffy eats have any special meaning? Zoro grabbed the key point and continued to ask. At this moment, even Luffy turned his head and looked at Chihong curiously. Yes, Red. Isn't what I ate just the rubber fruit? Is there anything special about it? Hee hee. Chihong chuckled, stretched out his hand to pull Luffy's mouth, and then explained to everyone. Rubber fruit? That's just the world government's rhetoric to cover up the historical truth. The real name of the fruit you ate is animal type phantom beast species human fruit Nika form. Ah? Animal? Fantasy beast? Ren. Nika. Listening to this bunch of random names, Luffy blinked in shock. He had been calling rubber for almost 10 years, but now Chihong suddenly told him that the fruit he ate was not called that name. Not even superhuman? Although Luffy still didn't know what a fantasy beast species was, these 2 points alone were enough to make him dizzy. Compared to the person involved, Luffy, Zoro and Nami were even more shocked. Wait. Nami suddenly said, why is the world government doing these things? What truth are they trying to cover up? At this moment, Nami only felt that her hair stood on end. She just joined a fledgling pirate group, why did she suddenly want to fight against the world government? She was obviously being exploited by the dragon pirates not long ago. However, facing Nami's dilemma, Chihong gave an even more shocking answer. I think, the reason why the world government is so afraid of this fruit's ability is probably because the world government's biggest enemy 800 years ago, Joey Boy, was a user with the ability of the Nika fruit. And according to the legends left from ancient times, every Nika fruit awakener seems to become the world government's biggest enemy. After Chihong's words fell, the entire deck suddenly became quiet. After a long time, Luffy took out a big ball of booger, flipped it casually, and then asked in confusion. Who is Joey Boy? Ha 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 ha. Chihong laughed loudly. Actually, I don't know who he is. But what the hell? With that said, he turned his head again, looked at Zoro and Nami and said. So, my dear two subordinates, do you have any questions to ask? Zoro and Nami looked at each other. After a while, Nami spoke again. So Chihong, you know so much about us, is it because you have seen clips of our past? That's right. The smile on Chihong's face slowly became gentle. It is precisely because I have seen your past that I believe you are the most suitable candidates to be partners. Hey, Zoro grinned and said confidently and arrogantly. You are a good judge of people. So, will I become the world's greatest swordsman in the future? Is this it? Chihong smiled and said nothing. Instead, he looked at Luffy and asked. Luffy, do you want to know if you have become the Pirate King? I can tell you the answer directly. Do not want. Luffy pursed his lips. Andre fused flatly. I don't want to know the result in advance. What's the point of taking such an adventure? Chihong looked at Soran and said with a smile, Now, Zoro, do you still want to know the answer? Interesting. Zoro grinned, but stopped asking. But then, he looked at Chihong playfully and said. But if I don't become the world's greatest swordsman in the future, it will be your fault as a trainer. That's right. His red eyes flashed. Seeing that the two of them had no more questions, he proactively suggested. Okay, it's getting late. There are new adventures waiting for us tomorrow. That's it for today. Maybe you still have many questions in your mind, but believe me, as time goes by, these questions will be easily solved in future adventures. Luffy, remember to be ready, I will take you into the game world in a moment. Oh. I'm ready. Luffy laughed and got into the cabin. Chihong followed closely and walked in. In an instant, the atmosphere on the deck suddenly became deserted. Under the bright moonlight, Zoro leaned on the handle of the knife with one hand, seeming to be talking to Nami, or to himself, and whispered softly. It seems like we are on an incredible ship. As he said that, he walked directly, but did not go towards the cabin, but came to the training area on the deck. After a slight warm-up, he directly lifted the huge dumbbells on his shoulders and started practicing again and again. That's right. Seeing this scene, the corners of Nami's mouth slowly raised into a beautiful arc. I don't know if it was her illusion, but after listening to what Chihong said about Joy Boy and the world government, she didn't even think that the dragon pirates would be any obstacle. The pressure on his body suddenly disappeared at this moment. Maybe Chihong herself didn't expect that his words would resolve all Nami's knots in advance. 10 minutes later. The game world, the exit of Mount Tsukimi Cave. Wahahaha Pokemon World. I'm Luffy, I'm back again. Thanks to book friend 202211041507299948 for your monthly ticket support. Thanks to Nahi Bridgeoath, Zishan Gang Li Keys Sheep, and Guangdong Dao Brother for their recommendation votes. Thank you all. Chapter 31 Hualan City, please follow up. Wow! What is this place? Why is it different from before? Looking at the dark and rocky cave in front of him, Luffy instantly exclaimed. Of course it's different. Chihong slapped him on the back of the head and walked directly towards the exit of the cave. This is the progress Zoro worked so hard to help you push back yesterday. You will have to thank me very much later. I didn't ask him to help. Luffy grunted dissatisfiedly, but still quickly followed Red's footsteps. As they walked, Red explained to Luffy. Today our mission goal is to challenge the second gym after the dark grey gym, the Hualan gym. That gym is a gym that mainly uses water Pokemon. There may be a lot of underwater combat. When the time comes, be careful. You don't need to wait for my instructions. As soon as you see the opponent releasing a Pokemon, attack them directly. You must not give the other party a chance to dive underwater. Oh! Luffy nodded in understanding. God knows how much he listened to Chihong's words. However, Chihong didn't care and continued. Besides, Luffy wants to practice armed haki, right? There just happen to be a lot of trainers on the road, so just train with them. By the way, since you said that the headbutt can help you find the feeling of armed domineering, you should stop using other moves for a while. Just use the head hammer to defeat all enemies. While talking, Red led Luffy out of the Tsukimi-yama cave. All of a sudden, the dazzling sunlight flashed across their eyes, causing them to close their eyes and adapt to the lighting environment. Between Hualan City and Yuejian Mountain is a mountain road called Route 4. Because it is located on Yuejian Mountain, the road is extremely rugged. But this is nothing to Red and Luffy. The two of them glanced around condescendingly, taking in a panoramic view of the trainer NPCs in every corner of Route 4. Okay. Time is limited, let's decide quickly. Red clenched her fists and cheered Luffy up. Hey, leave everything to me. Luffy was full of fighting spirit. He had eaten and drank enough, but now he had all the energy in his body and nowhere to have fun. Without waiting for Chihong's order, he jumped directly to the gentle platform below. Because there is no trainer like Chihong following him, even if he walks in front of the NPC, the battle dialogue will not be triggered. But it doesn't matter. There happens to be a large piece of grass on this gentle platform. As we all know, in the Pokemon games, grass is where Pokemon spawn. With a sway in the grass, a ferocious-looking Spearow suddenly rose into the air and flew in front of Luffy. The battlefield suddenly opened up. Then comes rubber rubber, head hammer. Pang! With a loud noise, the poor little Spearow instantly turned into circles with eyes, spiraling and falling to the ground. At this time, Chihong also came to the slow platform and looked at the fallen Spearow with a look of regret on his face. Oh, what a pity! If we can bring flying Pokemon to the pirate world, maybe we can win business with Morgans. As for whether making Pokemon work counts as animal cruelty? Feel sorry. I've already traveled to another world, why do I still care about your animal protection laws? All I can say is, what a pity. Hey! That guy over there, are you a trainer too? The moment Chihong landed, the NPC who was standing in the corner, dumbfounded, stepped forward to stop Chihong like a robot that had triggered a mechanism. Fortunately, Chihong has long been accustomed to these. 1 minute later. What a wonderful showdown! I'll give you these 980. There are more rewards. Seeing the defeated boy in shorts across from him take out a pile of coins and hand them to him, Chihong somehow had the illusion that the senior class was bullying the junior class. However, he took out the coins without hesitation and stuffed them into his backpack. Let's go. Speed up. He waved gently to Luffy, and the two of them took off in an instant. In an instant, Highway 4 ushered in two young kings of Yama. They beat people when they see them and kill Pokemon when they see them. Suddenly, the entire Route 4 was in a state of uproar. After half an hour, Chihong and Luffy, who had accumulated more than 800 experience points, finally walked out of Route 4 and came to a town full of sea water. Cerulean City, the third city. Chihong and the others arrived in the game world. Thanks to the powerful recovery ability of the machine, this small city with only a few small houses in the game has completely transformed into a prosperous coastal city. The spacious and clean cement road leads to the landmark building in the center of the city, Hualan Gym. On both sides of the road, there are shops selling various items run by NPCs. Of course, regardless of the products sold on the surface, these stores have them all. But if Chi-Hong goes in, the only things he can buy are those from friendly stores, and then some simple clothes that don't help his combat power. He had already experienced this in Jaban City before. Therefore, no matter how prosperous and beautiful Hualan City becomes due to the restoration of the machine, it is just a passing cloud for Chi-Hong. Okay, stop looking, Luffy. After you reach the level, I can take you here every day, no problem. Now let's go directly to the gym and pursue the victory. It's best to practice your armed color domineering today. Red grabbed Luffy's outstretched arm and walked quickly towards the Cerulean gym without any explanation. Although there is still plenty of time, he is more looking forward to whether the upgraded Luffy can develop armed haki. As for visiting Cerulean City, although that is also within Chi-Hong's plan, after all, every city in the game has some hidden props. But not now. If his memory is correct, it seems like you can pick up magical candies in Cerulean City. That is a powerful item that can directly increase the level of a Pokémon regardless of its level. I just don't know if the machine has restored this point into the game world. And trying to find a prop in such a huge city is a big project that wastes time. 10 minutes later. Under Chi-Hong's strong urging, the two quickly arrived at the gate of Hualan Gym. As the crystal-like automatic door slowly opened, a moist youthful aura suddenly hit Chi-Hong and Luffy's face. Inside the Hualan Gym, there was a huge swimming pool. The area here is comparable to that of a small water park, but except for the diving platforms on both sides, there are no other entertainment facilities. On the water, there are platforms made of crystal glass. Connecting them is a path also made of crystal glass that can only be passed by a single person. The auditorium that every gym should have is built into the walls surrounding the swimming pool. A large number of spectators were applauding or cheering at the table, and the scene was very lively. And the reason? It's because in the swimming pool at this time, there is a group of stunning sisters wearing cool bikinis, showing off their perfect figures with elegant water ballet. Hi! Seeing this scene, Chi-Hong suddenly took a breath of air. Looking at the long, white and tender legs emerging from the water, he said fiercely in his heart. Machine! Well done! Thanks to book friends 201807071657000342, Fallen Leaf Pillar, and Little Snowflake 2 for their recommendation votes. Chapter 32, Can Reach Duck, Use It. Seeking for further reading. Yo future champion! Before Chi-Hong could admire the beautiful legs and feet protruding from the water for a while, a man wearing overalls suddenly walked up to him and introduced him on his own initiative. This is the Cerulean Gym located in Cerulean City. The gym leader Xioxia is a water-type Pokémon master. If you want to challenge the gym and get a badge, it's best to bring an electric or grass-type Pokémon to challenge. After saying that, the man in overalls turned into a cold machine again and stood back at his post. You are really a good employee of the museum owner. Looking at the NPC who revealed the owner's underwear as soon as he came up, Chi-Hong praised him sincerely. However, after the overalls man interrupted him, his attention was diverted from the long legs. There's no way, they have limited time? Otherwise, Chi-Hong really wanted to sit in the audience and enjoy a water ballet performance. He loves to appreciate art the most. If he could collect more electricity every day, he wouldn't have to worry so much. The idea of becoming stronger for the first time is so strong. Chi-Hong lamented in her heart, but she still stepped forward and walked onto the crystal platform leading to the position of the hall master. All of a sudden, the atmosphere of the entire gym suddenly changed. The big sisters who were still performing suddenly dispersed, and the soothing dance music turned into a BGM full of fighting atmosphere. It's about to happen, Luffy. Remember what I said before, right? Don't give Pokémon the chance to enter deep water. Seeing a big sister in bikini swimming towards their location, Chihong reminded Luffy again. A confident smile appeared on Luffy's lips. Leave it to me with confidence. While they were talking, Big Sister Bikini had already arrived in front of them. Are you the one who wants to challenge Master Xioxia? Let me test your skills. The eldest sister made a gorgeous turn, and then suddenly released a goldfish with sharp horns. It is none other than the water-type Pokémon, Angora. Is it a level 16 Angora? You should be able to get more experience points, right? Seeing this scene, Chihong grinned and blurted out instantly. Luffy, attack directly. Before he could finish his words, a powerful punch suddenly flew out and hit the goldfish floating in the water. Anglefish! Get out of the way! Maybe even the NPC didn't expect that Chihong and Luffy would attack first without hesitation. She immediately gave the order in panic. But Luffy's fists are so easy to dodge. You see, even the powerful Vice Admiral can only stand still and use iron blocks to defend against Luffy's fists. Boom! Huge water splashes suddenly rose into the sky, causing a light rain to fall throughout the venue. Hornfish! The big sister who was shaking up high instantly exclaimed. But as the two prompt messages appeared and the combat field disappeared, her expression became cold again. Monkey D. Luffy defeated the Bikini Beauty's horned goldfish and gained experience points plus 103. Completed command, evaluation, average. Get additional rewards, experience plus 21. It's almost like a time-stop state. Looking at the big sister in bikini floating in the water, a not-so-moral thought flashed through her heart. Unfortunately, as early as when he first entered the game world, he had already tested it on the young lady on the roadside. Perhaps the machine is also afraid of being 404, so neither Chihong nor Luffy can touch the NPC's body, whether in normal conditions or in the combat realm. You can watch it from a distance but don't play with it. But the experience point rewards are quite generous. Shaking the bad thoughts out of his mind, Chihong, as an innocent little beast, immediately focused on the experience points gained by Luffy. At this time, Luffy's experience value status block has reached 4113/6787. He only needs the last 2674 experience points to advance to the next level. If a trainer can provide more than 120 experience points. Chihong glanced briefly at the bikini beauties in the water, and then regretfully discovered that there were not too many trainers in the gym here, exactly 20. It seems that the hope of upgrading still lies with the museum owner. After thinking for a moment, Chihong stepped forward and walked towards the second bikini beauty. Humph! I won't let you pass easily. Ah! My big tongue! See how powerful I am! Ah! Starfish! Humph! It looks like you have two brushes. I lost. As Chihong and Luffy fucked all the way, the girls' gasping sounds could be heard in the entire water gym. In less than an hour, the gym, which was originally full of youthful and moist atmosphere, instantly turned into a display place for 1:1 adult models. The beauties with curvy figures stood blankly in the middle of the pool, leaving a passage leading directly to the location of Xioxia, the owner of the pool. Seeing that Luffy's experience value was close to the critical point, Chihong's heart surged. This was his first time facing an upgrade, and he didn't know how much stronger Luffy would become after the upgrade. The red hand waved. Let's go! Luffy! While speaking, Chihong suddenly took a step forward and came to the front of the hall owner Xioxia. She has short orange hair similar to Nami, wears a cool pure white swimsuit, but has a flat body that cannot be compared with those big sisters in the swimming pool. At this moment, the owner Xioxia's eyes suddenly became lively. You! Are you the trainer who came to challenge me? She quickly took out an elf ball from her waist, with a sweet smile on her face, but a strong light flashed in her eyes. And as Xioxia was activated, the entire gym suddenly changed. The crystal floor tiles that were originally suspended above the swimming pool were all moving at this time, gathering towards the direction of Chihong and Xioxia. Soon, a huge battle platform appeared on the surface of the swimming pool. When the colorful spotlight fell, it instantly turned this place into a perfect stage sanctuary. Challenger, now that you are here, be prepared to be beaten by my water-type Pokémon. Bring it on. Let me, Xioxia, the most beautiful girl in the world, be your opponent. I saw Xioxia suddenly put on a cute and playful pose, showing her small and exquisite posture and moist and smooth skin to the fullest. It's a pity that after getting used to seeing the big European sisters shaking, I don't feel anything about the red and cute things at this time. On the contrary, the anticipation for Luffy's upgrade made him full of fighting spirit. Instead of borrowing the advantages of underwater, we built a land-based platform instead. I respect you as a man. Chihong sneered at NPC Xioxia, and immediately walked to the challenger's position. All of a sudden, eye-catching lights focused on him, and cheers from the audience came from all directions in the gym. It directly brought the atmosphere of the gym challenge to its peak. Then, my first Pokémon will be you. Xioxia suddenly took action and threw a red and white Pokeball, summoning a duck with its head tilted in the field. The battlefield suddenly opened up, covering the entire battlefield. Is it a level 18 duck? You actually took out a Pokémon that has no mobility. Compared with your mind, you are surprisingly generous. Chihong murmured softly, and then immediately ordered to Luffy beside him. Luffy, just use the headbutt and kill the opponent instantly. Understand? Luffy laughed and jumped directly into the battlefield. Following Chihong's instructions, the mysterious Pokémon energy in his body suddenly began to flow and converged on his forehead. Rubber rubber, head hammer. Whoosh! As Luffy's neck flicked hard, his head instantly flew towards Kodak's head like a cannonball. But seeing this, Xioxia on the opposite side actually smiled instead of being surprised. Hey, you actually dare to attack Kodak's head? Don't you know that the more painful the duck's head is, the more powerful it will be in combat? Canada duck, use, ah! In the battlefield, Xioxia's hearty smile, which was endowed with personality and wisdom, suddenly disappeared. I saw a ray of yellow lightning suddenly passing by Xioxia, flying out of the battlefield and hitting the wall of the gym. And this lightning-like figure turned out to be the proud Pokémon of the museum owner Xioxia, Panda. Thank you to the god of rice, silent power for miracles, no one discovers my handsomeness, and my father, my love is like a mountain, for your monthly support. Thanks to Guangdong Daoji, Rice God, Nahi Bridge Oath, Book Friends 202306181007311056, Book Friends 1702251146132005, and Book Friends 201807071657000342 for their recommendation votes. Thank you all. Chapter 33 read, I'm done. Seeking for further reading. This is impossible. Xioxia yelled, her face full of shock. Nothing is impossible, Master Xioxia. Red smiled like a winner. Your Pokémon has lost its ability to fight. Please release the second Pokémon. Damn it. Xioxia's eyes flashed with a hint of anger, her eyes focused on Luffy, and then she muttered angrily, you are not a new trainer at all. I never said I was. Chihong replied calmly, without any shame of cheating, but urged again. Okay, don't waste time, ask the gym owner to release the second Pokémon. What a bastard. Xioxia snorted angrily, don't get too carried away. As she said that, she threw her second elf ball. After realizing that Chihong and Luffy were not simple, she also directly showed the level that a gym leader trainer should have. Before the Pokémon appeared, Misty had already shouted. Gemstar, use Phantom Light. Hey? You actually do sneak attacks too. Chihong was startled by Xioxia's operation, but he quickly reacted and shouted loudly. Luffy! Use Razor quickly. Don't be hit by its attacks. Illusion Light, a move for Super-type Pokemon. Although it only has a power of 65, it has a certain probability of causing the person being attacked to fall into chaos. If Luffy is unlucky and happens to be caught in that low-probability chaotic state, with his free body and the weakness of an Esper, the consequences will be absolutely disastrous. Fortunately, Chihong reacted in time, and Luffy's knowledge and domineering sense also detected a hint of something unusual. The moment the red voice fell, Luffy had turned into a dark silhouette and left the place in an instant. Boom! The phantom light that lost its target fell on the floor tiles, making a loud vibration. The shock even reached the red solace of his feet. A level 20 Pokemon can emit such power? Isn't this comparable to an average naval captain? In his mind, based on the combat power of Gem Starfish, Red speculated on the division of Pokemon levels in the pirate world. But at this moment, Zioxia's voice came again. Gem Starfish, use strange light. I don't know if she, as the owner of the gym, is so powerful that she saw something, or if she accidentally hit the target. Zioxia actually once again asked Gem Starfish to use a move that could put the opponent into chaos. And it still abandons the damage, the strange light that can make the person hit 100% into chaos. Only this time, how could Chihong, who was already on guard, let her get what she wanted? How can you use the same move twice? Luffy! Jump into the air! Roger that! Luffy shouted. At this time, a dark purple shimmer suddenly appeared in the bright ruby on the Gem Starfish, and then suddenly emitted a circular wave of light. Tread! Under Red's command, Luffy jumped directly into the air. Anyway, with the elf center there, Chihong is not worried that Luffy will consume too much energy and affect his training tomorrow. He directly ordered. Use third gear. Give your opponent a fatal blow. Sorry, Miss Zioxia. I admit that you do have some strength. But if I ask level 46 Luffy to directly use gear, how should you respond? Zioxia, not a son of man. Looking at the huge arm that suddenly appeared in the air and covering the entire roof of the gym, Zioxia suddenly opened her mouth and was stunned. What kind of move is this? A doubtful thought flashed through her mind, and she quickly exclaimed. Gem Starfish, use guard. Defending with normal type moves has a powerful effect in completely blocking the opponent's attacks in the Pokemon game. But, after all, this is a game world that is closer to reality. In the face of the absolute power gap, even moves with strong defensive capabilities will become fragile. Third gear. Rubber Giant Pistol. Hey! A strong wind pressure suddenly fell from the sky, making it difficult for Zioxia to breathe. Dark and light colors appear on the Gem Starfish. Although it clearly has no facial features or face, the gemstone starfish at this time can make people clearly feel that it is nervous, and even a little scared. And the next second, a giant fist like a god suddenly descended. Boom! A deafening crash suddenly came from the entire Hualan gym. Under the terrifying impact, all the crystal floor tiles were shattered, and the clear water in the swimming pool was also squeezed by the force, rushing towards the surroundings of the venue like a small tsunami. All of a sudden, inside the Cerulean Gym, it was as if a Pokemon had used a rain-seeking move, and it started to rain heavily. The clattering sound kept coming. Chihong stepped on a crystal floor tile that he had expected in advance. He looked at the slowly disappearing battlefield and the reminder information that Luffy had gained experience, and a satisfied smile slowly formed on his face. The battle is over, the winner is Red from the Straw Hats. Chihong imitated the referee's movements in the animation and announced the victory of the battle. And his outstretched arm happened to catch the doll version of Luffy falling from the sky. Well done, Luffy! Chihong praised without hesitation, and immediately put the doll Luffy at his feet. At this time, with the end of the battle, the gym began to enter the stage of self-recovery. The originally broken floor tiles fell into the water one by one, and then automatically replaced with complete floor tiles, returning to their original position. As for the frightened Xioxia, her face returned to the normal NPC mechanical smile. Stepping on the brand new crystal floor tiles, Chihong came to her, instantly triggering the dialogue mechanism. I didn't expect you to actually defeat me. As proof that you defeated me, this blue badge is given to you. Besides, this is the move learner I'm proud of, hot water. After the Pokemon that meets the conditions learns it, it can release scalding water to cause damage to the enemy, and there is a high chance that the opponent will be burned. Thank you so much. Politely taking the two items from Xioxia's hand, Chihong instantly felt a cool energy pouring into her body, nourishing her internal organs and every cell in her body. He knows. This is the reward for the achievement badge collector. And when Red returns to the pirate world, he can also use this blue badge to extract a water-type Pokemon move. Plus Hot Water's move learner, and Luffy who successfully reached level 47. Today's journey into the game world has been richer than ever before. Wow! As a white light flashed before his eyes, the red consciousness instantly returned to his body in the real world. Immediately he heard a loud roar coming from the room next door. Wa ha ha ha! A moment later, his door clicked and Luffy pushed it open from the outside. I saw him holding up a fist with a slight black metallic luster, and shouted excitedly to Chihong. Red! I'm done! Thank you to book friend 202012132329422738 for your recommendation, vote and support. Chapter 34 Surfing, please Red. This is. Seeing the dark luster on Luffy's hand that was like a spark of fire, Red was slightly startled and sat up from the bed in an instant. Armed and domineering. Luffy, you finally developed your armed haki. 2 years. 2 years have passed since Chihong informed Luffy of the existence of armed haki. And Luffy finally found a way to become armed and haki in the early morning of the 3rd or 4th day at sea. Although Luffy's fists of armed color haki are in danger of being scarce, as long as he successfully takes the first step, Chihong believes that Luffy's training in armed color will be prosperous and full of surprises. After all, he is a Pokemon with purely physical abilities such as normal attributes. It's just that when Ming Ming came out of the gym, Luffy told him that he didn't have the feeling of armed haki. Why did he master it as soon as he came out of the game world? A thoughtful look flashed in his red eyes. If there were any special changes during this period, that might be that he took Luffy to the Elf Center to restore his condition to its optimal state, and then exited the game world directly. Did Luffy in his full state activate his body's potential, or did the treatment at the Spirit Center inject some kind of energy into Luffy that could trigger armament haki? In the game, no matter how seriously injured the Pokemon is, even if it is on the verge of death, it can instantly recover all its physical strength by lying on the equipment in the Pokemon Center for a few seconds. In a game, it's just a mechanism, a bunch of data and a program. But since even Pokemon energy is real, there is no guarantee that the treatment at the Pokemon Center will have certain special effects. We can let Zoro test it later. Chihong thought secretly in her heart. But he soon put these thoughts behind him and showed a sincere smile to Luffy. Congratulations, Luffy. It seems that I don't have to worry about the threat from the Rogue Town Navy to us. Ha ha ha! Luffy laughed heartily. No matter what kind of enemy it is, I will beat it away without hesitation. Luffy, who had just acquired armament haki, was extremely confident, and his eyes were shining as brightly as the stars. After celebrating with Luffy for a while, Luffy, who was already overwhelmed by thoughts, returned to his room. At this time, Chihong finally had time to check his harvest. However, the badge skill that he was originally looking forward to was interrupted by the armed haki that Luffy suddenly developed. He clicked on the machine's interface and checked Luffy's attributes in the selection system before entering the game. Pokemon, Monkey D. Luffy. Level, 47. Experience value, 278/7057. HP, 198, plus 4. Physical attack, 144, plus 3. Physical defense, 156, plus 3. Special attack, 124, plus 3. Special defense, 138, plus 3. Speed, 141, plus 3. After defeating the 2 Pokémon owned by the gym owner, Misty, Luffy successfully gained 552 experience points, allowing him to break through to level 47 in one fell swoop. After upgrading, except for HP which increased by 4 points, all other attributes of Luffy increased by 3 points. Because there is no reference standard, Chihong doesn't know the effect of Luffy's improvement. But if compared with Pokémon in normal games, Luffy's racial value has definitely reached the level of a mythical beast. And it's not just any mythical beast. But this is normal, heckles him Luffy. After watching for a moment, Chihong turned off Luffy's attribute panel and turned his attention to himself. The first is the reward brought by the badge collector achievement. It has the opposite effect of getting a grey badge and your body becomes calmer. After obtaining the blue badge, a strange light inspiration instantly emerged from Chihong's body. And inside his body, he maintained a moist and comfortable feeling all the time. If the grey badge brings defensive capabilities to Crimson, then what the blue badge brings to Crimson? Maybe it's the comfort that keeps him physically and mentally happy, and his ability to recover beyond imagination. Especially since Chihong himself has a super true rookie physique, this powerful recovery ability seems to allow him to go further and further on the road to immortality. The key is, this recovery ability not only affects physical injuries, but also physical strength and energy are within the scope of its recovery. This will increase Red's battery life infinitely. Not bad. I used to envy Luffy for being able to use the equipment at the Spirit Center to restore his physical strength. With this ability, I can be considered a perpetual princess. With a slight sigh of admiration in her heart, Chihong turned her gaze back to the interface of the machine again. The lottery prompt above is still in the corner of the interface. With a little awareness, a carousel with all the water-based moves instantly appeared in front of Chihong's eyes. Then, it's time for another exciting moment of gambling. Chihong geared up and pressed the start button. Not wanting to endure the torture of the turntable, he directly chose to cut off his attention to the machine and not look at the results of the turntable. Instead, he closed his eyes and waited in the darkness. It wasn't until half a minute later that Chihong, who felt that time was about the same, turned his consciousness to the machine again. In an instant, a prompt message jumped into his eyes. "Congratulations, you got the move surfing? Call." An inexplicable memory and energy poured into Hong's body like an enlightenment. Sea blue waves kept flashing in his eyes, as if there was a vast ocean contained within. After a moment, Chihong looked at her hands with joy. Although the surfing moves did not require the use of palms, the feeling of suddenly controlling power still made him want to stop. It's actually surfing? It's quite an unexpected surprise. The red dot opens the move details. Move, surf. Attribute, water. Category, special. Power, 90. Introduction, a Pokémon move with special effects. It can condense water-type energy into large waves to cause damage to enemies. It can also control nearby water sources to form waves. In addition, after learning this move, you can move freely on the water with minimal energy consumption. Another move with full effect. After reading the introduction to the effects of surfing, a satisfied smile suddenly appeared on his red face. Although it was already late at night and early in the morning, he had almost recovered from mental fatigue due to the blue badge achievement reward, and he walked out of the room directly and came to the deck. It's late at night and the stars are densely covered. Chihong stood under the night sky and slowly stretched out her palm towards the sea not far ahead. Surf. All of a sudden, a dark blue wave of light flowed in his eyes. The next moment, a small tsunami measuring more than 10 meters long and more than 5 meters high suddenly surged out of the calm sea and rushed towards the sea ahead. Wow! As the sound of the turbulent sea currents sounded, the red condensed waves instantly merged into the vast sea, and at the same time, a large wave of waves rippled on the calm sea surface. The effect is pretty good. Chihong nodded with satisfaction. Even though the attack just now didn't cause any waves in the sea, that's because the waves targeted the entire sea. If it were on land and Chihong could quickly gather such a large tsunami, for the enemies, especially those with abilities, it will definitely be a fatal blow. Of course, despite causing such a large-scale impact, this move is not without its shortcomings. The disadvantage of surfing is the consumption is a bit high. Feeling the energy gap in her body, Chihong murmured thoughtfully. With my body now blessed with the Blue Badge achievement reward, it seems that I can only use surfing 5 times in a short period of time. And the activation time of the move is not very fast. If you encounter an agile target with high vigilance, it seems that you can easily escape the attack range of surf. Apart from anything else, if the enemy is a guy who has learned how to shave, Chihong will never use this move in front of him. But how can there be a perfect move? After keeping the effect of surfing in mind, Chihong immediately stopped caring about these details and started to test another effect of surfing. Can you control nearby water sources to form waves? I seem to have a good idea. Thank you Brother Hu for your monthly ticket support. Thanks to 501, my handsome no one discovered, and book friends 202012092343404429 for their recommendation votes and support. Chapter 35 Luffy's Bounty, please follow up. With the help of the faint moonlight, Chihong walked to the stern of the small sailboat. Under the illumination of the moonlight, the sea surface was filled with layers of pale yellow waves. Looking at the sea water below, a blue stream of light flashed in the red eyes again. Immediately, he muttered silently to the sea water below. Surf! Wow! An invisible Pokemon energy was suddenly released from Red's body and floated towards the nearest sea water. All the sea water covered with Pokemon energy instantly seemed to be alive, surging crazily towards higher places. In the blink of an eye, a huge wave appeared in front of Chihong. However, under his control, the wave did not hit directly like the last time. Instead, it maintained its status quo and did not fall. Red was channeling Pokemon energy to maintain the waves, while she was thinking and murmuring. Using surfing skills to control nearby water consumption is much less. A wave of the same size consumes only a fraction of what it was before. And the controllability is also greatly enhanced. The blue eyes flashed again, and Red suddenly increased the Pokemon's energy output. The water surged and gathered again. And the waves in front of him are getting bigger and bigger. In just half a minute, a huge wave with a height of more than 10 meters suddenly appeared behind the Straw Hat cruise boat, following the boat forward while maintaining a safe distance. Such a strange scene would be enough to shock the jaws of ordinary navigators if they saw it. Really? If you control nearby water sources, surfing will change from a one-time attack move into a sustainable water control skill. The disadvantage is that the water must be manipulated in a wave pattern, rather than true water control. And without the concentration of a large amount of Pokemon energy, the impact of the waves seems to have been greatly attenuated, and the attack can only rely on the power of the waves themselves. But, this is considered very strong, right? His red eyes flashed. At this moment, he seemed to have seen the frightened expressions on the faces of those enemies who were preparing to chase the Straw Hats on the sea in the future, but were intercepted by the power of the sea. And as Chihong advances in the game and obtains more badges, his power will become stronger and stronger. When the time comes, he might be able to create waves as high as 10,000 feet with a wave of his arms like Whitebeard. This is not finished. With a flip of Red's wrist, the originally huge wave was instantly divided into two, and then continued to be divided until it turned into small waves that were only half the height of the ship. Under Chihong's control, these waves all gathered near the ship, pushing the ship forward. In an instant, the sailing ship's traveling speed more than doubled. Feeling the sudden intensification of the sea breeze blowing towards him, only one bad thought came to his mind. Broke in. I'm going to be a tool. The next morning, facing the first ray of morning sun, Luffy and others woke up from their sleep one after another. And when they walked out of the cabin, they were shocked to find Chihong sitting on the deck near the stern of the ship, meditating with her eyes closed. Luffy immediately stepped forward curiously. Chihong, why are you sitting here? As the person who has spent the longest time with Chihong on the ship, Luffy knows very well that although Chihong doesn't like to sleep in, she is definitely not a morning person. What's more, they were adventuring in the game world for a long time last night before taking a break. And when she heard Luffy's voice, Chihong seemed to have just woken up from her sleep, and slowly opened her eyes. Ha, it's Luffy. Chihong smiled and said hello, then put away the primitive power that nourished her whole body. Looking at the whitening sun in the sky, he stood up and stretched. Is it morning already? This night passed so quickly. So. At this time, curious Zoro and Nami also gathered over. What have you been doing all night? Ah, this. Chihong smiled softly, leaned directly on the railing of the boat, stretched out his hand and pointed downward. It will be clear if you look at this. Hey! Luffy and the other three blinked, and then looked down according to Chihong's words. The next second, the three of them showed expressions of surprise. Because they actually saw a large group of lifelike waves at the connection between the ship's hull and the sea, just like the hard-working Palu, crazily pushing the ship forward. Nami paused for a moment in realization. I said something felt wrong with the wind speed this morning. Is this Chihongzuo's new ability? They have long been accustomed to Chihong's operations that show some amazing methods from time to time. Apart from a little surprise, it was more just curiosity about this method. That's right. Chihong admitted with a smile and waved her hand, showing them what the power of the Sea King was. Slam la. I saw a flash of blue light in his eyes, and the stable hull of the ship suddenly trembled. Immediately afterwards, Luffy and the others were horrified to find that the boat they were riding on was lifted high by a huge wave, and they were riding the huge wave like a master surfer. You can get the three people's mouths that had opened into an O shape. Chihong introduced them. This is my new ability, and its name is surfing. With this ability at hand, in future naval wars, we will be invincible. The corners of her red mouth raised with confidence, revealing her indescribable charm. Handsome. Red. Luffy yelled quickly, his face equally bright. Now he is really more and more grateful that he can take Chihong to go to sea together. Thanks for the compliment. Chihong accepted Luffy's compliment without any hesitation, and then waved his hand to change the wave back to its original appearance. He just did this in the hope that his partners would understand his abilities, so that he could avoid a lot of unnecessary trouble when encountering something in the future. As for the waves that are pushing the ship forward, although Chihong didn't want to be a tool man, when he discovered that his recovery ability was amazing enough to offset most of the energy consumption of surfing. In order to speed up the progress, he could only aggrieve himself. Oh, by the way, Nami? Chihong suddenly asked. Can you tell where we are now? Let's see how long it will take to reach Zilobia village. Let me take a look. Nami suddenly took out a sea chart from the fourth-dimensional space on her chest, and then took out a device that Chihong didn't recognize and started observing. It didn't take long for her to come to the conclusion. If we can keep sailing at this speed, we will arrive at Zilobia village around 3 o'clock this afternoon. Really? It seems that my efforts this night were not in vain. Chihong smiled slightly, and then said to Luffy and Zoro. Okay, a new day has begun. Luffy's armed haki has also begun to bear fruit. Luffy, your next task is to continue to familiarize yourself with the use of armed colors, at least to be able to complete a battle. Zoran, just continue to practice at your own pace. Wait until Luffy's armament is mature enough, then let him guide you. But don't put too much hope in Luffy. You should be able to guess his level of guidance. Everything still depends on your own efforts. The other thing is your training in swordsmanship. On a new day, Chihong began to assign Luffy and Zoro the next training tasks based on their understanding of anime. But at this moment, a newspaper gull wearing a beret landed on the railing of the boat and called out to interrupt Chihong. "Hey? Is it today's newspaper? Nami, please pay." Chihong pointed at the newspaper gull and said. He has no interest in money. So after Nami sincerely joined the Straw Hats, he had already transferred the financial power on the ship to Nami's hands. "Hi." After Nami answered, she took out Bailey and bought a copy of today's newspaper from the newspaper gull. But before Nami could unfold it, a brand new reward order fell out from the gap in the newspaper. And in the photo on the reward order, it was Luffy laughing at the camera. The sudden appearance of the reward order made everyone present stunned for a moment. Chihong reacted first, stepped forward and picked up the bounty order on the ground and laughed. "Luffy, you are actually being rewarded. Now your name will be known to the whole world." "Ah? Really? Really?" Hearing this, Luffy jumped over excitedly and looked at the red hand with wide eyes. "I saw a few big words written on the brand new wanted poster. Straw Hat, Monkey D. Luffy. The crime is extremely heinous, no matter life or death. Reward amount 5000 W. Bailey. Thanks to Little Ant who loves books, Book Friends 201807071657000342, Book Friends 202006061828275007, Book Friends 201908061741584118, Book Friends 202009132229456661 for their monthly ticket support. Thanks to my father, my love is like a mountain collapse and the earth splits. The Sheep of the Explosive Sky Gang, Lee Key, and Book Friend 201807071657000342 for their recommendation votes and support. Thank you everyone. Chapter 36, If you don't pick up something while walking, it will be lost, please follow up. 1, 10, hundreds, thousands, 10,000. Luffy, you were suddenly offered a reward of 5,000 Baileys. Seeing the reward amount on the reward order, Soran was amazed. I didn't expect that you would be rewarded with this amount of money without doing anything bad. This is really interesting. In the East China Sea, a pirate with a bounty of more than 500 million Baileys is considered a big pirate. Luffy was able to directly receive a bounty of 5000 W Bailey, which amazed Zoro, who had been a bounty hunter for a long time. Luffy also grinned widely, his eyes almost turned into slits from laughter, and couldn't help clapping his hands with joy. Hee hee. Looks like the Navy guys are quite knowledgeable. Okay. Let's continue our efforts and increase the bounty in one go. Hey! Seeing that the two of them were still laughing there, Nami, who was holding the reward order, raised her forehead helplessly. You two guys! Do you want to be so optimistic? Do you guys know what this reward order means? This is the East China Sea. A Donghai with an average bounty of only 300 million Baileys and a maximum bounty of only 2000 W Baileys. Do you know what it means that the Navy suddenly issued a 5000 W Bailey bounty to Luffy? I haven't done anything bad yet. Have you forgotten about taking provocative photos at the naval base? Nami wanted to cry but had no tears. At this moment, she seemed to have seen the scene of their group being chased by countless naval warships. Hopefully Crimson's new moves can deal with the Navy's fleet. By the way, speaking of Red. Nami suddenly turned her attention to Chihong, hoping that Chihong, who had always been steady, could talk to Luffy and the others. Then she heard Chihong say. Only 5000 W Bailey? It's still a little short. It seems that the limitations of the East China Sea have affected the Navy's judgment on the bounty. With your current strength, Luffy, you will have a bounty of at least 100 million levels on the Grand Line. Nami, it's over, this group of people is hopeless. Oh, by the way, Nami. Chihong suddenly stopped the speechless Nami, and her expression became serious. Although you are not a combatant, since Luffy is wanted by the Navy, the enemies we will encounter in the future will become more and more powerful. In order to avoid unnecessary danger in the future, you should also practice from today. Besides, if nothing unexpected happens tonight, it's up to you to enter the Pokemon world with me. What? Nami was stunned for a moment, then immediately showed an unexpected expression. Pokemon world? Wait a minute. That's a very precious opportunity, right? There's no need to waste such an important opportunity on me. Although she still didn't know exactly what the Pokemon world was, she could feel the magic of that place just from what Luffy and Zoro said. You can make yourself stronger through fighting and so on. It sounds like a miracle. But no matter from which point of view, allowing Luffy or Zoro to enter that kind of place is to maximize resources. She didn't want Chihong to waste Luffy and Zoro's opportunity just to take care of her. However, facing Nami's humility, Chihong smiled and asked. What are you talking about, Nami? From your tone, you seem to be questioning my arrangements as a trainer. Relax. Since I chose to take you to the Pokemon world, there will naturally be places that need you. Okay then. After hearing what Chihong said, Nami naturally wouldn't give in to anything. And having said that, she was actually very curious about what the Pokemon world was like. Red smiled softly, waved her hand, interrupted Luffy and Zoro who were still enjoying the future, and rushed them to train. Then he returned to the stern of the ship alone, tempering himself with primitive power, and using surfing skills to accelerate the ship. These two Pokemon moves can be said to be played to the extreme by Red. As for the fact that he wants to bring Nami into the Pokemon world, this really wasn't him taking care of Nami. Chihong clearly remembered that while playing games, he found a magical candy in a corner of Hualan City. Previously, he had picked up props and elf balls on the roadside in Evergreen Forest, Moon Mountain, and other places, which were exactly the same as those in the game. Therefore, he felt that there was no reason why the machine would miss this hidden item in Cerulean City. Therefore, Chihong decided to spend a day exploring the Hualan City. After all, it is a magical item that can directly level up a Pokemon, so it is worth a gamble. And the reason he brought Nami with him was actually to take advantage of Nami's characteristics. Pokemon, Nami. Level, 12. Gender, concave. Plus. Attributes, electricity, flying. Characteristics, picking up. After fighting the enemy, you can pick up a prop used by the opponent. Even if you don't participate in the battle, you will pick up the props unknowingly. The higher the level of the Pokemon, the better the chance of picking it up. Advanced props. Skill, none. Experience value, 0/586. HP, 49. Physical attack, 31. Physical defense, 30. Special attack, 48. Special defense, 32. Speed, 31. The above is Nami's Pokemon attribute interface. Compared with the regenerative power with endurance and the sense of oppression that can shock the enemy. Although Nami's characteristics do not help the battle at all, they have a very magical effect. That is, she can pick up various Pokemon props out of thin air. In Red's impression, picking up a Pokemon with special characteristics has a small probability of picking up magical candies, or even a move learner. Although I don't know what kind of effect this feature will have in the world of pirates, for Red who is preparing to find magical candies in Cerulean City, Nami with the picking feature is definitely the most beneficial helper. At the same time, just as Chihong and his party were sailing towards Ziluabia village. With the urgent issuance of the navy, Luffy's bounty order quickly spread to every corner of the world. Luffy and Red's hometown, Windmill Town. Cheers! In the Maginot Tavern, a group of villagers raised their wine glasses and cheered loudly. Cheers to Luffy! It's really amazing. Just a few days after going to sea, I actually got a bounty of 5000 W Bailey. It seems that we are going to have a big shot here. Ha ha ha, the Navy hasn't noticed Chihong yet. I'm sure that more than half of Luffy's 5000 W bounty is due to Chihong. Cheers to Red! Hey, hey, hey! There is such a vicious criminal in the village, do you still have the heart to celebrate? An old man on crutches suddenly pushed open the door of the tavern and shouted loudly at the cheering villagers inside. However, his scolding not only had no effect at all, but instead caused the villagers to cheer again. Cheers to Luffy and Red! You guys! The village chief sat next to the bar with a headache expression on his face. Calm down, village chief. The bar owner Makina smiled gently and brought the village chief a cup of hot tea. Everyone is happy for Luffy to embark on the path of pursuing his dream. Look at this kid, how happy he is with his smile. Maginot picked up a copy of Luffy's bounty order from the table, her eyes flashed, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but raise, revealing a slight smile. Really? I don't know what Chihong thinks. He actually chooses to go to sea with Luffy. The village chief picked up the hot tea, took a sip, shook his head and sighed. I obviously planned to train him to become the next village chief, but he was dragged into the sea by that brat Luffy. It's just nonsense. Red. Hearing the village chief mention Chihong's name, the light in Maginot's eyes flashed again. After spending more than 2 years together day and night, Maginot can be said to be the person who knows Chihong best in the entire Windmill Town. But even she didn't know why Chihong suddenly chose to go to sea to become a pirate. But since the child has made his decision, it means that there is something he is pursuing in the sea. Looking at the joyful atmosphere in the tavern, the corner of Maginot's mouth suddenly drew a gentle arc, and she whispered softly in her heart. Remember to eat on time, Chihong. Thanks to book friend 2021213232942738 for your monthly ticket support. Thank you to book friend 202108242115477790 for your recommendation vote and support. Chapter 37 Ziluabia Village. The Grand Line, an island in the New World. The red-haired one of the 4 emperors was sitting on a rock, holding a brand new reward order. He looked at the endless blue sea, his eyes flashed, and there was a faint smile on his lips. Is it finally here, Luffy? Round after round of waves hit the tough rocks, writing traces of natural time. New World, aboard Moby Dick. A man with freckles on his face and an orange cowboy hat ran excitedly on the deck and arrived at the gathering place of the white-bearded cotters. Hey, hey! Did you see it? Did you see it? Wow! The man opened the reward order in his hand, and then laughed at everyone present. Look! Look! This guy is my brother, and he is actually being rewarded by the world government. Your brother? A man with a pineapple head looked at the contents of the reward order and suddenly clicked his tongue and exclaimed. The first time I was offered a reward, there was actually 5000 W Bailey. Ace, it seems that your brother is a more ruthless character than you. A burly man next to him also answered. How about you introduce him to the Whitebeard pirates? Then we can be a family in the future. Ha ha ha, forget it, Josie. Ace laughed and said, it's impossible for that guy Luffy to join someone else's pirate group. He has been clamoring to become the Pirate King. Oh? Isn't that the same as you before? Marco glanced at Ace teasingly. After all, not long ago, Ace was clamoring to become the Pirate King, and then came to challenge the Whitebeard pirates in one go. Asshole! Didn't you agree not to mention that matter again? Ace suddenly swooped down and instantly knocked the unsuspecting Marco to the ground. Inadvertently, the reward order slipped out of his hand. A gust of sea breeze blew by, and the reward order suddenly floated up, and accidentally fell into the hands of a tall man. Ace's brother. Edward Newgate, the white-bearded Yonko known as the world's strongest, looked at the familiar straw hat on the reward order, and his eyes suddenly became blurred. Interesting, goo la 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 la. While he was receiving the infusion, he slowly raised the corners of his mouth, revealing a crescent-like smile, hearty and domineering. Its laughter penetrated the sky, and its terrifying momentum even shattered the clouds high in the sky. Regardless of the various infusion tubes inserted into his body, Whitebeard stood up and laughed. Sons! To celebrate the success of Ace's brother being rewarded, let's have a party. Oh! In an instant, cheers erupted throughout the Moby Dick. A grand banquet was held without any preparation. As for who is Ace's younger brother? How many people in the entire Whitebeard pirates care? They just wanted a reason to have a party. However, in an unnoticed corner, there was a man with a black beard, eating meat while staring at the D on Luffy's reward order. Looks like he's not a simple guy. Thief, ha ha ha. East China Sea, Orange Town. Inside the base camp of the clown pirates. Bucky, who was in a meeting to discuss the next step, was suddenly stopped by an unprecedented shout. Captain Bucky! Captain Bucky! I saw a funny-looking pirate running over in a panic, and then suddenly handed over the reward order in his hand, panting and saying, Captain Bucky, look! Hey! What? Bucky curiously took the reward order. Immediately his eyes suddenly widened. This is Lord Luffy's reward order. The running pirate shouted excitedly, Sir Luffy, he actually received a reward of 5000 Bailey. As expected of Captain Bucky, he is truly extraordinary. The errand pirate never misses an opportunity to flatter Bucky. Bucky also lowered his voice and focused his eyes firmly on the straw hat. Yet, he said in agreement with the errand pirate. But in his heart, he was already muttering viciously. As expected of the person you value Shanks, he is indeed extraordinary. Bucky knew very well that although the person who drank the sworn wine with him was Luffy, the captain of the Straw Hats. But he and Luffy can't be the same person. The person he really wants to be loyal to and take orders from is actually Red, the vice-captain of the Straw Hats. This does not mean that he is not loyal to the Straw Hats. Now that he has drunk the sworn wine, according to the rules of the pirates, he will always follow the Straw Hats. Bucky is a traditional pirate, so he will strictly abide by this rule. Just in a large pirate group, there will inevitably be different factions or small groups. And he is the group of people who follow Vice-Captain Chihong. Luffy's bounty order didn't cause much trouble in the Grand Line. A 5000 bounty may have some weight, but in the Great Sea Route where there are so many strong men, there are simply countless such guys. However, compared to the dullness of the Grand Line, many people in the East China Sea at this time have been frightened out of their wits by this reward order. Donghai, Ziluabia Village. As a small village in a remote location with no population and no special products, it is lucky to be an island that even pirates don't bother to visit. The village is quiet and peaceful. The villagers work at sunrise and rest at sundown, year after year, day after day. Except for a lying long-nosed man who announces the arrival of pirates every morning, there is nothing special about the whole village. Today, the long-nosed man still completed a long-distance run across the entire village, chased by the villagers. In the afternoon, in the forest outside Silob village, Usopp, who had a healthy wheat complexion and wore a brown suspender suit, moved his nose vigorously and sniffed the fragrance of green grass in the air. What a beautiful weather! Having just woken up from a nap, he stretched and then shouted. Okay. The break is over. I'm going to tell Kaya about my adventures in the underwater world soon. Then, in the meantime, let's practice our shooting skills. Usopp moved his arms as if he was about to fight. But at this moment, a loud shout suddenly came from the country road in the distance. It's bad. Something bad is going to happen. Captain Usopp. I saw 3 little guys, only about 8 or 9 years old, running over with their teeth and claws bared and shouting. Hey! It's you! Looking at his 3 subordinates, Usopp immediately pretended to be calm, crossed his arms across his chest, and looked down at the 3 of them. How unbecoming you are in a panic. As a pirate, you have to be calm, okay? Yes, Captain Usopp. The 3 brats who ran up to Usopp immediately answered. But then an onion-headed kid in the middle handed a newspaper and a reward order into Usopp's hands. But, Captain Usopp, the situation is really not good. What happened? Usopp calmly took the bounty order, opened it slowly, and then he suddenly became quiet. A minute later, the 3 little ghosts let out a confused cry. Captain Usopp. Seeing that Usopp didn't respond, the 3 of them moved to Usopp's side. Soon they saw Captain Usopp, who had always been so showy in front of them, was actually sweating profusely, with a look of fear in his pupils. Ugh! The 3 little ghosts looked at each other and spread their hands helplessly. It seems that it is not surprising at all that Usopp would behave like this. Carrot Head, who looked relatively calm, coughed lightly. Ahem, Captain Usopp, a big pirate has appeared in the East China Sea. The newspaper said that they attacked the 153rd Naval Branch in Donghai 2 days ago. I remember this naval branch, it seems to be not far from Zilabya village. Thanks to Caesar Zohar, Yaya Li, J.G. Panjong, and book friend 201807071657000342 for their monthly ticket support. Thank you for the recommendation votes of Nahikiao Oath, My Handsomeness, No One Discovered, Changing with the Wind, Guangdong Dao Brother, King Fagui, Book Friends 1407082258296118, Book Friends 201807071657000342, Book Friends 2022021421281657. Chapter 38 Invitation. Usopp, who suddenly returned to consciousness, put down the newspaper and the bounty order in fear. At this moment, his face was livid and extremely ugly, but he still said stubbornly, "Ha ha, ha ha. Young people nowadays really like to do things that are in the limelight." But then, Usopp began to think quickly in his mind. How could he not know the information that Carrot Head could know? And Usopp thinks much more than Carrot Head. He noticed the newspaper report that someone seemed to have seen traces of this group of pirates in Orange Town on the Organ Islands. Organ Islands? Isn't that right next door to the Moonlight Islands where Silab village is located? Not only is this not far away to know. Along the route extension of the waters of Yotsuba Island and the Organ Islands where branch 153 is located. The next place they will pass may be Zilabya village. Counting the time, it's only in the past few days. Unless that group of pirates suddenly changes course and heads to other sea areas, Silab village is likely to become the target of pirate attacks. Something big is going to happen. Thinking of this, Usopp quickly put away the newspaper in panic, and then said to the 3 little ones. Today's activities have been temporarily changed. We have more important things to do. He pointed his finger at the newspaper. It is very likely that this group of pirates will pass through Zilabya village. We must let the villagers know about this and make preparations in advance. What? The 3 brats obviously didn't have Usopp's long-term vision, but they were always used to obeying Usopp's orders, so they immediately nodded and agreed. Okay, Captain Usopp. Several people took action immediately. However, before they could return to the village, a voice from behind suddenly stopped them. Hey! Are you from this village? Can you take us to find a delicious restaurant? Ah! I have important matters right now, but I don't have time to deal with them. Usopp, who had important matters on his mind, turned around impatiently. But just when he wanted to refuse domineeringly, his expression turned dull for an instant. In his sight, he saw 4 figures slowly walking up from the downhill coast. A beautiful girl with orange hair, a man with 3 long knives, a boy with a red baseball cap. And someone he had just seen on the bounty list, Straw Hat. It's Straw Hat Boy. The big pirate with a reward of 5,000 Baileys. Usopp's legs went weak and he almost fainted. But the person who asked, Luffy, came to him and said with a smile. As long as you can lead me to a delicious restaurant, I can give you money. Hey, Luffy, the pocket money I gave you is not for you to use randomly. Nami, who was standing next to Luffy, scolded dissatisfiedly. But Luffy said it nonchalantly, haha. What does it matter? Money is just for spending anyway. You guy, it's just because you are like this that I don't want to give you pocket money. No, give me your pocket money, and I'll decide how you spend it. Nami immediately regretted it, but Luffy refused to pay back the money. The two began to argue fiercely about pocket money. At this time, Usopp finally recovered from the initial shock. He blankly raised the reward order in his hand and carefully compared it several times, plus the Luffy that Nami had just called. Usopp can now confirm. They are that group of vicious pirates. Hi, pirates are coming. Usopp, who was extremely panicked, finally couldn't hold it back anymore and raised his hands in the air and shouted. And his shout successfully attracted the attention of everyone present to him. Usopp realized that he had done something stupid. Immediately, he thought of the 3 little ghosts beside him, and quickly protected the 3 little ghosts behind him, his legs trembling, and he said, You guys run quickly. Go tell the villagers to run away. Leave this place to me. Captain Usopp. The 3 little ones who also recognized Luffy's identity shouted anxiously. But Usopp, who was obviously scared to death, was still determined at this moment. Go. Then he threatened Luffy and others. Hey! You pirates! This village is my territory. I am the famous Captain Usopp, and I have 80 million subordinates. You'd better behave and get out of here. Usopp quickly took out his slingshot and pointed the homemade buckshot at Luffy and others. Dying! Dying! Why should I provoke them? Tears welled in Usopp's eyes. Dare to challenge the big pirate with a bounty of 5,000 million Baileys. At this moment, he seemed to have seen the tragic look of 3 little ones lying on his body and howling. However, what he didn't expect was that after he said the above words, all the pirates present looked shocked. Usopp. Zoro looked at Chi-Hong in surprise, stretched out his finger and pointed. Chi-Hong? The person you are talking about, could it be him? During the chat, Chi-Hong had already told them some relevant information about their subsequent partners. They already know that there is a powerful sniper named Usopp, a lustful chef named Sanji, and a great ship in the East China Sea. They came to Zilabya village this time to invite the sniper on board and get the destined pirate ship from Chi-Hong's mouth. But what Zoro and Nami didn't expect was the partner they were looking for turned out to be a kid wearing overalls and holding a slingshot. With this look, it's really hard for people to associate him with the word sniper. But Chi-Hong looked at Usopp's ridiculously long nose and grinned. If nothing else happens, this is the person we are looking for. And Luffy suddenly exclaimed. Wait a minute. Usopp, I seem to have heard this name somewhere. Ah. That's right. Luffy suddenly looked at Usopp with wide eyes. Is your father Jesus Bulletin? Ah. Usopp, who was originally on edge, suddenly froze and blinked in confusion. Jesus Bulletin, is indeed my father's name. But how did you know? Since the death of his mother, Usopp has not heard his father's name for countless years. It's really you. Luffy's eyes flashed and he sighed with rare emotion. Jesus Bulletin used to often chant your name in front of me. Recalling the experiences of being pranked by Jesus Bulletin when he was a child, Luffy was really angry and nostalgic. At this time, Chihong clapped her hands and said with a smile. Okay, let's not stand here anymore. Find a restaurant and let's chat while we eat. Chihong's proposal soon received strong support from Luffy. They walked directly to the village with Usopp, who looked confused. The three little ones who were already dumbfounded were left standing there. Hey! Have you seen it? Captain Usopp actually knows such a powerful pirate. Is it possible? Captain Usopp is really a very powerful guy. For a moment, the three little ones became suspicious of the pirate house game they played with Usopp. After a feast of wine and food, Luffy and Usopp talked a lot about Jesus Bulletin. Usopp also felt honored to learn that his father had become a crew member of the Four Emperors Shanks. Seeing this, Chihong on the side could only shake her head helplessly. Even though he has traveled to the pirate world for more than 2 years, he still cannot understand the brain circuits of some people in this world. Just like he didn't understand why Jesus stayed in Windmill Town for a year but never thought of going home to visit his wife and children. Perhaps he was afraid that after he came back, he would not have the courage to go to sea again. This is the only answer Chihong can think of. Seeing that everyone had almost eaten, Chihong also interrupted Luffy and Usopp's reminiscing. Okay, Luffy, it's getting late, don't forget the business why we're here. Oh, that's right, Luffy suddenly slapped his palms, if you didn't tell me, I almost forgot. Immediately, he grinned at Usopp and said cheerfully. Usopp, come be my partner and go to sea with me. Thanks to my father, my love is like a mountain falling apart, and book friend 201805201912011579 for their recommendation votes and support. Chapter 39 In the Name of Partner. Usopp's expression suddenly became dull. He blinked in disbelief at Luffy's sudden invitation. You're not joking, are you? Of course not. Luffy immediately replied, Chihong said that you are a very good sniper, and I happen to be short of a sniper on the ship. Chihong, is this the deputy captain? Usopp turned his head. After a brief conversation, he already had some understanding of the Straw Hat crew's staffing. However, Usopp never expected that the big pirate with a bounty of 5,000 million Bailey would invite him to go to sea together. This is just like my father back then. However, after struggling and thinking for a while, Usopp still showed an awkward yet polite smile. Although I am very grateful to Luffy for the invitation, I am Captain Usopp who has 8,000 million followers. I'm sorry, my personality dictates that I won't be inferior to others. After Usopp finished speaking, the entire restaurant suddenly became quiet as if a cold wind had been blown in. Snapped. Nami slapped her forehead with a speechless expression. You don't need to think about it to know that the new partner Chihong has found is another talent. Hey! Luffy didn't show any disappointment after being rejected, but just when he was about to invite him again, Chihong suddenly stopped him. Wait a minute, Luffy. Red smiled and stood up, sitting opposite Usopp. What happened? For some reason, just by looking into those red eyes, Usopp could feel an unprecedented pressure. Just like all his secrets were lost in front of this man. As predicted. As soon as Chihong opened his mouth, Usopp's nerves immediately became tense. Miss Kaya. Chihong chuckled, how are you feeling lately? Usopp trembled inwardly, you know Miss Kaya. Who is the person Usopp cares about most in the entire West Rob village? That must be Kaya. In addition to being deeply attracted to Usopp because of Kaya's frail and pleasant appearance. More importantly, Kaya is the first person in the village who believes him and listens carefully to his lies. However, Chihong shook her head, no, I don't know Miss Kaya. It's just, I heard that there is a pirate group who is plotting against Kea. It seems that they want to plunder the Kea family's property. What did you say? Usopp stood up suddenly, his pupils zoomed violently, and his worry was palpable. What's going on? He quickly asked Chihong excitedly. Usopp cares about Kea even more than he imagined. But facing Usopp, who was experiencing severe mood swings, Chihong just smiled softly, and then waved her hand leisurely to signal him not to be so excited. A strange color suddenly flashed across those pair of ancient and unwavering eyes. Red smiled and said to Usopp, "The Black Cat pirates disappeared 3 years ago. Do you have any impressions of them?" Usopp nodded and immediately told the information he knew. The big pirate group with a total bounty of over 3000 W Bailey. I remember that their Captain Crow was killed by the Navy 3 years ago, and the entire pirate group disappeared in the East China Sea. Could it be that the remnants of the Black Cat pirates want to harm Kea? No, this is not just a remnant. Chihong chuckled, took out a bounty order found in the 153rd Marine Branch, slowly spread it out in front of Usopp, and said, "The real Crow is not actually dead. He is actually lurking in the Kea family's home and serving as the Kea family's housekeeper. Look at this bounty order that has been abandoned by the Navy. Do you have any impressions? This is..." Usopp suddenly slapped his hands on the table and fell into a state of fear as he looked at the bounty order that Chihong took out. You can't go wrong. Isn't the person on the reward order the housekeeper beside Kea? What's going on? Usopp's brain shut down instantly. When he thought that there was a vicious pirate next to Kea, he wanted to run to Kea's house immediately and tell her all this. Usopp's eyes flashed and he suddenly said, "I'm sorry, everyone, I suddenly thought that I have something important to do, so I'm sorry." As soon as he finished speaking, he was about to leave the restaurant. But at this moment, Chihong stopped him. "Wait a minute, Usopp. Your reputation in this village doesn't seem to be very good, right? Do you think it's possible for Kea and the people in the villa to believe what you say with just your empty words? What's more, even if you reveal Crow's identity as a pirate, can you guarantee that he will not kill you and Kea in anger?" Usopp stopped suddenly, his legs feeling as heavy as lead. Beads of sweat fell from his forehead and dripped on the dining table. Seeing this scene, Chihong smiled calmly, put one hand on the table, and tapped her fingers lightly on the table. "Let's do this, Usopp. How about we make a deal?" Gudong Usopp choked suddenly and turned to look at Chihong. But when he noticed Chihong's dark and deep eyes and the faint smile on the corner of his mouth, for a moment, he felt like a puppet on strings, always there being manipulated by the man in front of me. What deal?" Usopp asked boldly. But Chihong just smiled slightly and patted Luffy on the shoulder. "Of course it's to fulfill our captain's wish. You come and join our pirate group, and we will help you solve all your troubles in the name of our partners." This. Usopp hesitated again. But his hesitation was not because he wanted to refuse Chihong's deal. He just couldn't figure out how worthy and capable he was to be invited by Luffy and Red, the captain and deputy captain of the Straw Hats. You know, they are big pirates with a bounty of 5000 W Bailey. Is it just because his father is a crew member of the Yonko? Although he always talks conceited words and tells outrageous lies, Usopp himself knows very well how much he has. The distortion of being extremely conceited on the outside and feeling extremely inferior on the inside is vividly displayed in him. Just a few seconds later, Usopp nodded vigorously. "Although I don't know what you value about me. But as long as you can deal with the pirates of the Kea family, I am willing to join your group." No. Chihong shook her head, "I think you got the order wrong, Usopp. You didn't join us until we solved the pirates. But if you join us, we will deal with the pirates. After all, it's only natural to help your friends, isn't it?" "That's right. Hee hee. Luffy smiled and extended his hand to Usopp. You are a sniper praised by Red. I must make you my partner. You. Usopp was speechless for a moment. You are really a strange group of guys. But soon, a wild laugh appeared on his face. But since you need me so much, then I will join you. He stretched out his hand and held it tightly with Luffy. For some reason, Chihong obviously just changed the order of the sentences so that it would not affect the ending, but Usopp inexplicably felt a sense of being taken seriously. Maybe I'm not as bad as I thought? Moreover, isn't it his long-cherished dream to go to sea and become a pirate and a brave sea warrior? Unexpectedly, this dream that he had never pursued because of his timidity and fear would now be realized in this way. So, are we going to the villa on the top of the mountain next? Zoro, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly spoke, and then said to Luffy and Red. By the way, can you leave that guy in a while to me? I want to test the results of these 2 days of practice. Thanks to my father, my love is like a mountain falling apart, the Nahi Bridge pledge, at least 8 glasses of water a day _da, and the monthly ticket support of book friend 202211041507299948. Thanks for the recommendation votes of my handsome no one found, reader 141808071102570087764, Nahi Bridge Oath, Yefenki, 2333333HHHHH, Father my love is like a mountain and earth split. Thank you all. Chapter 40 Don't fool yourself too. At this moment, Soran's eyes showed strong fighting spirit, and his body unconsciously released a weak mysterious energy. But this power made Chihong and Luffy look sideways. This is... Red narrowed her eyes slightly. Luffy immediately added, the power of Pokemon. Wild, destructive, powerful, hard, sharp. In an instant, Red and Luffy felt many different energy auras in Zoro's aura. And these breaths seemed to correspond to the 2 Pokemon attributes of Soran and Steel. But the strange thing is that it is clear that Red has not found a Pokemon move suitable for Zoro. Logically speaking, it is impossible for Zoro to use Pokemon energy on his own initiative. After all, this is something that even genuine Pokemon can't do. Interesting. Did Zoro use his own will to mobilize the Pokemon energy hidden in his body? His red eyes flashed, and his anticipation for Soran deepened. Okay, then I'll leave the next enemy to you. Is it okay, Luffy? Okay then. Although he also wanted to fight, since Zoro had said so, Luffy naturally wouldn't say anything more. Anyway, fighting opportunities are everywhere in the Pokemon world. Without further ado, let's go to the villa on the mountain now. Usopp, let you lead the way. Ah, no problem. Usopp, who couldn't bear it for a long time, immediately set off. He really couldn't stay for a second now and wanted to quickly get rid of the pirates around Kaya. The group of people paid and left the restaurant, and walked quickly towards the mountaintop villa under the leadership of Usopp. At the same time, inside the Kaya family's villa, Crow, disguised as the butler Crabapple, pushed the dining cart to Kaya's door and knocked gracefully. Miss Kaya, your dinner is ready. Can I come in? Come in, Craybaiter. A soft voice came from inside the door. Crow gently opened the door and elegantly pushed the dining cart to Kaya's bed. At this time, Kaya was weakly leaning on the bedside, holding a medical book in his hand. Because it was summer, even though it was already dinner time, the sky outside was only a little darker than at noon. Blue and white clouds, leisurely and contented. That was the freedom that the frail and sick Kaya yearned for. Watching Miss Kaya put down the book in her hand, Crow noticed that on Kaya's bedside, there was a newspaper he had delivered in the morning, as well as a copy of Luffy's reward order. And when he noticed Luffy's 5000W bounty, his eyes suddenly palpitated for a moment, but then quickly hid it. Crow put away the newspaper and reward order politely as usual, and sighed with Kaya as if chatting. It's really scary. I didn't expect such a terrifying pirate to suddenly appear in the East China Sea. I wonder how many more people are going to be displaced because of these bastards." After hearing this, Kaya immediately asked curiously, "Crabadle, do you hate pirates?" "Of course." Crow replied without hesitation. "Pirates are all a bunch of damn scum." "I'm sorry, Miss Kaya, my words may have been a little rude. But that's what it is." "Okay." Kaya didn't say much. Although she was influenced by Usopp, she did not believe that pirates were completely bad. But she didn't think there was anything wrong with what Crow said. After all, most pirates are indeed not good people. After Crow served Kaya for dinner, the two started chatting. But suddenly, there was a loud noise coming from the window of the villa. "Wait! Who are you? This is a private area, you can't go in. Get out of the way." "It's me. I'm the Usopp of the village. Miss Kaya is in danger. Someone is trying to break into the villa." "Usopp?" Kaya, who was about to take a rest, was stunned for a moment, then immediately got out of bed, put on her slippers, and looked out the window. But at this moment, danger! "Miss Kaya!" Crow suddenly stood in front of her and stopped her, and dissuaded her like a gentleman and aristocratic butler. "There are people making trouble outside. It's too dangerous near the window. Miss Kaya, please don't get close. I'm going to see what's going on outside." After the explanation, Crow set off immediately. As soon as he walked out of the door, his gentle aura disappeared immediately, and a cold murderous intent flashed in his eyes. For some reason, he felt a bad premonition from the shouting between Usopp and the guards just now. "Damn it! It's that kid with the long nose again. If you dare to affect my plan, I will definitely cut you into pieces." He had secretly contacted Zhang Jiao not long ago, and it will be time for him to close the network soon. 3 years of forbearance, just for this moment. He never allows for unplanned surprises. But when Crow followed the noisy sound and came to the door of the manor, something unexpected happened to him. "You, who are you?" Looking at the group of guards lying on the ground, Crow's expression suddenly became panicked. He was panicking, not because the guard was knocked down. Instead, he saw a familiar yet unfamiliar face next to Usopp. "Are you Straw Hat Monkey D. Luffy?" Recalling the reward notice he had just seen, Crow's face suddenly darkened, and his eyes gushed out with endless killing intent. But then, he turned his gaze directly to Usopp. "I know you. You are a famous liar in the village. I originally thought you were just a kid who wanted to attract attention, but I didn't expect you to mix with pirates. He is indeed a hopeless scumbag. Mr. Melee! Go call the navy quickly!" Crow shouted to Mary, who was still moving normally. Although they are all housekeepers, with his closer relationship with Kaya, Crow now has a tendency to take charge of Kaya's family. "Yes." After hearing Crow's command, Melee, who was in a state of confusion, immediately went back to the villa to make a phone call. But at that moment, Chihong suddenly took a step forward and said with a smile, "I advise you not to let Mr. Melee do such a thing. You don't want your identity that has been hidden for 3 years to be exposed to the world, right?" The captain of the Black Cat Pirates, 100 Strategies Crow. Hearing Chihong pronounce his name accurately, Crow's pupils suddenly shrank, and a gloomy look flashed in his eyes. Even Melee, who was about to notify the navy, and Kaya, who was eavesdropping at the window, were startled. "Damn! Why would anyone know my identity?" It was someone from the Black Cat Pirates who revealed it. Crow was confused and shocked, but on the surface he still maintained the appearance of a humble gentleman. The hands behind his back clenched tightly, but then relaxed instantly. "I do not know what you're talking about. But pirates, if you don't leave here, you will be imprisoned." Crow forced his words. But what he got in exchange was a red and contemptuous smile. "Interesting. Even to this extent, you still refuse to admit it. I said, you guy, are you lying and deceiving yourself? Do you really think you are a good person? But unfortunately, we don't have that much time to waste on you. Chi Hong suddenly took a step back, protecting everyone in front of him. Zoran. He'll leave it to you. Be careful. This guy's famous stunt is a footwork that can explode at high speed. The speed is not much inferior to Xiao. Oh? Does Dong Hai actually have such a character? Zoro looked a little surprised, but looked at Crow with admiration. He knew very well how terrifying the speed of shaving was. Being able to develop such a move in the East China Sea, Crow is considered a master. But what he killed today was a master. Zoro drew out 3 long knives and said to Crow with a warlike smile, "Hey! You're not the type to fight with bare hands, right? I'll give you a chance to have someone take out your weapons. Let me see. Are you qualified to help me complete that move? Thank you for your monthly support from Hellfire and Book Friends 201704271239062226. Thanks to the account, Bookfriend 202312097002_ed, no one noticed my handsomeness. Bookfriend 2020121323294278, all things are born to nourish people _B, Sun, Moon, Star Heart, Broken Thoughts, Hellfire, Mouj, Bookfriend 202108242115477790, Xizir Zohar, Xiao Aoxian, Feng 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 Feng, Bookfriend 201807071657000342, The One of All Things, Ching Fa Gui, Bookfriend 2011205181824250's recommendation votes support. Chapter 41 Don't Bother Me Damn. Are all these guys crazy? Looking at Zoro, who was already in a posture and ready to attack, a gloomy look suddenly flashed in Crow's eyes. What made him even more angry was the other party was not prepared to give him any chance to refute, as if he had already fully identified himself. As a pirate who has experienced many battles, he can clearly feel that the fighting spirit in Zoro's eyes is not false. He could really strike with a knife at any time. It's all over. At this moment, Crow understood that the other party didn't care about other people's opinions and opinions. That's true. The captain can have a bounty of 5000 Bailey for the first time. No matter how arrogant such a guy is, it is understandable. But he can't. If he continues to endure it, he will only get the pain of sharp blades cutting into his flesh. 3 years. Crow, who had thought everything through, suddenly spoke. 3 years of hard work. Every day I have to put on what people call a gentle smile and face the world with a false face. In order to be a qualified housekeeper, I do my best to take care of a sick person every day and act based on other people's faces. As if some shackles had been removed, Crow tugged hard on his collar. When he looked up again, all the gentle and elegant temperament in him disappeared. Instead, there was a sinister, ruthless, and arrogant face. Do you know how I have lived these past 3 years? Obviously I can kill everyone here right away, and then inherit everything here legitimately. And now? Crow's face gradually became ferocious, and he roared angrily. All these efforts have come to nothing. You damn guys! Crab it all! Kaya looked at the unfamiliar housekeeper by the window, her face instantly turned pale. Her body suddenly felt weak, and she sat down on the ground. Only the weak palms were still subconsciously grasping the window edge. Miss Kaya! Usopp, who had always cared about Kaya, immediately shouted when he saw this. But at this moment, Crow suddenly inserted the bright leather shoes into the soil. Pang! I saw him kicking hard, instantly raising a large amount of dust and sand, forming a dim yellow curtain, blocking his figure. When the dust fell again, his figure had disappeared into the courtyard. Maybe he ran to get the weapon. Seeing this scene, Chihong immediately said. A guy like him will definitely hide his weapons in a corner of the villa. But just to be on the safe side, Luffy, please take Usopp to protect Miss Kaya. Understand? Luffy replied, and immediately under Usopp's shocked gaze, his arms suddenly stretched and wrapped around Usopp's body. His other hand found a good angle to grab onto a branch. Whoosh! Before Usopp could react to what was happening, the two of them smashed the window and entered Kaya's room. Miss Kaya. Seeing Kaya sitting in despair on the floor, Usopp couldn't even wait for Luffy to take back his arm, and ran directly to Kaya, helping her up with concern. Usopp. Kaya looked at Usopp with tears streaming down her face and pitifully. Everything happened too suddenly. She was clearly chatting and laughing with Kraybottle more than 10 minutes ago, but in the blink of an eye, the butler Krabbittle turned into the pirate Crow. If Crow's identity was just a pirate, Kaya might not be so sad in her heart. But when she heard that Crow's purpose was to kill everyone and inherit the wealth here, her inner defense finally couldn't bear it anymore and collapsed. Don't be afraid, Miss Kaya. I, Captain Usopp, am here for everything. Usopp, who could feel the despair in Kaya's heart, immediately showed his gentle side and comforted her. The other side. After the smoke and dust raised by Crow dissipated, Zoro and Red looked at each other and walked towards the interior of Kaya's house. Luffy's high reward in advance will definitely affect the way others treat their group. In the original timeline, Crow might not have taken Luffy and others seriously. But nowadays, there is no guarantee that the other party will have some thoughts of running away without fighting. So to be on the safe side, Chi-Hong thought it was better to take the initiative. Passing by Meili, who looked confused, the two walked directly into the villa. As they expected, Crow did not take the initiative to show up. The entire staff of the villa was frightened by the noise outside and hid. Apart from the sound of Koya's crying above her head, there was no other sound. You didn't choose to escape, so you want to hide in the dark and take advantage of the terrain to conduct a sneak attack. Chi-Hong instantly guessed what Crow was thinking. However, considering Soran's hidden characteristics, he had no choice but to search the villa with Soran. The two started from the first floor of the villa and searched room by room. During this period, it frightened many maids and staff in the villa. And just when they searched a warehouse on the second floor, bah! An icy cold light suddenly appeared from the dark corner, attacking from behind Zoro and Red. Zoro's ears twitched. Even though he had not developed the haki of seeing and hearing, he still noticed something strange with his beast-like intuition. He turned around in an instant, and the word Wado in his hand drew a sharp slash in the air. Clang! A crisp sound of metal collision suddenly came out, which was extremely clear in this quiet villa. Hey, is the hide-and-seek game over? Zoro grinned. With the power of one sword, resist 10 blades. In the dim room, sparks shot out, illuminating Crow's shocked face. After realizing it, Chi-Hong turned around and reached out to press the switch next to her. Snapped! The dazzling white light suddenly illuminated the entire room, and at the same time, Crow's figure was completely revealed. Looking at Soran and Crow confronting each other, Chi-Hong's expression was calm, without the slightest disturbance. It turns out to be here. He turned to close the door of the warehouse, pulled up a chair, patted the dust, and said, "Then leave everything to you, Zoro. Let's fight quickly." "Roger that." Zoro grinned, the muscles on his arms suddenly bulged, and he slashed at Crow with knives in both hands. "Hateful! Don't get too carried away. Brats!" Crow, who was suppressed by Soran, saw that Chi-Hong didn't take him seriously at all, and he roared angrily. Immediately, he retreated suddenly, out of Soran's attack range, fainting quickly with his steps. So fast! Zoro was startled and did not have time to catch up with Crow's speed. Whoosh! An imperceptible sound broke through the air, and Crow's figure suddenly disappeared, turning into a dark silhouette and rushing straight towards Hong Hong. Silent step! Successful. A cruel smile appeared on Crow's lips while he was moving at high speed. From the moment Chihong revealed his identity, he had already decided to kill this hateful brat. Now that this guy is so arrogant that he lets his guard down, he will regret it in his next life. Bah! The sharp 10 blades glowed with an icy cold light, slashing towards the red neck like lightning. But the next second... Pang! A sound of clashing gold and silver swords suddenly sounded. The scene of blood spurting out that Crow expected did not appear. Instead, there was a sudden flash of fire. Sparks hit his face, stinging his skin. But at this moment, Crow's eyes widened in shock, and he looked in disbelief at the red neck that had been scratched by the 10-edged cat claws but only left a few white marks. Hey? Why did you come here to attack me? Chihong, who also didn't notice Crow's figure, felt the itching on her neck and touched the back of her neck belatedly. Under his rubbing, those white marks disappeared in an instant. This is impossible. I obviously hit you. Crow screamed in fear. But Chihong stood up lazily, and while Crow's eyes were blank, she reached out and grabbed his collar. Who said that if you hit me, you will definitely be injured? The corner of her red mouth raised slightly, and she looked at Beiji Crow, who was famous for his wisdom, with amusement. His IQ may indeed be quite good in the world of pirates. But his vision and strength are, after all, only at the level of a frog in a well in the East China Sea. Not to mention receiving the Grey Badge Achievement reward, Red has rock-like defense. Even before he went to sea, facing an enemy attack of Crow's level, he would not suffer any injuries except pain. Now, to Chihong, Crow's attack was like being scratched by someone's fingernails. There was a feeling, but it was over before it even started. Chihong murmured, "Really, didn't I tell you to let Zoran be your opponent? You two have a good fight and don't bother me again." As soon as he finished speaking, his arm suddenly exerted force and threw Crow directly, hitting the opposite wall. Compared to the pain caused by the impact, Chihong's indifferent tone caused even more harm to Crow. It was like a spiked mace, hitting his heart hard. Standing up from the ground, he looked at Hong Hong in fear, and the corners of his mouth trembled. How is it possible? Why is it like this? Chapter 42 Miracle Zoran, please read, page 12. Who are you? When Crow came back to his senses, he stared at Hong Hong, and his face turned extremely green in an instant. He didn't believe that the guy who could withstand his attack would be an unknown person in the East China Sea. However, Chihong obviously didn't want to talk nonsense to him. In fact, if Zoro hadn't needed a suitable target to practice with, he would have asked Luffy to kill Crow instantly. Their time is very precious. Ignoring Crow, Chihong turned to Zoro and said, "Don't let him come here again, Zoro. Otherwise I won't be able to help but take action." Yes. A look of shame appeared on Zoro's face. Having the enemy break through his defenses was simply an insult to him. Needless to say, Chihong would never allow himself to make such a mistake again. "Hey! Black Cat Crow, your opponent is me." Zoro's eyes flickered, and the aura from his body suddenly spurted out, directly attracting Crow's attention. And then, an inexplicable throbbing stirred in Crow's heart, causing him to take a step back subconsciously. Surprisingly, Zoro's characteristic sense of oppression is at work. Before Crow could recover, Zoro strode towards Crow. Three swordsman-style flame dragon. Boom! A nameless fire suddenly rose above Zoran's sword, forming the shadow of a domineering flame dragon in the air. This is... Red narrowed her eyes slightly. Although he had expected it, when he saw it with his own eyes, he was still uncontrollably shocked. You can't go wrong. Although it is still very slight, the swordsmanship used by Zoro at this moment is definitely mixed with dragon-type Pokemon energy. After thinking about it for the past few days, Chihong has vaguely understood why Zoran was given dragon attributes by the machine. Dragon is the lord of all beasts and is known as the strongest creature. Compared with the Pokemon energy of fire, water, thunder, flying and other attributes, the dragon attribute is more like an all-encompassing and powerful force that combines the strengths of thousands of families. The dragon type moves include Dragon Fury, which is similar to the fire type, Tornado, which is similar to the flying type, Dragon Wave, which is similar to the water type, Meteor Swarm, which is similar to the rock type, Dragon Claw, which is similar to the general type, and Dragon Dive, which is similar to the fighting type. Although the attribute is only restraint, there is no strength or weakness. But in Chihong's view, the purpose of the dragon attribute is to create the strongest attribute. As for the entire Straw Hats, who is most eager to be known as the strongest? That must be Soran. Among the three major combatants, Luffy's dream is to become the Pirate King, and Sanji's dream is to find All Blue. Although the other members also have their own lofty goals. But from beginning to end, only Soran's goal has always been to become the most powerful swordsman in the world. Chihong guessed that this was the reason why Soran was given dragon attributes. And Soran obviously did not bury the title of dragon. He obviously didn't learn any dragon-type moves, but he just relied on the Pokemon energy in his body and his own understanding of the sword to create a powerful and exclusive sword skill. This kind of operation is tantamount to creating a new Pokemon move in the Pokemon world. Calling it a miracle is not an exaggeration. Vague. The blazing flames caused the temperature of the room to rise suddenly. Facing Soran's menacing attack, Crow could only raise the cat's claw in his hand and hold 10 long knives in front of him to form a blade shield. Next second. Boom! The ferocious flame dragon suddenly swallowed Crow with high-temperature flames. The violent impact knocked it out, penetrated the wall of the villa, and flew into the Kaya family's manor. As a gust of cold wind blew in, Zoro's flame dragon aura dissipated, and the temperature of the room returned to normal. "Is this your new move?" Chihong suddenly asked Zoro, the approval in his eyes difficult to conceal. "Ah!" Zoro nodded excitedly. In fact, he was not sure whether he could use this move before. "I just feel that every time I want to release murderous intent or emotions such as destruction and destruction, I can feel a special kind of throbbing in my body." The sword move he had just successfully completed had completely confirmed to him that he had indeed mastered some incredible power. "Thank you, Red," Zoro suddenly said. He knew exactly who brought all this. But in the face of Soran's thanks, Chihong did not choose to accept it. He just smiled softly. "Why are you thanking me? I never taught you how to concentrate Pokemon energy on sword moves. What you should be grateful for is yourself for never slacking off. Also, the enemy has not been completely defeated, and now is not the time to relax and chat." "Okay." Zoro nodded vigorously. Holding a long knife, he stepped to the broken wall, then jumped down to the courtyard. At this time, Crow struggled to stand up again. But the 10-edged cat claw in his hand is now half broken. Cough cough. A trace of scarlet blood flowed from the corner of Crow's mouth. The pain did not make him lose his will to fight, but instead made the killing intent in his heart even more frenzied. At this moment, he was completely crazy. I saw him lowering his head and revealing a pair of gloomy eyes. "Damn you brats! I'm going to kill you!" The moment he finished speaking, Crow suddenly lowered his arms and his body swayed rhythmically. This is his trump card move that he still has the confidence to kill them even after witnessing Red's defense and Soran's slashing attack, Death Dip. Use the silent step to the extreme, so fast that you can't even tell what you are attacking, the ultimate combat skill. It is also the ability that Crow is most proud of. Be careful, Zoro. That thing I mentioned is coming. Seeing Crow performing this strange move, Chihong, who was standing on the ruins of the second floor, immediately reminded Zoro. With Soran's current fighting power, it is almost impossible to catch up with Xiao's speed. But fortunately, due to Crow's own fighting talent, Yaosi has the fatal flaw of being uncontrollable. This will also be the key to Sauron's victory. Is it comparable to the speed of shaving? Then let's try it. Zoro showed no fear at all. The moment before Crow's figure disappeared, he stepped forward fiercely and his whole body flew straight out. Chapter 43 Waiting for the melee, please follow up. The energy of the Pokémon struck by the slash seems to be stronger than before. Seeing Zoro using Pokémon energy to perform sword skills that he could not complete at this stage, the smile on his red face couldn't help but become even bigger. From the point of view of swordsmanship, Zoro has not yet reached the level of cutting iron, not to mention that only swordsmen can use the flying slash. However, with the power of Pokémon, Zoro actually surpassed the iron-cutting realm of Kendo and used such powerful sword moves. Although this has nothing to do with the particularity of Pokémon's energy, what is more important is Zoro's own will and talent. In any case, in the eyes of other swordsmen, Sauron is already an out-and-out great swordsman. Luffy's armament and dominance, Zoro's swordsmanship. These two guys can really create surprises for people. Chihong smiled with satisfaction, and then he jumped from the second floor to the courtyard with a light jump. Because the sword skill Sauron had just performed was too violent, the ground in Kaya's courtyard seemed to be blown by a storm, and the land was roiling. But even so, Crow, who had been baptized by the tornado sword skill, was still lingering on. My plan, absolutely, will not fail. He stared at Chihong with his bloodshot eyes, as if he wanted to remember him in his mind forever. What a tenacious vitality! Seeing Crow's angry eyes filled with murderous intent even though his limbs were cut off, Chihong couldn't help but sigh. Although this guy is not a good person, he can be considered a talent in Donghai. Pity. Chihong bent down and picked up a broken cat's claw blade on the ground, and then swung it hard. Phew! The sharp blade instantly penetrated Crow's forehead, penetrated his brain, and penetrated into the earth. And this great pirate from the East China Sea, who had endured it for 3 years just to successfully retire, finally rested in peace at this moment. Everything is settled. Evening. Under the comfort and command of housekeeper Mei Li, the staff in the villa also returned to various posts one after another. Although the villa has experienced major changes, these people have not encountered any danger, and these things may not be anything new in the world of pirates. So everything in the villa is still going on as usual. At this time, in the reception room of the villa, accompanied by Mei Li, the owner of the villa, Miss Kaya, stood up and bowed heavily to the straw hats opposite. Thank you very much for your help. If it weren't for you, I really don't know what the consequences would have been. I already know about their demands. I just asked Mr. Mei Li that there is indeed a newly built light sailing ship in the shipyard owned by our family. And the designer of this sailboat happens to be Butler Mei Li herself. It's just that the ship may need a few more days of debugging before it can be launched into the sea. Can you please wait patiently for a few more days? Kaya asked the Straw Hats gently. After learning from Usopp that the Straw Hats came specifically to help them deal with the pirates, Kaya was grateful to them from the bottom of her heart. So after learning that Chihong wanted to ask them to provide a ship, the wealthy lady agreed without any hesitation. But what makes Kaya curious is, Chihong seemed to have a deeper understanding of the ship than Mei Li, the ship's designer. But these little things were quickly forgotten by Kaya. After today's incident, she can be regarded as surviving, and she still doesn't know what her plans will be in the future. That should be what she focuses on thinking about. And on the other side of the conference table, after Luffy heard Kaya's question, he immediately laughed. No problem. Of course no problem. Isn't it just a few days? He was about to have his own pirate ship, and Luffy couldn't help but feel excited. More importantly, Chihong has praised them more than once that the ship they are about to own will be the best pirate ship in the world. Hearing Luffy agree so readily, Mary, who was standing behind Kaya, also let out a long sigh of relief and relaxed. He quickly stood up and said to everyone in a gentlemanly manner, Thank you very much for your understanding. Then please stay in the manor temporarily during these few days of waiting. I will arrange everything for you. The other thing is... Meili paused for a moment, then continued. I just asked the Navy, and they don't seem to be planning to exchange the bounty for the pirates whose bounty has been cancelled. So Crow's body has no value anymore. Ah? Why is this happening? Nami, who had been waiting to hear this, was instantly disappointed. 1600 Pele, that's not a small sum of money. She thought she could make a fortune. At this moment, Mary, who expected that the Straw Hats would be disappointed, quickly added. But it doesn't matter, this beautiful lady. In order to repay your kindness, the Kaya family is willing to give out 2000 Bailey as a reward for solving the pirate crisis. Ah? Really? When she heard that there was still money to be taken, Nami's eyes immediately shone with golden light. Unfortunately, Nami is destined to not be able to get this money. Wait a minute, Butler Meili. Chihong suddenly interrupted, then smiled slightly and said. Miss Kaya, we accept your gratitude. As for the reward, I think it's better to forget it. That boat has been the greatest gift to us. What's more, we didn't come here for the so-called reward. Don't you think so, Usopp? Chihong suddenly turned her gaze and looked at Usopp, who was clearly sitting next to them, but felt like he was sitting on pins and needles, with a light on his back and a lump in his throat. What? Unexpectedly, Chihong would suddenly bring the topic to him, and Usopp immediately tensed up nervously. To be honest, he just wanted to save Kaya before, and he dared to agree to anything as soon as his mind got hot. But after seeing the battle between Zoran and Crow, he returned to the fundamental question again. What advantages do you have that make this group of people take notice of you? Usopp has been thinking about this issue since Crow was defeated. But until now, I still haven't figured it out. On the other hand, Luffy on the side responded loudly to Chihong's words. That's it. There is no need for reward for helping your friends. Partner. Kaya and Meili immediately turned their curious eyes to Usopp. They don't know yet that Usopp has joined the Straw Hats. Ahaha. Feeling the confusion between the two of them, Usopp shyly touched the back of his head and said. It's about this afternoon. I have accepted their invitation to become a member of the Straw Hat Pirates. What? Kaya's delicate little face suddenly showed a look of surprise. Mr. Usopp, are you saying that you are going to go to sea and become a pirate? Yes. Usopp rubbed his nose with his fingers. I will go to sea with Luffy and the others soon. Kaya, you will definitely hear many of my heroic deeds on the sea in the future. Kaya suddenly lowered his head and became silent. Just when Usopp thought something was wrong, she raised her head again and nodded vigorously. Well, I believe you will do it, Usopp. When she said this, a glint of crystal tears flashed faintly in Kaya's eyes, but she quickly covered them up. Usopp is an extremely important presence in her life. Whether it is sneaking into the manor to tell myself various magical adventure stories on weekdays, or today, when I am the most helpless and vulnerable, suddenly appearing next to me. Usopp's figure has been deeply engraved in Kaya's heart. Kaya actually doesn't want Usopp to leave Psylocke village or herself at all. Just thinking of going to sea was Usopp's long-held dream, but she suppressed the thoughts in her heart. She didn't want to be a hindrance to Usopp's dreams. In fact, even in the original timeline, if Usopp had not chosen to go to sea, he might have become the richest man in Psylocke village early on, and he could still live a life without shame with Miss Kaya every day. Can only say, Usopp, you deserve to die. Silent all night. After having dinner at Kaya's house, the Straw Hats returned to the room that Meili had arranged for them. Not long after, as a white light flashed before Red's eyes, he had arrived at the Pokémon Center in Cerulean City, the Pokémon world. Next to him is a cute orange-haired girl. Chapter 44, The Teacher of Moves, Please read, page 12. Is this the Pokemon world that Luffy and the others talk about? When she first entered the Pokemon world, Nami was immediately shocked by Red's magical methods. She looked at her surroundings with an expression of wonder. At this time, the two of them were located in the center of the Elf Center, in front of Miss Joy and the treatment device. Compared with other buildings that have been added with various settings by the machine, the Elf Center of the game world has not changed much. In addition to the area being enlarged and more realistic, the theme here is still focused on healing Pokemon. In the very center of the building is a huge healing device. The cute first-generation Miss Pinky and her auspicious eggs are standing in front of the bar near the device, waiting for players to heal Pokemon. In addition, there are several trainer rest areas set up according to the trainer's preference and age. Before entering the game world, Chihong had already explained the general situation of the Pokemon world to Nami. But even so, Nami was still shocked by the lifelike trainers. If they hadn't just stood there motionless, Nami really couldn't have imagined that these people were just decorations created by Chihong. And this is just the tip of the iceberg in this world. Sometimes I really doubt, Chihong, whether you are a human being in our world. Even though he didn't eat the devil fruit, he still has such godlike abilities. After briefly walking around the Pokemon Center and getting familiar with the atmosphere of the Pokemon world, Nami couldn't help but sigh. Chihong smiled slightly, ha ha ha, the world is still very vast. Once you enter the Grand Line, you will find that these are actually just ordinary means. He said haha, and did not let Nami continue to communicate on this topic. After all, women's intuition is sometimes very accurate. Let's go. Before we take action, I'll take you to learn a few moves and skills. Red waved her big hand, motioning for Nami to follow. This time when bringing Nami into the world of Pokemon, in addition to using her picking up ability, Red did not prepare any benefits for Nami. The first is a general move that Chihong has always found useless, treasure gathering technique. He had just seen it. Although Nami did not have general attributes, she could still learn this move. Maybe it was her money-grubbing character that inspired the move learner of Ju Baogong. And the second gift Chihong prepared for Nami was an exclusive skill that can only be found in Pokemon, Peel/Pokemon, the partner move. In the Pokemon centers of Cerulean City, Yahung City, and Light Red City in this game, there is a move instructor who can teach partner Pokemon powerful partner moves. Through them, you can learn the corresponding partner moves for free, which is equivalent to a move learner that cannot be carried around. And Chihong has already stepped on the spot in advance. Because the game world is the fusion of two game versions, the move instructors in Cerulean City alone can provide 4 partner move instructors. They are the electric physical type's electric acceleration, the water type's special type of living bubbles, the electric type's special numbing electric shock, and the fire type's physical type's blazing explosion. Even though the names of these 4 moves are full of cuteness. But as exclusive moves for this game, the abilities of these 4 moves are more perverted than the last. The first is lightning acceleration. Although it is not as absolute as the lightning flash, its activation speed is far faster than any other move, and it has a powerful effect that will definitely hit the vital point. Living Bubble, as a special water-type move, not only has a high power value of 90 points, but also allows you to recover half of your HP after causing damage. The power of numbing electric shock is the same as the Living Bubble at 90 points, but it has the terrifying property of paralyzing the enemy 100%. The final Raging Explosion is also able to cause 100% burning status to the opponent despite the huge damage caused by fire-based moves. These 4 moves can be said to make even Chihong want to say, "Is there still room for this game? Oh? So I'm the only player? That's okay." Unfortunately, neither Luffy nor Zoro can learn these 4 partner moves from Cerulean City. So Chihong planned to take Nami to try her luck. After all, Nami has a dual attribute combination of electricity and flying, which perfectly fits her character as a weather child in the pirate world. Under the leadership of Chi-Hong, the curious Nami came to an animal trainer wearing a gorgeous red dress and holding an animal taming whip. After approaching him, Chi-Hong took the initiative to trigger the conversation, and soon a selection interface appeared in front of him. Compared with when facing Luffy and Zoro, all the prompts were unable to learn. When Chi-Hong selected Nami as the target of teaching, the two electric-type moves Electric Acceleration and Nana-Electric Shock, the learnable icon immediately lit up. Suddenly it feels like Nami is not incapable of fighting. Seeing the powerful effects of these two skills, Chi-Hong smiled slightly and immediately chose to teach them to Nami. In just the blink of an eye, Nami suddenly had two powerful electric moves in her skill bar. By the way, Chi-Hong clicked on the move learner in her backpack and passed the treasure gathering skill to Nami, which instantly increased Nami's move reserve to 3, making her the one with the most available moves among the Straw Hats. How is it? Are you satisfied with my gift? Seeing Nami slowly opening her eyes, Chi-Hong immediately asked with a smile. Stab it! A burst of electricity suddenly surged across Nami's body, illuminating her bright and surprised smile. Is this the power of Pokemon? Nami's eyes widened in amazement, feeling the power pulsating in her body, and she opened her moist mouth. But just when she was shocked, Chi-Hong turned her eyes and said with a smile. Nami, if you are given a chance to kill the fishman Aaron with your own hands, you will have to put in a certain amount of hardship and effort. Are you willing to give it a try? Nami was stunned for a moment, then raised her head instantly. Immediately she saw Chi-Hongjian's mouth slightly raised, showing an expression of understanding. His dark eyes seemed to have seen the future. Nami looked at her hands blankly, and couldn't help but murmur softly. Is it possible for me to kill Aaron with my own hands? In an instant, footage of the death of her adoptive mother Belmarai began to flash in Nami's mind, causing a hot flame of anger to rise in her heart. Chi-Hong smiled softly. If you can persist in training during the next period of time, and with the assistance of the Pokemon world. Chapter 45 Nami Up, please follow up. On the other hand, after listening to Chi-Hong's suggestion, Nami also started thinking quickly. She has made her decision. Even if the pocket money given to Luffy and Zoro is doubled several times, she must let the two give up the next period of game time to her, so that she can kill that bastard Aaron with her own hands. After making up their minds, Chi-Hong and Nami didn't waste any time. They immediately walked out of the Elf Center and began to search corner by corner along the streets of Cerulean City. An hour later, although they did not find the magical candies that Scarlet Heart was longing for, with Nami's picking up ability, they actually found 6 exclusive props for Pokemon, Peel/I candies. To be precise, there are 2 Vitality candies, 1 Attack candy, 2 Knowledge candies and 1 Guardian candy. Candy is a magical item that is unique to this version of the Pokemon world, just like partner moves. And they work amazingly well. These 4 kinds of candies can increase the Pokemon's HP, physical attack, special attack, and physical defense respectively. After finding these candies, Chi-Hong did not hesitate and asked Nami to eat them. It's not that he doesn't leave good things to Luffy and the others. The main reason is that the candies that Nami can find now are all of the lowest level and can only be used by Pokemon with an attribute value below 50. Luffy and Zoro have clearly exceeded the limit of ordinary candies. And even Nami, who was only level 12, only ate 5 of them because her HP had reached 50, leaving only 1 Vitality candy. The effect of this picking up characteristic seems to be more powerful than I imagined. Seeing Nami's improved attributes after eating the candy, Chi-Hong couldn't help but marvel in her heart. Compared to upgrading, although this candy has certain limitations, it improves its strength really quickly. Chi-Hong has decided to look for the magical candy for another hour. If he couldn't find it, he would take Nami to level up in the grass between Cerulean City and Uegian Mountain. After all, the higher Nami's level, the higher the level of items she can pick up. The level of Pokemon in that place is about 8 to 12, which is too useless for Luffy and Zoro, but just right for Nami. The most important thing is that it is different from fighting a trainer. When dealing with Pokemon in the wild, Trainer Red can also participate in the battle. He and Nami cooperate with each other to fight, and the speed of gaining experience may not be slower than that of Luffy alone. I didn't do this before because Luffy and the others didn't need his help. As for now, as a trainer, he is finally starting to warm up and prepare to leave. After deciding on the plan, Chihong took Nami and continued to search Cerulean City. Things went smoother than he imagined. Half an hour later, after Nami picked up 2 more bottles of good wound medicine with her picking up ability, they finally found their target in a pokeball hidden in the grass. Found it! A look of unexpected surprise flashed through his red eyes as he opened the elf ball. He quickly picked up the magical candy hidden in the pokeball, which was no different from ordinary candy. An introductory message immediately caught his eye. Props, Magic Candy. Effect, select one Pokemon and use it to increase its level by 1. A simple and crude introduction phrase, but it has a charm that makes people unable to take their eyes away. Today's game time is really profitable. Red Hong contentedly put the magical candy into his backpack. With this magical candy, Luffy should be able to practice armament colors a step faster. Then Luffy's progress stimulates Zoro, and Nami wants to take revenge on the dragon pirates. He suddenly grinned. The atmosphere of the Straw Hat Pirates has gotten better. Come on! In this world, how can you survive without curling up? Chihong murmured in her heart, waved to Nami, and said without wanting to waste a minute. Let's go! Let's go level up! If you want to deal with Eren, you must adapt to the Pokemon's fighting rhythm as soon as possible. Nami's fighting skills are not bad among ordinary people. She can dance with a 3-jointed stick in one hand, which can be long or short, which is considered impressive. Even with the weather stick, a bug-level item, he can fight among the pirates in the New World with ease. It's just that her physical fitness limits her performance. Now that we have Pokemon panels that can gain stronger power through upgrades, Nami in the future may not be able to be like Big Mom. Become a weather queen with thunder and lightning on her left hand and hurricane on her right hand. At this time, the future weather queen also looked excited, her eyes constantly dodging golden lightning, and she was full of fighting spirit. Don't worry, Red. I will not let you down. With 1 hour left, Nami can't wait to meet the cute Pokemon in this world. Then, use your newly mastered moves to ruthlessly ravage these experience babies. A few minutes later, the two came to a lush jungle. With a sway in the grass, a level 8 reachable duck suddenly jumped out of the grass, tilting its head and looking at Chihong and Nami curiously. Wow! So cute! Nami, who was killed by Kodak's head tilt, immediately clasped her hands and praised excitedly. Next second. Nami electric shock. Quay! The poor little duck didn't even need Chihong to take action. With attributes restrained and levels crushed, Nami's long-range electric shock sent the duck, who was not even 3 seconds old, directly to meet Arceus. The corner of the red mouth suddenly twitched after witnessing all this. Is this a woman? While saying how cute she is, she strikes without mercy. But 28 experience points? It's much higher than Luffy's starting point. Seeing the experience tips disappearing with the disappearance of the combat field, Chihong silently calculated in her heart. Because Nami's level is not high, currently it only requires less than 600 experience points to upgrade to a level. According to the experience of a Pokemon here with 30 points or more, they might be able to level up to level 2 in an hour. Sure enough, it's more enjoyable to have Pokemon raised since childhood. Red grinned and joined Nami in searching for Pokemon in the grass. The most common Pokemon in this area are Duckling and Spearow. They happen to be water and flying types that are restrained by Nami's electric type. It's perfect for Nami. Just like this, when the battery is only enough to support the last few minutes of gaming time. Nami's body suddenly glowed with a faint brilliance, and she successfully crossed level 2 and reached level 14 within an hour. It is worth mentioning that Nami's talent may not be as high as Luffy's. Each level up will only increase her attributes by 2 to 3 points. But only in terms of special attack. After upgrading, it can directly increase the special attack value by 4 points. At this rate, the special attack value of level 30 Nami has already surpassed that of level 46 Luffy. Seeing Nami squatting in the grass looking for new Pokémon, Chihong couldn't help but raise the corners of her mouth. Perhaps it won't be long before a frightened forbidden magician appears on the sea. The power of nature always fills people with awe. Thanks to the casually named Zing for your monthly ticket support. Thanks to the randomly named Zing and book friend 20200509153354986 for their recommendation votes and support. Recommendations have started. I beg you all to keep reading. Even if you want to keep reading, I hope you can click on the updated chapters every day. Please everyone. This is really important to me. Alas, this newly launched follow-up data is really going to make authors die. How can it be fixed? Damn capitalist. Chapter 46 Usopp's Training, please follow up. Hiccup. The Pokemon world is in the patch of grass where Red and Nami just fought. With a burp, Luffy's body suddenly glowed with an invisible divine light. In an instant, his eyes, which were still dazed when he was called over in the middle of the night, suddenly became brighter. Crimson! Luffy shouted as he was in high spirits due to his upgrade. But the next second, a white light flashed, and he returned to his room again. Looking at the dark room in front of him, Luffy scratched his head in confusion. Strange? Is it a dream? How come I have an inexplicable dream about Chihong giving me candy? Doubtful thoughts flashed through his mind, but were instantly suppressed by his big nerves. Forget it, let's go to sleep. Tomorrow I have to practice armed haki. After a few seconds, a familiar breathing sound came from the dim room. It can be said that the sleep quality is so good that it is enviable. Silent all night. In a blink of an eye, it was early morning the next day. A gentle breeze blew over Zilobia village, bringing a cool breath to the peaceful village. Today, Usopp did not engage in friendly long-distance running chases with the villagers as usual. Having become a pirate, he packed all his belongings in his suitcase in one night and walked on the path to the villa on the top of the mountain. According to the arrangement of Vice Captain Chihong, he will live in Kaya's villa with the Straw Hats in the next few days and train with Luffy and others. From today on, I, Mr. Usopp, am also a real pirate. With excitement, Usopp stepped into the Kaya manor. Then, he was completely shocked by the scene before him and his jaw dropped. 287, 288. Left. Boom. Right. Boom. Ning num electric shock. Electric acceleration. In the Kaya family's manor, a green algae head with a bare upper body was using his shoulders full of streamlined muscles to carry a metal cube as big as a hill, sweating profusely and doing deep squats. On the other side, Chihong was holding an exquisite musket, standing behind the blindfolded Luffy, and kept shooting at every corner of his body, but Luffy dodged them all. The only normal person might be Nami, who was waving a metal pipe back and forth among the wooden dummies, constantly hitting the dummies. But judging from the blazing electric light flashing from time to time on the steel pipe, it was obviously not a normal training. Pang! The package on Usopp's back suddenly fell to the ground, which matched his dull expression at this time. At this moment, he seemed to understand why this group of people were so powerful. At the same time, I also began to have deep worries about my future. Is it Usopp? The sound of the package falling to the ground instantly attracted Chihong's attention. He stopped shooting and then said to Luffy in front of him. Okay, Luffy, that's it for today's warm-up. You can go to the spot I marked in the back mountain. Butler Meili said we will stay here for 3 more days. During these 3 days, your task is to completely flatten that mountain with your fists. Remember. Use your armed haki on every punch. Hi. I got it. Luffy nodded seriously in agreement. He stretched out his arm, and a dark metallic luster suddenly covered his entire fist. Last night, after Chihong gave him a magical candy, the upgraded Luffy was just as he expected, and his control over the armed haki became even stronger. This also made Chihong more and more sure of her previous guess. Even if it is not directly related, the increase in physical body and energy and blood will definitely be of great help to the cultivation of armed color domineering. Luffy, who received today's training plan, didn't say anything. He said hello to Usopp and ran directly to the back hill. Chihong had already given Butler Meili a sum of money in advance, asking him to prepare enough food for Luffy there, and to equip him with a chef who was good at barbecues and picnics. Even if he didn't come back for a day, there would be no problem. Zoro is still undergoing the most basic physical training, and Nami is also trying to use her moves and skills in daily battles and is undergoing comprehensive training. Everything is so prosperous. After admiring the beautiful picture he created, Red smiled slightly and stepped in front of Usopp. Then, please introduce yourself seriously. Red, the vice captain of the Straw Hat Pirates and a trainer. Welcome, future Sniper King Usopp. Sniper King. Usopp, who was still shocked by the training methods of Luffy and others, was instantly stunned when he heard this title. His eyes were shining brightly. Wow, ha ha ha. I didn't expect that I would be discovered by you after I hid it so deeply. Chihong, you are indeed no ordinary guy. Usopp complimented him reciprocally. Apparently, the Sniper King screamed with joy from the red sound. The characters in the pirate world are so simple and easy to control. Okay, future Sniper King, you don't have much time left. As I introduced, I am a trainer, and my ability is to make you become a powerful maritime warrior through training. So, in order to adapt to life at sea in the future, let's take part in special training from now on. Ah, special training? Wait. Usopp, who didn't react at all, quickly raised his hand to refuse. He doesn't have the courage to challenge Luffy and Zoro's desperate training. Even Nami's training method is a challenge to him. However, under Chihong's pull, he was brought to an empty space in the manor. On both sides of the open space, there were a bunch of empty wine bottles, obviously prepared. Chihong smiled and said, Usopp, you should have some understanding of the strength of Luffy and Zoro. As you can see, our pirate group does not lack the means for direct confrontation. No matter how powerful the enemy is, you can safely leave it to Luffy and Zoro to deal with. But above the sea, head-on confrontation will be restricted in all aspects. So at this time, we need to have the ability to suppress the enemy in long-distance confrontations. And your appearance just makes up for this shortcoming of the Straw Hat Pirates. You are an important piece of the puzzle. We need your power. So Usopp, give full play to your strengths and advantages. Become a world-class, even the strongest sniper. Become the king of snipers who will scare all enemies when they hear your name. The red words fell into Usopp's heart word by word, but they kept awakening the Chuji soul in him. No energetic young man can refuse such encouragement from the second grade. More importantly, he saw extremely sincere emotional fluctuations in the red eyes. That is absolute trust and expectation. It's as if he will definitely become the Sniper King that Chihong talks about. I am being recognized by others. Usopp, who was inexplicably moved, suppressed the sparkle in his eyes and shouted excitedly. Please, Vice Captain, please drill me to your heart's content. I will do that. Chihong chuckled, then pointed at the target in the distance and the wine bottle next to it. Your mission these days is to increase your shooting distance as much as possible. Whether it's changing the ammunition formula or modifying your slingshot. The requirement is to be able to accurately hit a wine bottle 10 km away 1 times in a row. After you do that, increase the distance by 100 meters and repeat. By the way, I also have a special recipe for making cannonballs here. You can refer to it and turn it into your own weapon. Red handed Usopp the recipe for Bucky bombs that he had already prepared. He believed that Usopp, who could make various special ammunition and weather rods, would definitely be able to make good use of this formula. Even he might be able to make a portable special Bucky bomb one step ahead of Bucky. Thanks to the Ashes House boss for publishing this book's maiden prize. Everybody celebrates. Thanks to Ming July, Xing Ai Hessian, I have been thinking about a name for a long time. I don't have any coins, The Moment of Miracle, and Zioken for their monthly support. Thanks to Ming July, Bookworm, Book Friend 1303241600100685, Yaking Lenjiu, Little Airplane, 6 Little People 9, Book Friend 202105281104092232, Quietly Step Up, GD_Angel, Tianmo00, Ash House, Com Egg 2, At Home Monk, No One Is More Icon Than Me, Rurtse, Last Year, Book Friends 202012132329422738, Book Friends 20180520191201501579, 10LONG, in short, Xiao Si is very cute, Xin Yi and Chen, you are so cool, it takes a lot of effort to come up with a nickname, Shanping, it takes a long time to think of a nickname, Yi Xian I, Twinkle Twinkle Little Star, Loktar, Shu Friend 2023014212816527, Book Friend 202309131319241116, Book Friend 201807071657000342, A Man Who Can't Stand the Temptation, The Oath on Nahi Bridge, Dark Moon of the Underworld, Father, My Love is Like a Collapse of the Mountains and the Earth, and the recommendation tickets for Lee Key's Sheep of the Exploding Sky Gang. Thanks for your support. Many thanks. Chapter 47 Nami, just reached level 18, please follow up, ping. 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 As a series of wine bottles shattered, a look of surprise suddenly flashed deep in his red eyes. He originally thought that the distance of 1 kilometer would be an obstacle to Usopp at this stage. But he actually used a homemade slingshot and ordinary lead bullets to easily smash 10 wine bottles in a coherent movement. I really underestimated you. Chi Hong murmured unexpectedly, but did not impose any additional training requirements on Usopp, who ran 1.1 kilometers away to place wine bottles. Running is also part of training. Okay. If the early training is simpler, it might be able to cultivate Usopp's confidence more. Now that the Straw Hats have been exposed to armed Haki early, they naturally don't have to worry about Perona's negative ghost on the terrifying bark, and there is no need for Usopp to always maintain an extremely negative attitude. In fact, from the first conversation when they met, Red had consciously made Usopp realize his own strengths and values. Whether it was using him as a bargaining chip to join the Straw Hats at the beginning, or the words he just said to him. They are all subtly telling Usopp that you are an important member of the Straw Hats. The reason why Chi Hong did this was naturally to avoid the scene where Usopp left the Straw Hats in the original timeline. Although with him here, Meili will definitely not suffer such tragic injuries again, but the Meili's inability to move forward is only a trigger after all. Usopp's inability to keep up with the version's strength and his inner guilt are the main reasons. No way. Before experiencing the transformation of Justice Island, Usopp did not have any exciting operations. Except for working with Chopper to defeat 2 cadres of Baroque works in Alabasta, he has always been a laggard. So this time, Red wants Usopp to realize in advance. Even if you are held back in the frontal confrontation, you are still an indispensable crew member of the Straw Hat Pirates in terms of long-range support. The sniper in the pirate world is not synonymous with ADC, but the strongest auxiliary position that can play a role at critical moments. In this way, as Usopp joined the training team, the entire Straw Hat crew, except for Red, suddenly entered the era of involution. Sitting by the window on the second floor of Kaya's villa, Chihong asked the housekeeper Mei Li to help them prepare some supplies and training supplies for the voyage, while drinking red wine and looking at the busy Straw Hat crowd below. Finally it's all rolled up. This is a good thing. Chihong smiled slightly, showing satisfaction. Time passes slowly. In the blink of an eye, 2 days were spent with the Straw Hats training tirelessly. And that day at dinner time, Mr. Mei Li finally brought good news to the Straw Hats. That is, with the efforts of the boatmen working overtime, the Mei Li can officially launch into the sea tomorrow and arrive at Ziluabia village. Upon learning this, the Straw Hat crew, including Red, had excited smiles on their faces. That night, Nami, who has received everyone's consent, once again entered the world of Pokémon with Red. After 2 days and nearly 6 hours of game time, Nami's leveling speed can be said to have improved by leaps and bounds. On the first day, Chihong and Nami continued to bully wild Pokémon in the grass where they were. It took more than an hour to successfully raise Nami to level 15. Then they started moving forward with the game. Because Miss Juncha in the game world blocked the roads in Hualan City, Chihong and the others had no choice but to come to a bridge across a wide river in the north of the city. This bridge also has a very famous name, called Battler's Bridge. Above there are a dozen trainers who love Pokémon battles, waiting for players to arrive. But although it sounds powerful, in fact, these people's Pokémon are only between level 10 to 12, and there are not many masters at all. After defeating these trainers, Nami's level was successfully raised to level 16. After that, the number of experience points required for Nami's upgrade also increased from 3 digits to 4 digits, making it more difficult. After walking off the Battler's Bridge, a member disguised as Team Rocket immediately stopped them and explained that the Battler's Bridge was actually set up by them to select outstanding trainers. After passing the bridge, Chihong completed the test, and the Rockets member wanted to invite him to join the Rockets on the spot. Unfortunately, no matter how many times Chihong said I do to him, he still went his own way and decided that Chihong had refused, and then there was an inevitable Pokémon battle. After defeating the members of Team Rocket, Red and Nami came to Route 25. Here, they met a young man who wanted to find a powerful trainer for Charmander. Chihong, the protagonist in the game, deserves his recognition. It's a pity that Gigi obviously doesn't want Red to play traditional Pokémon. After the little fire dragon changed hands, it instantly turned into a move-learning device, Sparks, which landed in the Red backpack. After 2 hours of gaming time. Entering the game today, Chihong and Nami have arrived at the end of Route 25, and are dealing with the last trainer who came to challenge. Nami, use Numb Electric Shock. Chihong was as unruly as ever, and immediately gave orders to Nami the moment the opponent's Pokémon appeared. The fishing uncle opposite was obviously a veteran, and he responded quickly. Big Claw Crab, use Guard. Stab it. The swift thunder suddenly pierced the void and struck at a crab holding 2 crab claws as big as its body on the battlefield. However, a strange brilliance was seen flickering on the surface of the crab's body. The thunder and lightning blooming in the air hit the protective shield formed by the brilliance, but ultimately ended in vain. It's interesting, a defensive Pokémon. Hehe, just in time, isn't this an opportunity to make money? Nami, use the treasure gathering technique continuously. Hey! Don't think of me as Luffy and the others. I don't have that kind of long-lasting physical strength. Nami reminded Chihong while placing her hands on her forehead, forming an arc square like the center of a copper coin. In an instant, a bright golden light suddenly shone above Nami's head, turned into a huge gold coin, and smashed it at the giant crab. As expected by Chihong, the fishing uncle on the opposite side once again let the giant claw crab use Guard. Although there is a high probability of failure when the Guard is used continuously, his giant claw crab is currently only level 16 and does not know many skills. With Nami attacking first, he could only defend. Immediately afterwards, Nami was seen launching the treasure gathering technique one after another. It's just that because the money dropped by using the treasure gathering technique in the game world is all Pokemon currency that only Red can use, there is no look of happiness on Nami's face at all. Even though Pokemon currency can buy a lot of valuable things, it's still valuable. But damn it! So many gold coins can't go into my pocket. It's so annoying. Nami suddenly let out an angry cry. Finally, just when the fourth treasure gathering skill hit the giant claw crab, its defensive effect suddenly failed. One shot of damage caused the giant claw crab to retreat continuously. Looking at the gold coins that didn't belong to her on the ground, Nami's heart burst with anger. A special metal 3-section stick suddenly fell into her hand, and dazzling lightning flashed. Electric light acceleration. Stab! Golden electric light suddenly bloomed around Nami, and she quickly assembled the 3-section stick into a long stick with strong electric current, and quickly rushed towards the unstable giant crab. Pang! One hit. Hit the mark. The poor giant crab survived several rounds of Nami's attacks, but was ultimately defeated by the rhythm of the first attack. As the crab fell to the ground, Nami's body suddenly glowed with an imperceptible glimmer. That's a divine glow that only appears when a Pokemon levels up. This also indicates that after clearing Route 25, Nami successfully reached level 18. Thanks for your support. If you have any thoughts or opinions, you can leave a message in the comment area, I will pay attention to it often. Chapter 48 The Black Cat Attacks. Seeking for further reading, page 12. Who? Getting stronger again. Although she couldn't see her attribute interface, she could clearly feel that her physical fitness, strength, and Pokemon energy in her body had surged again. Nami instantly realized. Her hard work yesterday was finally realized at this moment. In these 2 days, Nami has gone all out. During the day, he practiced combat movements in the manner, and at night, he battled powerful Pokemon in the game world. The trainers on Route 25 have all used Pokemon that have exceeded level 15, and the highest level has even reached level 18. If she encounters a flying or water Pokemon that is restrained by the electric type, Nami can also use the fast and violent characteristics of the electric type to quickly deal with the opponent. But if the opponent is a ground-type Pokemon, then she has to give up the electric type trick and use the treasure gathering skill and the 3-section stick in her hand to fight the opponent. However, Nami is a human after all, and there is an innate racial gap between her and the Pokemon specially bred for fighting. Coupled with the attribute restraint. As a result, during yesterday's game time, level 17 Nami was sent back to the Elf Center in Cerulean City by a level 18 Pangolin. With no other choice, Chi-Hong and Nami had no choice but to run the map again, and temporarily change players, allowing Zoro to take action to knock out the opponent, and then switch back to Nami to continue pushing the map. Yesterday's defeat obviously made Nami not in a happy mood. But fortunately, we got off to a good start today. The first opponent she defeated allowed Nami to successfully level up. Looking at Nami, who was testing the changes in the power of her upgraded moves, Chi-Hong suddenly thought in her heart. At this upgrade rate, it shouldn't be a problem for Nami to defeat Eren. The key is the speed of pushing pictures. Nami, who only has electric-type moves, is unable to deal with ground-type Pokemon. At present, it seems that the only way to do this is to hire foreign aid. It seems that we need to increase the workload for Usopp in advance and let him make the weather stick in advance. The first version of the weather rod didn't use any rare materials and relied entirely on Usopp's own ingenuity, so it shouldn't be a difficult task. With the weather stick's water vapor ability, Nami can also cause normal damage to ground-type Pokemon. After a brief reorganization, the Red and Red duo continued to move forward. In front of Highway 25 is Gengui's Research Institute. That's the weird scientist in the game who fuses himself with Pokemon. After helping him press the button of the device and freeing him, he gave Chihong 2 tickets that could be used at will. In the open space at the entrance of Zhengui Research Institute, there is also a charming elder sister. The first thing she said when she saw Chihong was, "Let me train you, little brother." And the Pokemon she used was a level 18 arm. This made it difficult for Chihong not to wonder whether this eldest sister who looked dissatisfied with lust had done something indescribable to the tendon-clad Shota Wanli. After all, in the world of Pokemon, there is no reproductive isolation between Pokemon and humans. Nami, Numb Electric Shock and Electric Acceleration. Kill the opponent directly. The battlefield appeared. And Chihong quickly issued orders. Although Nami's Thunder and Lightning are tightly restrained by Ground-type Pokemon. But for Pokemon with other attributes, there is still no solution. Stab! The dazzling lightning crossed the void and instantly fell on the wrist that could not be avoided. In an instant, Wanli's body, which was originally full of energy, suddenly became stiff. On the surface of its skin, a golden arc flashed from time to time. Astonishingly, he was hit by the 100% paralysis effect of the numbing electric shock. Take advantage of his illness and kill him. Nami, who was already familiar with Pokemon battles, said nothing. She waved the steel rod wrapped in the power of lightning in her hand, stepped on the sparks of lightning step by step, and quickly came to the front of arms, and hit her head with a blow. "Watch the move!" Nami shouted. As the steel rod full of thunder and lightning fell on Wanli's forehead, the young Shota, who could only drive a large car, stiffened slightly and fell backwards. "My wrist strength!" The eldest sister rocked the waves and let out a gasping cry. But this cannot change the already destined ending. After the battle, Chihong also received a parting gift from her eldest sister. A move learning tool for the fighting type move Earth Throw. Move, throw on the earth. Attribute, fighting. Category, physics. Power, change. Introduction, send the opponent into high altitude, and then use gravity to hit the ground. The damage dealt is based on the user's level. Send the opponent into the air? So, does this move have any knock-up effect? After reading the introduction to the moves, Chihong thought about it in her heart. He took the move learning device thrown on the earth and compared it in the Pokemon list, and found that only Luffy could learn this move. Even if you don't have fighting attributes, as long as certain conditions are met, you can still learn the corresponding moves. This is very similar to the setting in the game. Combined with Nami's ability to learn the general move treasure gathering technique, Chihong nodded in understanding. Seeing Nami coming, he immediately shook the ticket in his hand and told her about the next trip. "Let's go. Next, we have to return to Hualan City." Sigh. "I really don't want to go back to that sad place again." Nami sighed. Counting the time they were beaten back by the pangolin, Nami and the others had already visited Cerulean City 3 times. Now it will be the 4th time soon. "No way, who told us that the next place we want to go must pass through Hualan City?" Chihong spread her hands helplessly. If possible, he doesn't want to waste game time on the road. In the end, when today's game time ended, they just defeated a member of Team Rocket in the backyard of a burglarized house in Cerulean City. And the reward is... There is once again a move learning device in the red package, digging. Move, dig a hole. Attribute, ground. Category, physics. Power, 80. Introduction, quickly dig a hole in the ground that can accommodate yourself. When activating the skill, you can move freely underground through continuous consumption of physical energy, and can conduct surprise attacks on enemies. I really don't know whether I should say it's a fruitful experience. Or should I say it's a waste of time. Returning to the pirate world and the guest room of Kaya's house. Chihong looked at the 2 additional move learning devices in the package interface and Nami's experience bar, which had not increased much, with a tangled look on her face. But soon, he forgot all about it. Chapter 49, forward to the Mary, seeking for further reading. Wow! In the early morning, welcome the arrival of the first ray of rising sun. Luffy, who was the first to arrive at the port, let out a shocked cry of joy. Looking at the three-masted sailboat with the cute sheep's head docked in the port, Luffy's eyes turned into shining stars. In excitement, he stretched out his hands and hugged the sheep's head. With a light rebound, the whole person sat directly on top of the sheep's head on the bow of the ship. Hey! Pirate ship, my pirate ship! Luffy had a silly smile on his face and lay on the bow of the ship in a big shape as if he were floating on the water, familiar with the smell of the ship. At this time, under the leadership of Meili, Chihong, and others also came to the coast one after another. Hey, is this our pirate ship? It looks surprisingly good. Zoro, who was responsible for carrying the fitness equipment, put the huge metal pile on the ground with a bang, and looked at the future ship and exclaimed with satisfaction. At this time, housekeeper Meili and Miss Kaya walked up to everyone and introduced them to everyone with a smile. Although the style is a bit old, this is a boat I spent several years designing. The frame structure is a center stern dinghy using a jib. Its name is Go Meili. Meili number. Luffy, who was lying on the bow of the ship, suddenly raised his head and smiled brightly. What a nice name! Meili. He patted the sheep's head gently, as if talking to the ship. And seeing the red color of the complete Meili with his own eyes, there was also a faint glimmer in his eyes at this moment. The scene in the memory flashed back again. That was the scene that impressed him most deeply in the pirate world. In the vast sea, the Mary gradually disappeared in the raging fire and said its final farewell to the Straw Hats. Even many years later, when he saw relevant clips on the video platform, he would not be able to help but shed tears. But don't worry, Mary. This time, I will never let you make the same mistake again. Chihong swore seriously in her heart. In addition, he is also looking forward to when the ship spirit of the Meili appears. I wonder if he can take Meili into the game world to level up and learn Pokemon moves. After all, there are many ghost-type Pokemon in the Pokemon world, all of which are very similar to ship Pokemon. The joy of having a new ship is contagious to everyone in the Straw Hats. Everyone carried the prepared materials onto the ship one after another. The sun is just right and the breeze is not dry. It's a good weather for sailing. Standing at the rail of the Mary, Usopp forcefully said goodbye to Kaya and the three members of the Usopp Pirates. Goodbye, Miss Kaya. I will definitely become a brave sea warrior. Besides, during my absence, you three must protect Miss Kaya on my behalf. Don't worry, Captain Usopp. The atmosphere of parting fills the entire port, but it will eventually turn into longing and drift away with the waves of the sea. Luffy stood on the captain's exclusive seat, with his hands on his hips and his expression in high spirits. Wow, ha ha ha, little ones! Sail! Set sail! Oh! The Straw Hats shouted in unison. The pirate flag drawn by the great god Usopp, who knew everything except fighting, was flying on the highest mast of the ship. Under Nami's command, the Meili began to turn its bow and head towards the vast world. Do not know why. This voyage is more refreshing than any previous one. Luffy sat on the sheep's head, feeling the sea breeze blowing, and his open shirt rustling in the wind. From the moment he saw Meili until now, a smile seemed to be imprinted on his face, and his mouth never closed. Zoro came to the fitness area at the stern of the ship. While continuing his physical training, he recalled the realm of iron cutting and swordsmanship that Chihong reminded him before. His master Kojiro had told him about these things very early on. It's just that at that time, his swordsmanship was not good enough, so he couldn't understand it well. After the battle with Crow, and through the catalysis of Pokemon energy, he vaguely felt as if he had caught something. At this time, he was frowning and reading carefully. Not far from Zoro, there was Red, who was leaning on the ship's railing and controlling the waves to push the ship forward. There's no way around it, he's the only one in the entire pirate group who knows surfing moves. Only he is qualified to be this tool man. Fortunately, after becoming proficient, Chi Hong could perfectly control the small waves without spending too much energy. At this time, he was carefully putting a photo into his image collection. That was a photo taken by the Straw Hat crew standing near the Mary to celebrate their new partners. In the photos, everyone's eyes are exceptionally bright and full of expectations for the future. It was Chi Hong who asked her housekeeper Mei Li to help take the photo before setting off. As for Usopp and Nami, one by one, they hid in the cabin and studied the weather stick that Chi Hong told him. One stood on the observation deck, observing the surrounding sea area with a telescope. Not long after they left Zuluabia village, Nami on the observation deck shouted in shock. "There's something going on. You guys, come here quickly." "Okay." Hearing Nami's call, for a moment, whether it was Luffy who was leisurely watching the wind, Zoro who was exercising, or Chi Hong who closed his eyes and used his primitive power to nourish himself, they all stopped what they were doing and looked over. Even Usopp, who was in the cabin, temporarily put down the design drawings in his hands and poked out curiously. Nami, holding a telescope, stood at a high place and pointed in a direction. "Look there! There seems to be a ship over there. It's a pirate ship." "Oh!" Luffy suddenly became interested and stood on the bow of the ship and looked hard. Pirates don't feel sympathy for each other just because they are fellow pirates. Quite the opposite is. When two pirate ships meet, it is likely to be a precursor to war. But at this moment, Nami shouted again. "Wait! Why do their pirate flags look so familiar? That seems to be the pirate flag of the Black Cat Pirates." "Oh!" When Chi Hong came to the bow of the ship, she could vaguely see a black spot slowly getting bigger. "Interesting." He grinned. "Clodo is already dead, and they still come here. It just so happens that it also saves Miss Kaya the money of hiring a bounty hunter." Seeing Luffy eager to try, Red patted the bow of the ship gently. "Hey, Luffy, there's just a group of little pirates across the way, aren't you excited?" "What?" Luffy laughed and looked back at Red. "Of course I'm excited. This is our first time encountering an enemy at sea. No matter what it is, the first time is always exciting." But Chi Hong shook his head. "Forget it. The captain of the Straw Hat Pirates personally dealt with a group of minions. It would be embarrassing to tell anyone. I think this time, why not let us test the combat effectiveness of the new recruits?" "Recruit?" At this time, Soran came over and said doubtfully. "Do you want Nami and Usopp to deal with them?" Chi Hong smiled slightly. "You're one behind, Zoro. It should be Nami, Usopp, and Mary." Chapter 50 Straw Hat Recruit, please read, page 12. Boom! A red cannonball suddenly pierced the sky, landed accurately on the deck of the Black Cat Pirates, and then exploded suddenly. The terrifying fire instantly swallowed up the unlucky pirate nearby and then spread across the deck. The entire pirate ship began to crack from the middle. "Enemy attack! Enemy attack!" It was only then that the pirates of the Black Cat Pirates shouted belatedly. Zhang Jiao climbed out of the ruins with the help of several pirates. "Who is it?" He was already in a bad mood because his subordinates were disobedient, but now he opened his eyes angrily and looked towards the sea. Immediately afterwards, a scene appeared in front of him that made him so stunned that his glasses fell off. On the endless calm sea, a huge wave with a height of more than 10 meters appeared bizarrely, and it was surging towards the direction where they were. And in the middle of the huge wave, a figure that looked like a boat was riding the huge wave like a surfer, approaching them together. This is the correct way to use surfing. On the Mary, while controlling the huge waves to push the ship, Red shouted loudly to Usopp in the cabin. "Usopp! One more shot! Let them see how powerful you and Mary are. Leave it to me with confidence." In the artillery room, Usopp, wearing precision goggles, responded instantly. He had just fired a shot and felt hot in his hand. He didn't even aim much. He just felt the speed and fluctuation of the melee and slightly adjusted the direction of the muzzle. Gilyalu. A cannonball with a funny clown pattern on it fell into the barrel, and the collision sound seemed to be mocking the enemy's sad fate. The sizzling line of fire is like the swan song of life, beginning to come to an end. A few seconds later. Boom! Endless flames spurted out from the muzzle again, like divine punishment falling from the sky, crashing onto the Black Cat pirate's ship. Just 2 cannonballs turned Black Cat's pirate ship into a scene of hell on earth. Dozens of pirates screamed in pain and misery in the fire. But the companions beside him were busy jumping into the sea to save themselves and avoid being devoured by the flames, and they had no time to pay attention to them. Zhang Jiao, who was lucky enough not to be affected by the second shell, stood on the highest platform and shouted angrily at the top of his lungs. "Damn it! Where is our artilleryman? Fight back! Fight back! No, Captain Zhang Jiao!" A fat pirate with cat ears ran next to him and reported aggrievedly. "The distance between the other party and us is too far, and the waves are so big, we can't even aim at the opposite ship. Asshole! How come the other side can hit us accurately every time?" Zhang Jiao yelled. But in exchange, the artilleryman looked like he was about to cry, "I don't know either." At this time, another cat-eared pirate also ran over and persuaded. "Run, Captain Zhang Jiao! The lifeboat is ready. If we stay any longer, this ship will sink. Damn it!" The incompetent and furious Zhang Jiao slammed the railing of the boat violently, but he still followed the advice and walked towards the lifeboat with his men. Aboard the Mary, Nami used a telescope to observe the situation on the other side, and immediately reported this after seeing this. "I saw that the hypnotist praised it highly. That pirate has a bounty of 900 million baileys. And many more. The guy over there seems to be the Catman brother who has a bounty of 700 million bailey. You bastard Usopp, you hit their treasure room." Seeing the cat brothers who were putting out the fire in the treasure room, Nami immediately put down the telescope and shouted angrily. "After all, that's all her money. Red. Quick! Quick! Speed up! Put out the fire in the treasure room with your waves. I just said give it a shot and leave the rest to me. If any treasure is destroyed, it will be deducted from Usopp's pocket money." Unable to change her greed for money, Nami jumped down from the observation deck angrily, and couldn't wait to come to the bow of the ship to look out. "I can't wait to fly over and help the cat brothers put out the fire together." Ah! Usopp, who had just walked out of the cabin, was suddenly stunned. He immediately looked at the captain and deputy captain of the ship, hoping that the 2 leaders would seek justice. Then he saw Luffy, who had lost strength due to the water dripping all over the sky, slumped on the chair named Void thrown by Red, as if he had an epiphany, looking up at the sky feebly. Vice-Captain Chi-Hong and Soran pointed at the huge waves behind them, as if they were talking about something very profound. From time to time, profound topics such as breathing of water and ripples of water flow are heard. Although he didn't understand what Chi-Hong and the others were talking about at all, Usopp understood. The pocket money is not given to them, no one cares about them at all. How can it be repaired? Usopp was furious. It was better to rely on others than to rely on yourself. He quickly ran back to the cabin. After a moment, he pushed a large simple slingshot made of fitness equipment and huge elastic bands onto the deck. Along with it, there is a huge water ball filled with water, round and swaying, like a boba with a big milk can. I saw Usopp setting up a simple slingshot on the bow of the boat, then placing the big water ball on the elastic belt, and pulled the belt back with gritted teeth. When the belt was stretched to a certain extent, he put on his goggles again, closed one eye and calculated. Distance calibration, wind speed calibration, height difference calibration. OK. Proofreading completed. In order to have enough pocket money to buy more materials and make more equipment and ammunition, Usopp shouted. Nami! Let me put out the fire for you. I don't owe you anything anymore. You must not have less pocket money. The huge water ball flew up instantly, flew towards Black Cat's pirate ship, and then landed accurately in the burning treasure room. Poof! The water ball burst, and a large splash of water fell from the sky, pouring on the Black Cat pirate's treasure room, extinguishing the fire and also dousing the Cat brothers. Well, good job. Seeing that the fire was extinguished, Nami nodded with satisfaction. Since this is your first offender, I will spare you this time. Although this may make some things wet, it is better than being burned by a fire. The waves are radical. Seeing the wreckage of the pirate ship on the opposite side getting closer and closer, Nami slowly took out her 3-section stick, her eyes flashing like thunder. I saw her doing a stick trick in the air, then stepping on the railing of the boat and jumping.